I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the 6th report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 58 petitions and 10 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Mr Speaker, before petitions are presented to the House, the Petitions Committee assesses each one to ensure that it complies with the standing orders. There are several requirements in the standing orders, but today I'd like to briefly mention the committee's approach to the requirement for moderate language in petitions. Clearly, the committee does not accept petitions that contain derogatory, offensive or abusive language. In line with the requirements of the House, we do not allow insults to members of Parliament, the Judiciary or the Governor-General. Petitions should rely on reasoned argument rather than inflammatory words. The committee has also taken the view that language which discloses personal information about a private individual is not moderate. Petitions that are about a person who is not the petitioner nor a public figure are usually considered out of order. Petitions are not a forum for arguments or debate between individuals. Speaker, the Petitions Committee is working to reduce the number of requests for petitions that do not comply with the standing orders. We're also committed to explaining why a petition is considered out of order and the criteria that we apply to assess each petition. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the committee.
And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 1, Transparent and Quality Public Appointments Bill 2023.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
I present the Transparent and Quality Public Appointments Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you. I now move—
Just hold until the clerk can read the title. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a framework for transparent and quality public appointments and to establish independent selection panels and the Office of the Public Appointments Commissioner and for related purposes.
I give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Fed up with wave after wave of rorts, corruption, rampant cronyism, secret ministries and a lack of transparency, Australians sent this parliament a very clear message at the last federal election. Clean up your act. Across the country, including in my electorate of Mackellar, building greater integrity into our political system was a core election issue and remains so. Trust in our political system in recent years has been at an all-time low. The latest OECD Trust Survey report found just 38% of Australians trust their national government. And Australia's score in the Corruption Perception Index also bottomed out in 2021 when we recorded our lowest ever score. That score recovered slightly last year following the successful passage of the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation, which many of us here on the crossbench fought so hard for, particularly the member for Indi, Dr Helen Haines, who I'm very proud to say is seconding this bill today. While the National Anti-Corruption Commission is a significant step in the right direction, there is more we must do to rebuild the integrity infrastructure that supports our democracy. The National Anti-Corruption Commission is a safety net. Investigations will be activated in response to corruption allegations. We now need to take steps to prevent corruption and cronyism from happening in the first place. To do this, we must build integrity, accountability and transparency into every area of our political system. There are many changes this parliament needs to enact to that end, including addressing lobbying and donation reforms and implementing stronger protections for whistleblowers. This bill that I'm introducing today addresses the culture of cronyism and party-friendly appointments that have distorted and undermined our democracy. My Ending Jobs for Mates bill will establish a framework to ensure that major public Commonwealth appointments are made independently and transparency, and that appointees are of the highest quality and expertise. This bill would mean that appointments are no longer left entirely to the discretion of a minister, and so would end the Jobs for Mates culture that has plagued our political system. Recent history shows us why this is so critical. In just the last few years, Australians have seen fossil fuel executives appointed to both the chair of the Climate Change Authority and the National COVID Coordination Commission. Is it any wonder that we ended up with a gas-led recovery to COVID? And worst of all, under the previous coalition government, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, or AAT, became a byword for party-friendly appointments and cronyism. The AAT is actually a crucial pillar of our democracy, as it plays a central role in holding the government to account by independently reviewing administrative decisions made by federal government ministers, departments and agencies. But the integrity of the AAT itself was so undermined by cronyism that it is set to be completely abolished and replaced later this year. Under the Morrison government, a staggering 40% of appointments to the AAT had direct political connections, such as party staffers or officials. This is up from 6% under the Howard government and 5% under the Rudd and Gillard governments. Many of these political appointees did not have legal qualifications, which limited their ability to perform their role effectively. This unchecked politicisation of appointments to the AAT undermined the public's access to justice. So the fact that it was used to provide party allies with highly paid jobs is a national shame. Political appointees have also been found to be less likely to give frank and fearless advice. So, to be clear, this Jobs for Mates culture in Australian politics damages our democracy, wastes taxpayer money, leads to poorer outcomes and decisions and erodes trust in government. That's why it's so important for the Albanese government to back my Transparent and Quality Public Appointments Bill. Drafted in partnership with the Centre for Public Integrity, this bill would see the creation of a Public Appointments Commissioner and departmental independent selection panels. The appointments process would be overseen by a parliamentary joint committee on appointments, which would have no more than 50% representatives from the government. The Public Appointments Commissioner and the departmental selection panels would be responsible for implementing a transparent and independent recruitment process for all major Commonwealth public appointments. This would include members of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, the AAT and the ACCC, for example, and would also include government business entities such as Australia Post. If the appointment is deemed to be a significant integrity officer position, a former High Court or Supreme Court judge is also required to be on the selection panel. The recruitment process would require independent selection panels to publicly advertise the relevant position, run a competitive selection process and shortlist at least 3 candidates for the minister to choose from. The minister will only be able to choose from this list and cannot add to the list. Selections by the independent panel must be based on expertise, experience and integrity, and also have a view to promoting diversity. In short, this bill would ensure that a candidate with the requisite expertise and knowledge gets the job, not the bloke who the minister went to school with or their former staffer or party official. This bill strikes the right balance between independence and ministerial discretion. Nor will this bill be a major cost burden. It has been costed by Treasury at $3 million a year to enact. I believe it is a small price to pay to restore integrity to the public appointments process. I was also pleased that the government further acknowledged the problem of cronyism with its recent announcement of a review into public sector board appointments. However, the scope of that review is far too limited to have an impact on the Jobs for Mates culture, as board appointments only make up a minor portion of the accountable authority positions that must be captured. It is a timid step that is unlikely to have concrete benefit unless the changes to the appointments process are legislated as outlined in this bill. The people of Mackellar have told me loud and clear that restoring integrity into politics and tackling corruption are at the top of the list of the issues they want their MP to pursue. And it's not just the people of Mackellar. People all around this country are desperate for a return to decency and integrity in our national politics. The people of Australia want and deserve a political system they can trust. This bill aims to do just that by ending for good the cronyism and Jobs for Mates culture that has undermined our democracy for too long. And so I urge all members of this House to do what is necessary and right and support this bill as another vital step in restoring integrity and decency to our political system. I would like to cede the remainder of my time to the member for Indi. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? I give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm proud to second this important bill, and I commend the member for Mackellar for shining a light on this pernicious problem, which is essentially a political loyalty award scheme rather than a legitimate appointment process for federal government positions. It's time to stop this cronyism, this patronage for pals. Political appointments have grown substantially in the last 5 years, and many of these appointments are made on election eves. Across all federal government appointees, 7% have a direct political connection, and this figure rises to 21% amongst those positions that are well-paid, prestigious and powerful. And political stacking was so bad in the AAT, as the member has told us, that the Attorney-General, to his credit, has abolished it and is starting again. But both sides of politics at state and federal level are guilty of slipping a sweet spot to a loyal mate, a former party MP, a staffer, a party member or even a failed candidate. And aside of fundamental morality, this matters because we are potentially missing out on the very best people, and Jobs for Mates can constrain public policy. When political party loyalty is being rewarded, appointees are less likely to put forward policy recommendations and reforms that might rock the boat and that don't align with party positions. This is a big problem, but this bill brings a clear fix which would align us with international best practice. Mr Speaker, no more captain's picks. Let's restore fairness, due process and trust with quality non-political public appointments. The people of Mackellar care, the member for Mackellar cares, all of the crossbench cares. Let's get on and do it.
The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Global Methane Pledge.
I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the motion as circulated. Last year, Australia signed the Global Methane Pledge to cut 30% methane emissions by 2030. Now, most people think methane just comes from agriculture, and we always get an outcry from the national members about beef production and meat production. But that's only half the contribution of methane in Australia. Fossil fuel mining creates 40% of our methane emissions. Natural gas is methane, and all too often it is left to just leak out into the air. Now, gas is at record high prices and it's just leaking out, so we're losing resources, we're risking energy supply and we're cooking the planet. It makes no sense. Methane is over 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. The fossil fuel industry in Australia is releasing large quantities of gas to the atmosphere that should be captured and brought to market. The International Energy Agency found that fossil fuel companies in Australia are emitting around twice the methane that the government reports to the UNFCCC. This is now on satellite data. A recent satellite study from Esron, a Dutch space research institute, identified that methane plumes across Australia coal mines. They estimated that Glencore's Howe Creek mine in Queensland was emitting 15% more methane than the total methane emissions reported by all open-cut mines in Queensland combined. Now, in January, the East Coast was facing ministerial intervention to keep the lights on and energy prices were skyrocketing. And the coalition and the media were obsessing about we need new gas fields, there isn't enough supply. Now, to give you an idea, in January, during that perceived period of shortage, AEMO and the ACCC identified that we needed 30 petajoules more of gas was needed on top of current supply. Now, the Environment Defence Fund has identified that our annual methane emissions from leakage, so we're just letting it drift out, is 77 petajoules. So we could have met any kind of issue of shortage without opening up new wells. If we were in a drought and we had a leaking tap and water dripping away, we would fix it. We would not say, she'll be right, let that tap keep leaking, let's go and open a new well. It's time we did that for methane and gas. The government has to put in some gas leakage restrictions. The amount of gas leaking from Australian oil, gas and coal mines each year is about 5% of our annual usage. The International Energy Agency's annual methane tracker report, released last Tuesday, shows that methane emissions released through the fossil fuel supply chain are rising, even though technologies are available to cost-effectively capture and sell that gas. So we have an opportunity. The Safeguard Mechanism reforms are an important opportunity for the government to bring in sensible measures for capturing and using that gas. The effectiveness of the Safeguard Mechanism will depend on the accuracy of the data it is based on, and the current reporting framework is just too lax to ensure any accuracy. So I've proposed an amendment to fix this. Most oil and gas activities reports currently are based on national averages rather than actuals. This needs to change. It has to be actually from real data. The Safeguard Mechanism reform process is an important moment to address energy sector methane emissions. Now, this is crucial for dealing with global warming, and the fossil fuel industry can cut methane cheaply. We need to do this. The Environmental Defence Fund found that by focusing on the energy sector, Australia could cut methane emissions by 30% by 2030, below a cost of $33 per tonne of carbon dioxide equivalent. The European Union will require importers to report methane emissions from supply chains, conduct regular leak detection and repair programs, and cease methane venting and flaring in domestic oil and gas productions. Australia's largest gas importer, Japan, has signalled its preference for low-emissions gas. Yet currently in Australia, there is no national regulation preventing venting and flaring of methane. It is just allowed to leak. So I call on the Albanese government, get serious about these leaks. Enact effective national methane regulations to limit venting and flaring of gas. Implement best practice regulations from the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, and use the Safeguard Mechanism and other legislative pathways to drive methane capture and apply global best practice standards consistently across fossil fuel projects. If we want to deal with global warming, we have to deal with methane.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Curtin is seeking the call. Give the member for Curtin to second the motion.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Warringah for bringing this motion to the parliament and agree with her on a couple of key points. First of all, that methane is an extremely important aspect of our country's efforts to tackle climate change. We cannot ignore methane. It is an extremely potent greenhouse gas emission, and we must do more to track and reduce the amount of methane being released into the atmosphere. I also absolutely agree with the member for Warringah on the aspect and the importance of the safeguard mechanism, and this is something that this House and this place and the other place needs to get right. We need to pass that mechanism. It is the single biggest lever, Speaker, that any government in this country's history has ever tried to pull on emission reduction. We have to get it right, and I appreciate the comments made by the member for Warringah, and I think that there will be a lot of debate, there will be a lot of opportunities for members from all sides of the parliament to constructively come together, move amendments, to talk through the details, and I am really hopeful that we, as a parliament, can come together in moving this. We have to take this step forward in tackling climate change. The safeguard mechanism is too big to fail. We will get one chance at this as a parliament, and we need to get it right. And it comes off the back of the Albanese government, upon coming into government, signing up on the international global methane pledge. Australia joined 150 other countries committing to the reducing methane by 30% by 2030 pledge. Now, I mention this because it is actually a bit significant from where we started and from where the previous government was the real deal Speaker in the chair. The previous government, when discussing the global methane pledge, had some pretty extraordinary things to say about the global methane pledge. Now, the former Deputy Prime Minister did not believe that we could, through efforts to bring down emissions, sensible efforts, through policy levers in this place, that we could actually tackle our rising methane emissions. He had a different suggestion. The former Deputy Prime Minister and the member for New England said that despite the fact that the Meat and Livestock Association have a carbon neutral by 2030 target, the member for New England said the only way to reduce methane by 30% by 2030 would be to go and grab a rifle and start shooting your cattle. I mean, absolutely absurd response from the member for New England. But you would have thought, you know what, the member for New England sometimes in this place comes out with some ideas from left field. That's to be expected. But the Leader of the Nationals, you would have thought that that would have been a little bit more of a measured response to methane, that the Leader of the Nationals would have come in here and said, you know what, we have to think through these issues. This is important for Australia's international efforts to join the international community to tackle methane. It's important for our emission reduction. But no, this is what the Leader of the Nationals said, very calmly and measured. Now the Aussie barbecue is under threat. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese wants to take away the backyard barbecue. I mean, for goodness sake, Speaker, for goodness sake, for goodness sake, exactly, there we go, for goodness sake. He also said, we know Australians love their sausages, steaks, rissole and lamb meals. Well, that's true. All of that will become out of reach for many. I mean, absolutely ridiculous from those opposite. So instead, and I can hear from the cheap seats out the back that there's a little bit of chirping going on. But the fact of the matter is, Speaker, is that those opposite were completely against any form of climate action. Full stop. And coming into this place, they voted against the emission reduction targets that we took to the last election, and they have dealt themselves out of the climate reduction conversation. We now have an enlarged crossbench made up of seats from this guy's former colleagues, right? So they can keep chatting away across the chamber, but on this side of the House, we're going to tackle climate change. We're going to reduce emissions and be part of the global efforts to tackle and reduce methane as well.
Has expired. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you. I thank the member for Warringah for the opportunity to second this important motion, which you'll see is actually about fossil fuels and the role of methane in the fossil fuel industry rather than the agricultural industry. The effort Australia makes to address methane emissions in the next few years will have a substantial impact on how effective we are in meeting our decarbonisation goals, which was why it was such good news from COP27 that the Australian government has signed the Global Methane Pledge to cut methane emissions by 30% by 2030. But since that good news, we've heard almost nothing from the government about how it will actually fulfil this obligation, including no mention of methane emissions in the soon-to-be-debated safeguards mechanism. Now, why are methane emissions such an issue? Methane emissions are 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period, and methane is responsible for about 30% of the rise in global temperatures since the Industrial Revolution. In Australia, fossil fuel companies emit 40% of the country's methane pollution, and much of that is avoidable. 2 weeks ago, the head of the International Energy Agency said methane cuts are among the cheapest options to limit near-term global warming. He said there is just no excuse for the continued inaction, and there really is no excuse for the government to continue ignoring this problem. The IEA has shown that we could reduce 75% of energy sector methane emissions using commercially competitive existing technology that currently wasted methane can be cost-effectively captured and used to generate electricity. Analysis from S&P Global shows that there's huge potential for methane to be captured from existing gas and oil facilities and brought to market, countering the need for new gas exploration. Its analysis shows that 2 billion cubic metres of gas can be captured by limiting venting, flaring and leaks of methane at gas and oil sites in Australia. Now, that would provide a nearly 5% boost to Australia's gas supply annually, with no new fields being opened. And this is more than double the ACCC's January forecasted shortfall in the East Coast market. Our trade competitors and partners are already acting on methane. Japan is now working with Petronas to incorporate methane performance into its purchase of LNG from Malaysia. Italian energy company Eni is doing the same with Algerian supplier Sonatrach. The US, EU and other partners are working on standards to incorporate methane performance into gas supply agreements, and the same pressure will likely come to bear in Australia. We can be proactive or we can wait to be forced. The Oil and Gas Methane Partnership Framework has become the go-to standard for countries, buyers and investors who want assurance that the gas they're buying and the companies they're investing in and partnering with are serious about methane. To date, no major Australia company has joined, which is positioning the industry as out of step and unwilling to recognise that as we transition away from fossil fuels, those left standing will be operators who can compete not only on cost but also on climate action. Australia can seize the opportunity to cut methane by taking action in the safeguard mechanism reforms. Firstly, we need to accurately measure methane. We should update our methane reporting standards to require direct emissions measurement and statistically valid modelling at both the source and site levels. This should be consistent with international best practices, such as that prescribed in the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. This is essential, given that it's likely that Australian fossil fuel companies are drastically underreporting their current methane emissions. At the same time, the safeguard mechanism's baselines should reflect best practice methane emission intensities, which have been established globally by industry through bodies such as the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. Without setting a best practice baseline on methane, we will be setting Australian industry up for future failure. We must ensure that methane that's currently wasted from fossil fuel sites is captured and brought to market. We need genuine abatement of this potential greenhouse gas using proven, existing, cost-effective technology rather than the unlimited use of offsets. As drafted, the safeguard mechanism proposal could completely miss the opportunity for actual methane abatement. The safeguard mechanism reforms are a pivotal opportunity to get us on track to fulfil our global obligations under the Methane Pledge by requiring companies to measure and report their methane emissions while taking belated but critical action to cut methane pollution.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. In May last year, this government was elected with a mandate to take strong environmental action. The Australian people understand the implications of what our environment and climate faces if we do not commit to implementing long-lasting and considered plans now. We must recognise that climate change is having an extraordinary impact on our country. We're seeing an increase in extreme weather events, and just last year we saw flooding across the eastern seaboard. We know that these communities continue to face consequences of these events. Thousands of people and communities in Lismore, the Central Coast, the Sunshine Coast are still displaced from their homes and facing uncertainty for their future. These extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more intense. Nature has made it very clear to us through these deadly floods, storms and raging fires that we have to stop filling our atmosphere with greenhouse gases, and we have to stop doing it fast. After 9 years of climate change denial and inaction by the previous government, we stand at a critical juncture now to make that change. The chance to make incremental change has passed due to the inefficiency and inadequacy of the previous government. Unless we take action now, we face an accelerating climate disaster. That's why this government has taken its commitment to action seriously. We've passed the Climate Change Act through both houses. We'll implement the changes to the Safeguard Mechanism, and we have joined over 150 countries to commit to reduce global methane emissions across energy and resources, agriculture and waste sectors. Methane is one of the most powerful and harmful greenhouse gases to our environment. Over a 20-year period, methane causes 82 times as much heating of the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. Since industrialisation, methane concentrations have risen more than 150%. That's through an increase in coal mining, gas drilling and industrialised agriculture. Methane levels have continued to rise. In the last 2 years alone, we have seen record rises of methane in the atmosphere. The United Nations states that methane has caused 0.5 degrees of global heating. That's second only to carbon dioxide. As signatories to the Global Methane Pledge, Australia now joins 150 countries across the globe in committing to work collectively to reduce global methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030. Through working in partnership with key sectors, we will focus on research and development, investment and collaboration to work together to bring our methane emissions down. This government is making key investments and working closely with industry to support emissions reductions across high greenhouse gas sectors. Through the National Reconstruction Fund, which we know those opposite are opposing, we'll invest $3 billion to support investment in low-emissions technologies, component manufacturing and agricultural methane reduction. We've committed to investing $8 million to support commercialisation of low-emissions livestock feed through the Powering Australia plan. We'll provide $5 million in funding to develop technologies to deliver low-emissions feed supplements. Through changes to the Safeguard Mechanism by this government, we'll support emissions reductions throughout the sector. It will cover methane emissions from large industrial facilities and fugitive emissions from coal mines. Under these proposed reforms, each facility will see a baseline fall of 4.9% every year to 2030. Only this government will ensure that industry will carry their proportionate share of reaching our 2030 target, and only this government will ensure we stay on a path to net zero. We know the opposition will take any opportunity to say no. I mean, it's quite extraordinary to see what's being played out over the last week on superannuation. They'll take every opportunity to say no. We know they've said no to climate reduction. We know emissions reduction. We know they're saying no to the National Reconstruction Fund. They told us electric cars would take away the weekend. They're saying that by signing the pledge it's going to kill the barbecue, kill the weekend barbecue. They will say no at everything. But let's listen to the industry. Those agrarian socialists at the National Farmers Federation, we know how much they usually support this side of politics, which is pretty rarely, but they've come out and said farmers are already leading the charge on climate change. Australia now has a seat at the table, and if we look at these key trading relationships that we need to grow with the EU, They need national farmers to take action on methane and emissions reduction. We're leading the way in the world, and our safeguard mechanisms and signing this international pledge will help us get there. Your barbecue's safe, your vehicles are safe, we'll reduce emissions.
I thank the member for Bennelong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Safeguard Mechanism reform process offers a unique opportunity to address energy sector methane emissions. Methane is the main ingredient of natural gas. It's also a powerful climate pollutant. Methane is the second most abundant greenhouse gas released into the atmosphere. It traps 80 times more heat into our atmosphere than does carbon dioxide. Over the last 2 centuries, methane concentrations in our atmosphere have more than doubled. According to the UN Environmental Programme, methane has accounted for more than 30% of climate change since pre-industrial times. Quickly and effectively reducing methane pollution is an essential step in preventing the worst impacts of anthropogenic climate change. Huge amounts of methane escape into our atmosphere through the process of gas extraction, through leaks, but also from deliberate releases for venting and flaring. Coal mines, for example, vent methane to prevent explosions. That leaked methane is lost energy that could be captured and used to generate electricity and to heat homes. Globally, the fossil fuel industry emits through escaped and unburnt methane every year to meet the gas demands of Europe. But leaked methane doesn't just pollute our air and represent a wasted energy source. It also affects our health. As methane is leaked, so too are other volatile organic compounds, including benzene, toluene, N-hexane and carbonyl sulfide. These travel from their source into the air that all of us breathe. Volatile organic compounds cause cancer, premature birth, respiratory, neurological and cardiovascular diseases, and they cause sudden death. The climate warming associated with release of these compounds into the air that we all breathe contributes to extreme weather events, to bushfires, to longer allergy seasons and to the spread of infectious diseases. To see the effect of these changes in Australia, we just need to look from this place to the rural communities and the cities affected by fire and by flood, to Cobargo, to Mallacoota, to Kangaroo Island, to Lismore and to Woodburn, to the Kimberley and most recently to the Victoria-Daly region of the Northern Territory. The Black Summer of 2019-2020 caused us more than $2 billion in smoke-related health costs. The extreme mental health impact of the recent New South Wales and Queensland floods has been well documented. Emotional instability, stress, anxiety, depression, trauma. We are all paying the cost of unregulated fossil fuel industries. Australia has already joined the Global Methane Pledge, a commitment to reduce human-caused methane emissions by at least 30% from 2020 levels to 2030. But our problem is regulation, or lack thereof. The National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme allows our fossil fuel operators to choose the level of accuracy that they apply to measuring their own emissions. For most gas and oil activities, companies can opt to use generic estimations based on national averages, rather than direct measurement of their actual emissions. The Environmental Defence Fund and other scientific bodies have suggested that the industry has understated its oil and gas methane emissions by as much as 70%. The ineffective regulation of the NGER and safeguard schemes has benefited fossil fuel companies at the expense of other Australian businesses, of households and of our climate, at all of our expense. The energy already exists to measure methane emissions far more accurately, using on-site methane detectors, aerial surveys and satellites with unprecedented ability to measure emission sources and quantities. The International Energy Agency has said that we could use these current technologies to cut our methane emissions by 70% by 2030, and that 2/3 of those costs are achievable at no additional net cost. Put simply, we have to regulate this sector. We can't leave it to fossil fuel companies to regulate themselves. The Safeguard Mechanism reform should provide a clear incentive for these companies to take mitigation action. The Albanese government has to mandate gold standard methane emissions monitoring, reporting and verification, and intensity targets in line with international best practice. Properly regulating our methane emissions will make no more captured methane available to industries and to households, but it will cut Australia's emissions of a potent greenhouse gas. We can do this now or not, but if we don't, we should all be held to account.
I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In November 2021, the member for Warringah described Australia, and quite rightly at the time, as the global laggard in climate change policy. The former coalition government failed then in Glasgow at the COP26 to sign up to the Global Methane Pledge. It was one of many ways in which the former government failed at that international meeting and in the area of climate change generally. We all remember the embarrassing pictures of former Prime Minister Morrison speaking to an empty room there. I've said before in this place that it's clear that these failures didn't just have the effect of degrading Australia's image in the world as a wealthy nation unwilling to do its part to address global challenges. There were also immediate and practical consequences, such as a European Union much less willing to close the trade deal with a country that was so far apart from them on climate issues. The Albanese government has been hard at work addressing this. One of the steps was joining the Global Methane Pledge in October last year. Participants joining the pledge agreed to take voluntary actions to contribute to a collective effort to reduce global methane emissions by at least 30% from 2020 levels by 2030. The member for New England will not have to shoot his cows, but he might consider feeding them with the useful supplements being developed to reduce methane emissions from them. I know that the member for Lyons is proud that seaweed additives for livestock are currently being developed in his electorate, and there are also products coming to market from Queensland and Western Australia. The evidence from the Senate Environment and Communications Committee earlier this year, however, is that the low-hanging fruit for methane abatement is in the resources sector, and particularly coal and gas. I want to address two issues that arise from the motion by the member for Warringah. The first is the urgency that accompanies this area of policy, including methane emissions reduction, and the second is the issue of good data upon which good policy responses must find their foundation. Climate change is upon us. It is an urgent issue, and we aim for a 30% reduction in just a decade, and we have only just managed to change our government and sign now the pledge. The other aspect of urgency here is that methane itself is a short-lived but potent greenhouse gas. It acts for about 12 years in the atmosphere, but its action is many times greater than CO2. With measured changes already taking place in our atmosphere, it is important to avoid as much short-term warming as we can, so as to avoid a run-on effect. There are a number of initiatives already taken by this government that will support action to reduce methane emissions. These include, of course, the setting in legislation of our emission targets for 2030 and 2050 and the safeguard mechanism, which underpins much of the emissions reductions we are aiming for, and even the National Reconstruction Fund, which has significant funds earmarked for emissions reductions, including for methane. Our decision-making and that of all participants, including NGOs and industry, in the effort to reach our shared climate goals must be based on good data. Part of the Global Methane Pledge is indeed a commitment to using the best international standards to quantify methane emissions and to report on the same. This may mean that companies need to commit to more on-the-ground measurement and less estimation. It will also involve greater use of satellite-derived data. And it might seem counterintuitive to talk about putting more satellites up to reduce carbon, but good data is gold in this space. Companies like Shell and the Nordic firm Equinor are using drones to fly over methane-emitting sites to make measurements at source. The International Energy Agency provides useful roadmaps to guide methane abatement in the coal and oil and gas industries. The safeguard mechanism is a good example of a market mechanism that relies on good data to underpin its effectiveness. Once incentivised, companies are more likely to take action to reduce emissions. In the methane space, Shell has demonstrated in Europe and North America that this can include strengthening detection and speedier repair, replacing old equipment, better training and restricting the use of flaring. All of these efforts will make a difference. The methane emissions performance of energy-producing countries like Australia may soon start to be taken into account by our trading partners in the formation of new contracts. We need to get ahead of the curve wherever possible. We need to finalise the safeguard mechanism now so that it can commence this year. There has been 10 years of delay in climate policy, and we can simply delay no longer. The US is already taking action to address methane regulations. We're seeing this in countries around the world. There are fantastic examples to point to. R&D is ahead of the curve. CSIRO is doing terrific work in this space. I thank the member for Warringah for raising this important issue, and I seek everyone's support to back in the safeguard mechanism so we can take action today.
Thank the member for Hasluck. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, for a motion in relation to energy prices.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to energy prices in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you.
We all know that events around the world have impacted domestic energy prices. The war in Ukraine, disrupted supply chains and increased international demand for gas have meant that Australian households and businesses have to contend with higher power prices. We know the impact on people in our communities. The cost of this is absolutely clear. That is why last year the government urgently recalled Parliament so we could act, not just talk, but act, to take some of the sting out of higher power prices. This government wants to help families, to support small businesses and to save Australian manufacturers. We know that it will take some time for all of the benefits to fully flow through, but there are encouraging signs that our action is starting to work. And if anyone doubts that, let me remind the chamber of the AEMO quarterly report, which said, and I quote, "Following these announcements, ASX Cal 23 electricity future prices fell steeply for each of the mainland states through to the end of the quarter, with prices dropping between 41% in South Australia and 46% in Queensland from the end of Q3 22. The expectation and then announcement of government intervention through the quarter saw reductions in future prices for later years similar to those for Cal 23 across the mainland regions." End of quote. And of course, there's a Treasury analysis where the comparison of 2023 wholesale electricity prices in November, before the plan was released, with the prices in December, after the plan was released, shows that forecast wholesale prices for 2023 dropped by 44% in Queensland, 38% in New South Wales, 32% in South Australia and 29% in Victoria. And we all know that at the end of January, Shell announced an EOI process for 8 PJ of gas to be delivered in 2023. We have seen reductions in the price increases that were forecast. This is a key indicator that the steps the government has taken and is taking are having an impact. Every member of this place had a choice when they voted on the government's bill to combat climbing energy prices in December. They had a choice to help Australians with rising energy bills or to make it even harder for them. And if those opposite, the members of the Liberal and National Party, had their way, households would be paying $230 more on their power bills than they would otherwise have to, without an extra cent of support. Our government believes that Australian households and small businesses deserve support. We believe that Australian manufacturing deserves a future, and that's what we're delivering for families and pensioners, for small businesses and for large manufacturers. My state of Victoria has almost 2/3 of homes using gas, so there's quite an impact by current prices. My community has been hit, there is no doubt about it. Locals from Frankston, Josh and Emily, told the Herald Sun that with their 2 kids and renovating their house they bought 2 years ago and the increase in their gas bills, it's been hard. And like good Frankstonians, they're concerned not just for themselves but for others. They said, "We both have good jobs. Essentially, we're going to be fine. But what about the elderly or single parents working 2 jobs? We have to be incredibly frugal. and the price of gas and the price of fuel, it adds to their anxiety. Real people in my electorate that the opposition tried to block providing direct energy bill relief to. Real people, not just some sort of debating point, real people. After overseeing a decade of energy policy chaos, the opposition voted against action on power prices to help people like Josh and Emily. It's not an overnight fix, of course it's not. But we've started to do the work and more needs to be done. Investing $25 billion in reducing emissions, clean energy and market stability, $20 billion in rewiring the nation plan to upgrade Australia's electricity grid, 400 community batteries across the country, including one in Carrum Downs in my electorate. We are working to help lower electricity bills, reduce pressure on the grid and lower emissions. This government is going to continue to do everything we can to shield Australian households and businesses from the worst impacts. It's just a shame that the opposition can't get on with joining us to do so.
I thank the member for Dunkley. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Dunkley and my near neighbour in Bayside, Melbourne, for moving this motion. I'm particularly pleased to speak today about a project that's been launched in Goldstein that seeks to enable community participation in the energy space at a time when both the cost and the environmental impact of energy consumption makes this an urgent conversation. Village Zero represents action. Climate action, community action, local action, personal action. Bringing people together to create and implement a shared vision for a reimagined low-carbon village, where human needs coexist with those of the planet. This vision that our community has brought to fruition truly represents the values that we all share. It aims to reduce emissions, make homes more efficient, increase our capacity for renewables, reduce waste, and it does all of this while encouraging creativity, celebrating diversity and fostering the feeling of community, of belonging, that we all associate with Sandy Village and Goldstein. Village Zero came about because of discussions before last year's election. When I spoke to groups around our electorate, they wanted to do something, but there was an evident need to facilitate that doing. That effort involved bringing together the Sandringham Village Traders Association as well as local philanthropic groups like Uncommon Folk and Regen Melbourne, which are looking at ways to create systems change to get things done to benefit people and the planet. The early phases of Village Zero have also included discussions with the Bayside and Glen Eira councils, and I want to thank everyone involved in that process for their willingness to collaborate and their motivation to serve not only their residents, but their land and sea as well. Together, we've created action, we've created optimism, and together we will create change. My formative years as a reporter were spent in Lismore, and I covered big floods in the Northern Rivers before heading overseas, where I reported on floods, fires and storms across the world. With our already extreme climate and minimal investment from previous governments, we as a nation face huge risks ahead. But the opportunity is vast, and that opportunity, that optimism, is central to Village Zero. We are all part of the solution, a commitment to broader, forward-focused climate policy to reduce emissions and embrace renewable energy. Village Zero sets an example. Part of this project revolves around community energy. In December, as previously mentioned, the government announced the $200 million Community Batteries for Household Solar program. In order to deliver secure and affordable energy as we ramp up renewable generation, we need more energy storage distributed into the community to achieve this. The battery network will store locally generated solar power and reuse it within the community, helping out in the evening energy peak. In the longer term, the aim is that this will reduce the pressure on the electricity grid, drive down power prices and help us to help the planet. In conjunction with Village Zero, my team's begun working with Bayside Council, the Australian National University Battery and Grid Integration Team, Acacia Energy and Renew Melbourne. Together, we're now working on a bid to ARENA, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, and will begin the community consultation in coming weeks so that we can involve and obtain feedback from the community to play a part in the energy market and to create a repeatable battery network that could be implemented in communities around the country. Also coming up is our Home Energy Efficiency Expo in partnership with Bayside Council in March at Brighton Town Hall. This will provide a concrete opportunity for people to explore ways to electrify their homes. There is a lot happening in this space and a lot to be inspired by. One key to fighting climate change is community action, and I'm thankful that we have so much commitment from within our community to reduce both the cost of energy and the damage energy consumption does to our environment. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Goldstein. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak today about the Albanese Government's Energy Price Relief Plan. As the member for Gilmore, I'm already hearing about the benefits of the Energy Price Relief Plan when I speak to families and small businesses on the New South Wales South Coast. We all know that power prices have been a major concern for many Australians, particularly those on low incomes or running small businesses. And on the South Coast, Deputy Speaker, people will tell you that the rising cost of living is starting to really hurt. It hurts to see people in our community having their hard-earned dollars eroded by the rising cost of living. That's why we had to step in and do something. We wanted to take some of the sting out of the higher power prices and help support Aussie people. And I am so pleased that we are starting to see the benefits flow through to everyday Australians. The Albanese Government took a no-nonsense approach to help those who needed it most, and, Deputy Speaker, it's working. Following the announcement, the Australian Energy Market Operator's quarterly report showed electricity future prices fell steeply for each of the mainland states. Treasury analysis shows that forecast wholesale prices for 2023 have dropped significantly in New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia and Victoria. In New South Wales, the wholesale drop was 44%. That's real money, Deputy Speaker, hard-earned money that will now stay in the pockets of honest, hard-working Australians. In fact, modelling has shown that without this intervention, electricity prices would be on average $230 higher next year. Now, it's important to state that if the Liberals and Nationals had their way, power prices would go even higher and households would be getting no relief. It would have been business as usual. In fact, the Liberals are so out of touch, they opposed our energy price relief plan, our plan to make it cheaper to keep the lights on for everyday Australians. They didn't think local households and businesses should get this support. They'd rather put politics first, opposition for opposition's sake. I am proud that the Albanese Labor government has taken responsible and reasonable steps to deliver targeted support to those who need it most. Targeted relief delivered quickly, plain and simple. The benefits of this plan will continue to build. Australians will continue to feel the benefits of the Energy Price Relief Plan in the weeks and months to come. The Energy Price Relief Plan is a solid economic plan. This is clear by the way global markets are responding, positive planning for the future. The Liberals had 9 years and 22 attempts to formulate an energy plan. And did it work? No. Maybe it was going to be 23 times a charm, but I doubt it. It took the election of the Albanese Labor government for positive change to start, but it's not just the Energy Price Relief Plan. Already we have invested $25 billion in reducing emissions, clean energy and market stability. This includes $20 billion for Rewiring the Nation and $1.9 billion for the Powering the Regions Fund. We've also invested $500 million in the Driving the Nation Fund and $250 million in community batteries, which will benefit 100,000 households, including in places like Maloney's Beach in my electorate. We've also provided over $100 million for community solar banks, which will benefit 25,000 households, over $60 million for small businesses to become more energy efficient, and $67 million to give regulators more power to protect gas supply. The Albanese government won't just keep the lights on, we'll deliver much-needed price relief to everyday Australians. The Albanese government is focused on supporting local people in every way possible, and the Energy Price Relief Plan is a key part of that support. Our economy is facing significant challenges from around the world, including the energy crisis caused by the ongoing war in Ukraine, supply issues stemming from China's transition out of COVID-0, the very real prospect of a global downturn, and the impact of interest rate rises both globally and locally. Despite these challenges, the Albanese government remains optimistic about the future, particularly in light of the positive impacts that our initiatives are already having. I'm proud to be part of a government that is committed to supporting regional families and small businesses. The Energy Price Relief Plan is just one of the many initiatives that we have introduced, and I look forward to seeing the ongoing benefits that it will bring to Australians on the South Coast and through the country.
Thank the member for Gilmore. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity this motion provides members of the opposition to talk about the government's record on electricity prices, the promise that they took to the last election, and the reality of what the implementation of that policy is meaning to the suffering families and businesses in this country as electricity costs absolutely spiral out of control on them, as so many other cost of living pressures, of course, continue to put burdens on the household budget and small businesses that employ so many millions of Australians. I wouldn't ordinarily give promotion to a policy position of my opponents, but I do feel compelled to commence with a little quote from their policy that they took to the last election on electricity prices. This is coming from the Powering Australia Labor's plan to create jobs, cut power bills and reduce emissions by boosting renewable energy document. And the immortal line, "We will cut power bills for families and businesses by $275 a year for homes by 2025 compared to today." So that was in December 2021. Poor old Reputex. I feel for that company. Reputex. They will rue the day they shackled themselves to putting their name behind the modelling of that policy. But of course they said, and the Labor Party used their credibility, in December 2021 that with all the information that everyone had freely available to them then, when you applied all these policy positions that the Labor Party were going to put in place, the average household by 2025 would have their power bill reduced compared to December 2021 by $275. Very clear, very straightforward, and no doubt a lot of good-hearted Australians believed that the Labor Party would honour that promise, particularly when they had this really high-value modelling behind it, which made it very, very clear, and a solemn commitment was given. Now, when the first budget of the government was handed down last October, this was a budget that was very much about putting in place all of the policies that the government had taken to the election, including their Powering Australia policy. So with all those policy measures put into the mix, what did the Commonwealth Treasury say about electricity prices once the Powering Australia policy would be fully implemented? But they would be going up by 56%. Prices would be going up by 56% over 2 years after the Powering Australia policy that Labor and Reputex said would cut prices by $275 a year. Instead, they'd be going up by 56%. This was such a political problem for the government that they had to have an emergency, drastic intervention in the market, which, by their own admission, if it even succeeds, sees power prices still going up just by less than the disastrous 56% that they put in their budget in October. The $275 will never be spoken of by anyone opposite. They pretend it does not exist, that they said to people, vote for us to be the government of this country and we will cut your power prices by $275. A pretty significant commitment, one that a lot of families might have thought power prices are a very significant part of the household budget. They stress us. We do worry about when that bill arrives in the mail each quarter or on the email each quarter, and it does drive decision-making in our household, because if those bills are going up dramatically, we've got to cut back on other things that are important to us and our family. And the Labor Party is saying, under us, we'll save $275 a year. And that might have been quite appealing for those that made the reasonable but regrettable mistake of thinking that that was an honest commitment that would actually occur if they voted for the Labor Party Deputy Speaker. What has happened since then? Well, apparently it's all someone else's fault. It's all someone else's fault, and people are meant to be grateful that the initial fear of 56% increases over 2 years might not quite be as high. That's the new standard of success for this government, to increase prices by 56% over 2 years, and perhaps it will be less than that dramatic increase. Gone is the $275 cut. That is never to be spoken of again, and instead they're meant to be grateful at those dramatic increases that will still occur even if those dramatic interventions in the market are successful. We will never let people forget that that promise was made and it has not been honoured by the government.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the member for Dunkley about the strong and decisive actions the Albanese Labor government is taking on energy prices. We have a plan. We are taking highly constructive actions to support Australians, rather than simply stonewalling and saying no, no to this, no to that, no, no, no. The no-alition at its best. Remember that it was the Liberal National Party that left us with $1 trillion in debt and oversaw a decade of chaos in energy policy. They voted against action on power prices. Not only did the no-alition vote against strong and decisive action on power prices, they also tried to block direct energy bill relief, something that families desperately need. The message to Australian families from the no-alition is that they don't deserve support. How out of touch is that? If the opposition got their way, power prices would keep going up, up and up, and households would get no help, nothing. How out of touch for those opposite to think that households and businesses should not get support. That is in stark contrast to the action that the Albanese government has taken on the rising cost of energy as well as other cost of living pressures. We have taken action to remove some of the bite from higher power prices because we want to help families, we want to support small businesses, and we want to save Australian manufacturing. Yes, what we've done will take some time to fully flow through, but it is a welcome start, and it is reassuring to see that the plan is already starting to work. We have taken responsible and reasonable actions to help families and businesses, unlike the no-alition, which has done nothing but say no. We are making timely and targeted decisions. The market's response is encouraging and a sign that it will be effective. Prices have started to drop. Treasury analysis backs that. We are seeing strong progress on easing cost of living pressures for households and businesses because of the Albanese government's decisive and timely actions. The plain facts are that in December, after the Energy Relief Plan was released, forecast wholesale electricity prices for 2023 dropped compared with November before the plan. Forecast wholesale prices for 2023 have dropped by 29 to 44%. Electricity future prices also fell steeply. In contrast, the opposition barely managed electricity policy amid their energy policy madness. Across 9 years and 22 energy policies, yet not one of them worked, and they kept power prices rises a secret until after the election. A secret. Not good. And as we already know, they then tried to block direct energy bill relief for households and businesses. If the opposition had their way, households would be paying $230 more for power bills than they would otherwise have to, without a cent of extra support. 9 years and 22 failed energy policies. Yet in just less than a year in government, we are investing in our nation because we have a plan. We are investing $20 billion rewiring the nation, $250 million for community batteries for 100,000 households, investing $25 billion in reducing emissions, clean energy and market stability, over $60 million for small businesses to become more energy efficient, $500 million in the Driving the Nation Fund, over $100 million for community solar banks to benefit 25,000 households. In conclusion, the Albanese Labor government has a plan, and it's a robust and financially responsible plan. Thank you.
Thank the member for Pearce. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In Labor, we have the government of broken promises. Last week it was a broken promise about superannuation. This week it will probably be confirmed a broken promise about 24/7 registered nurses in aged care homes. But this motion doesn't go to those sorts of broken promises, Deputy Speaker. This motion goes to probably the first of the Albanese Labor government's many broken promises. And that is when Albanese and his colleagues looked the Australian people in the eye no less than 97 times before the last federal election and promised them that household power bills would be reduced by $275. This was their promise, not an ad hoc statement made by the then opposition leader, but indeed a well-calculated promise that they made on multiple occasions. And even upon coming to government, at this very table, no matter how many times we in the opposition have asked the Prime Minister to confirm that he cannot deliver on that promise, he does not do so because he wants to still stand by that broken promise of a cut of $275 in people's power bills. And so, since the government has come to office, Deputy Speaker, what has happened to the household power bill? Has it gone down by $275 as promised by the Albanese Labor government? No, it has not. Average household power bills have gone up by over $700. That's right. They promised to go down by $275, but they've gone up by over $700. That's nearly a $1,000 difference, Deputy Speaker. So this government set an expectation by way of making a promise on household energy bills, and they're not even a year in, and the extent of that variation is $1,000 a household, nearly $1,000 per Australian household. That is the difference between what Labor promised and what Labor is delivering. Because Labor is going back to their natural instinct, the instinct of big government and big taxes. As soon as the energy crisis started to bite, the Climate and Energy Minister refused to meet with industry. He wanted big government to solve the solution. They have botched the ADGSM. They have taken our coal and gas from the capacity mechanism. Their policies have seen a run to the exit of baseload power stations, worsening the situation, increasing prices. They have seen an unprecedented intervention by the market operator because of reliability issues. Prices again going up. They've come in with a price cap, which is suffocating the supply of gas in the market. You suffocate, you restrict gas at a time when people need more of it. Prices go up. And they wonder, Deputy Speaker, why prices keep going. Now, those opposite are asking me not to talk out loud about the $275, and I don't blame them. In fact, I feel sorry for the member for Dunkley, whose leadership team probably asked the person to come in on this motion today. So shallow is the government on their own agenda that they have their backbench now bringing forward motions celebrating broken promises. But I tell you what, Deputy Speaker, I wonder if those in government have been on the shop floor of businesses who are suffering from high energy prices. I have. And I can promise you, in those businesses, as they stand around the management table, as they are on the shop floor with the workers, they're not putting forward motions celebrating this government's broken promise of lower power bills. That's not happening. I can tell you too, as I have sat around the kitchen table, especially with seniors who are struggling to make ends meet, and they look at this government, they're not putting their hand up saying, let's celebrate the Labor government, a government that promised us a $275 reduction in our household power bills, but instead we are choosing about whether we eat or whether we heat our homes. That it is a disgrace, and that is Labor's legacy. They've only just begun.
Order. Order.
I'm happy to take the intervention if you like.
No, thank you very much. Order. I thank the member for Fairfax. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government understands that cost of living pressures are biting, and we know that one of the key expenses for households are energy bills. And that's why we have taken action to rein in power prices with the Energy Price Relief Package. This will help families, it will support small businesses, it will help seniors and pensioners and save Aussie manufacturers. We've been able to do this through responsible, timely and targeted measures. The Albanese government has designed the Energy Price Relief Package. This includes a 12-month price cap on new contract sales of gas by producers. This is already having a positive impact for households. Households in Victoria and for people in my electorate, where gas is used widely for heating and cooking. It matters. So, these power prices are lower, people are recognising it, than they otherwise would be because of the steps this government, our government, is taking. And it's reflected in the market's response. The ASX Cal 23 electricity futures prices fell steeply for each of the mainland states through to the end of the last quarter. Treasury analysis shows that forecast wholesale prices have already dropped between 29% and 44%. These reductions have come about because of the Albanese government's policies. Now, unfortunately, the opposition voted against action on power prices and tried to block direct energy price relief. If they had their way, households would be paying $230 more on their energy bills without a cent of extra support. But just don't take my word for it. Here's their record. First, they helped create the problem with their decade of energy policy chaos. Then they kept power price increases a secret until after the election, and then they tried to block direct energy bill relief for households and businesses. Under the opposition, we also saw a 3 gigawatt decline in dispatchable power. Snowy 2.0 is running 18 months late, and they promised $1 billion for 12 projects to deliver 3.8 gigawatt capacity. Instead, they delivered 0 gigawatts. What a damning record. In contrast, the Albanese government is reducing power prices and looking to the long term. We're investing $20 billion in rewiring the nation, so your renewable energy can flow into the grid, making energy more affordable and reliable. Almost $2 billion in the Powering the Regions Fund, $500 million in the Driving the Nation Fund, and $250 million in community batteries, including one in my electorate of Corangamite in Torquay. These batteries will benefit 100,000 households, reducing their energy bills. We have also invested over $100 million for community solar banks and over $60 million for small businesses to become more energy efficient. And under an Albanese government in its first 6 months, we've seen the strongest jobs growth of any Australian government, with 234,000 new jobs. The accomplishments of this government are something Australians can be proud of. However, we acknowledge this issue isn't an overnight fix. In 2023, we should be optimistic about the future, but realistic about the challenges we face. We have a lot going for us: low unemployment, the beginning of wage growth, and high prices for our products abroad. Confronting the inflation challenge is a core part of our economic plan, as well as investing in infrastructure, supporting small business and creating jobs. And that's why our energy price relief package is so vital. It's about saving households and businesses money. It's about creating a more stable energy market that supports the economy as a whole. And importantly, it is about reining in energy prices and putting more money in your pocket. It is important. I know the people in my electorate of Corangamite are telling me every day about their challenges and with the cost of living. But we are acting, and people are acknowledging that, but there is so much more we need to do, and we are up to the challenge. We want to create an environment where you and your family can not only pay the bills but thrive and prosper. So the Albanese government will continue to act on the cost of living pressures, taking action on energy prices, investing in infrastructure, supporting households, supporting small businesses and creating secure, rewarding jobs. Thank you.
Thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I hope the member for Dunkley is not leaving the chamber, because I'm actually going to give her a bit of a shout-out. Because, like the member for Fairfax, I actually feel sorry for the member for Dunkley. That, I can just imagine the chief government whip making the phone calls. Hey, listen, I need someone to move this motion on this PMB. No. But the member for Dunkley, she is a good foot soldier for the Labor Party, and she's put her hand up.
Indeed she is. You're quite right there. She's fantastic.
And the member for Dunkley has stepped up and moved this motion. But sitting here as I have this morning, and I've had the opportunity to listen to those opposite and on this side, and virtually, if not all those members opposite, you can see them reading off the government talking points. And there is such a stark contrast between those members opposite reading the talking points and members on this side of the House that have spent the non-parliamentary sitting weeks getting out into their electorates and talking to mums and dads, talking to local businesses. Because I can tell you now, Mr Deputy Speaker, what the people of Fisher are telling me absolutely, loud and clear, unequivocally, that they are hurting under this Labor government. They are having great difficulty in making ends meet. Why? Well, we've all heard about the $275 price reductions in power that this Labor government ran to in the last election. And we know that since the Labor government have been in power, prices have increased for electricity by somewhere around $700 a year. That's not a $250 decrease, that's a $700 increase. Treasury's own figures estimated that power prices were going to go up 56% within the next 2 years, and gas prices 40% increase over the next 2 years. This is not Andrew Wallace saying this. This is not any member of the opposition saying this. This is Treasury estimating the increase in electricity and gas prices. And yet those opposite, the Prime Minister, stood up on 97 occasions prior to the election and said, vote for Labor, we'll give you a $275 price reduction in electricity prices. That is a broken promise, and it is true to form. We are seeing a pattern of conduct here, Mr Deputy Speaker. But it's not just power prices. And I note the member for the previous speaker,
Corangamite.
The member for Corangamite was talking about cost of living pressures. And power prices feed directly into that. We are seeing a pincer movement of pressures being brought to bear on Australian businesses and mums and dads' budgets. Over the next 12 months, somewhere around 88,000 homes, 88,000 mortgages will roll over from fixed-rate mortgages onto variable rate. Now, what that's going to mean for the average mum and dad is somewhere between $16,000 to $18,000 a year that they're going to have to find to make their mortgage payments. For those who've been on variable rates, like myself the whole time, it's been a steady increase over the last 9 Reserve Bank meetings. 9 out of the last 9 Reserve Bank meetings have increased interest rates. But the people who have been on fixed rates are going to go from somewhere around 2.5% to in excess of 6%. That is going to have a dramatic impact on people's cost of living. But it's not just people's mortgages, it's landlords that are having to make those mortgage payments. They're going to want to increase rents. They're going to have to increase rents. And when mums and dads and small businesses are having to pay an increase of electricity prices—
Order. The member's time's expired. Yeah. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made of order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private member's business, notice number 4, motion relating to blood stem cell donations.
Call the member for Forde.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to blood stem cell donations in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think, as you would well know with your medical background, we're at a crucial point, or critical point, when it comes to finding long-term solutions for Australians requiring life-saving stem cell transplants. Sadly, every 31 minutes someone in Australia is diagnosed with a form of blood cancer. Blood cancers are usually discovered under one of 3 main types: leukaemia, myeloma and lymphoma, affecting blood, bone marrow and the lymphatic system. In order to properly treat these conditions, a broad range of other blood disorders, a bone marrow transplant may be required. In essence, these blood disorders prevent the growth of healthy blood cells. Bone marrow, the soft centre of bones where blood cells are produced, also contains stem cells. When compatible stem cells are donated, they are transplanted into the patient by infusing them into the bloodstream. A successful transplant will see the stem cells from the marrow migrate to the cavities of the larger bones and begin to produce normal blood cells for the patient. On a global scale, Australia is a leader when it comes to the number of blood cell stem transplants performed in this country every year. But unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, we currently face a significant shortage of donors within Australia. As such, we rely heavily on donations from overseas to meet this demand. And let me put this in perspective. The best form of donation is from a compatible close relative, as there are 10 unique characteristics within the stem cells that are looked at when determining a match. About 30% of Australians are usually able to have a successful transplant in this manner. 70% of Australians need to find an unrelated donor, and of those, 80% of these patients have their transplant sourced from overseas. This figure, Mr Deputy Speaker, is far too high. We know that younger donors result in better outcomes for patients, in particular those sharing similar ethnic backgrounds. Sadly, many Australians may either be unaware of or be discouraged from the processes of signing up to the donation registry, which could require a blood test. Males aged 18 to 35 are of particular concern, making up only 4% of donors. This cohort is a particular focus for the Australian Bone Marrow Donor Registry for their Strength to Give campaign. But with current testing methods, their options are limited. That is why cheek swab testing can be such a viable alternative. It is a proven model in many countries across the globe, being used as the predominant form of testing. It is quick and easy for those many who would be otherwise discouraged by the drawn-out process in taking a blood test, and can be done as simply as taking a swab at home and mailing off the sample. Cheek swab tests have the potential to add many more Australians to the registry, and in the process saving countless lives in this country, at a relatively low cost to our health budget. I would like to point out that the impediments are not even legislative or regulatory, as the motions outline, but bureaucratic and contractual. Red tape is the #1 issue facing the ABMDR CEO Lisa Smith and her team, and not the funding. The money is there and ready to go. Unfortunately, the jurisdictional issues across state and federal governments impede the transition to cheek swab testing in this country. We have not been able to keep up with the advances made by other nations when it comes to the technology required to roll out cheek swab testing. This progression has been stifled by bureaucracy, with no one body responsible in determining the method of testing, and instead rules and regulations overlap at various levels of government. ABMDR is seeking support to ramp up the registry recruitment campaigns through methods such as sending out cheek swab test kits by post. They are currently seeking to sign up 125,000 Australian donors aged 18 to 35 in order to meet the domestic demand. I note the member for Kennedy has a keen interest in increasing donor numbers. He and I have both had separate conversations with the Health Minister, but there is more work to be done. It's time for our technology to be brought up to international standards so this life-saving treatment can be had for so many people.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Ford. Is the motion seconded? And I call member. I thank the honourable member, and I call the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on this very important topic of bone marrow donation. Speaker, cancer is one of the most horrible things that any individual and their family will ever have to go through. There is not a family in this country who have not in some way been impacted by this horrible disease. Bone marrow is a vital tool to help in the fight against cancer. That's why donations of bone marrow are so important. Bone marrow donations provide the stem cells required for stem cell transplants. This underpins cutting-edge treatments for people fighting leukaemia and a range of other blood cancers, which are challenges being faced by many Australians. But Australia has not moved fast enough to enable more effective matching of bone marrow donors with patients who need them. At the end of last year, the National Registry had 131,806 donors of bone marrow, but this is too small. There simply are not enough people in this registry to meet the demand. Deputy Speaker, to make matters worse, our bone marrow donation system is also too slow. It is not kept up with international standards, including on things like cheek swabs and age limits of donors. Deputy Speaker, cheek swabs are used across the world. Cheek swabs are an effective and very economical way of bringing additional donors to the registry, and these cheeks will help give people a better chance of life. Instead of using this effective, cheap and up-to-date technology, a person who wishes to join the registry is required to have a blood test. Speaker, it baffles me cheek swabs are not in the system that has yet been introduced into Australia. Speaker, it's clear why Australia has moved so slow over the past decade, and in particular compared to some of the other countries. But one thing is clear, we have fallen behind the rest of the world. And Speaker, it is people like those in my electorate in the Hunter who are paying the price, with it being more difficult for people in rural and remote Australia to get to a collection centre. Deputy Speaker, no single government between the Commonwealth and the states and territories has sole responsibility or sole authority to make sure Australia keeps up with the rest of the world and makes the most of the newest advances in technology. This is an issue, and it means that patients in Australia do not have the best chance to access life-saving technology. Deputy Speaker, currently our state and territory governments fund hemopoietic progenitor cell collection. Let's refer to that mouthful as HPC from here on in. This collection is funded through grants or contracts with organisations, and to make matters worse, these can be separate agreements with each state and territory government. Deputy Speaker, we all know the limits that those in rural and regional areas are facing getting access to services, and at times it can be difficult for people in rural and remote Australia to get to a collection centre. Deputy Speaker, this means there is more dependency on international donors, and the registry size and donor demographics are not aligned with Australia's population and HPC transplantation needs. Currently, the registry of HPC donors, managed by the Australian Bone Marrow Donor Registry under contract by the Commonwealth and cost shared with states and territories, the recruitment of the HPC donors is managed by Lifeblood under contract by state and territory governments. Deputy Speaker, something needs to be done about this. Australians deserve to have access to the best, most modern technology when it comes to their health. Australians should be confident that when they need medical procedures, they are in the best hands in the world with access to the most up-to-date procedures and technologies. We're in a country that prides ourselves on our health system, and we need to live up to it. Deputy Speaker, this government who believes Australians deserve nothing but the best. We're going to get on with the job and work to address the issues in our bone marrow donation system, and the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, is going to start by discussing with health ministers the best way to cut through some of the red tape and clear the way for donor recruitment. Because at the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, there's nothing more important than the health of Australians. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Hunter, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Thank you.
Cheers. Morning. Well, my attention was drawn to this issue in a number of ways. With a person in my electorate, it's two people in my electorate. One has come too late and she has died. A young kid of 13 in the Atherton Tablelands, lovely kid. Another person in the electorate, she's got a match, but it's come too late. Most attractive, she and her husband, most attractive couple, and heartbreaking to look at the photographs of them together. My own nephew, who was one of the issues that attracted me to this problem, Liam O'Brien, he scored a match, so he's gone from a life expectancy of 3 or 4 months, arguably, to arguably a normal life expectancy. And that is the magical thing about the bone marrow. Now, we've got 100,000 people, I'm informed, on the register. In line with other countries, we should have 200,000. But I can't see any reason why we can't get to 1 million. And I thank my colleague, Monique, and my colleague, Bert, and my other colleagues that have come forward and formed a committee that will take this, Kate Thwaites from the ALP, this matter forward. There's 12.8 million was assigned from overseas. You know, we send bone marrow over there, they send bone marrow over here. Well, there's 12.8 million has been locked up for a number of years, and it needs to be freed up and given to Lisa Smith's authority, which can then proceed to have people go into the university colleges. And when I heard about this, my mind went straight back to my university college's day. I was president of the university college, and we were approached about blood transfusions. Now, that's a very intrusive procedure. I mean, putting a swab in your mouth is not an intrusive procedure at all. I I couldn't see anyone in the college objecting to it, and I think everyone would agree. We put it to the college council, and everyone agreed. There was no one disagreed. So it was just that simple to get blood transfusions from 200 university students. Well, if we approach every university college in Australia, we approach St Leo's College, which is my old college, and also the College of Liam O'Brien. But even if there was no one, I'm sure they'd have said yes. They had the college executive met with us, and they said, yes, of course we'll give it. So they've taken 200 swabs and they're proceeding to do it. But Lisa Smith has got to approach some 300 or 400 university colleges in Australia, and she needs personnel to do this. And she's also got to pay for the swabs, and they may come in at $50 a swab by the time you get them processed and everything else. So she needs money. But if we do the university colleges, I was also a platoon commander, a sergeant, when we were at war with Indonesia, and I was rung up and told that we're giving blood and to be ready to send my platoon over the next day or the day after. So whether it's university colleges or the armed forces, we just said we're doing it, and no one disagreed. There's not a single person disagreed, neither in my platoon nor in my university college. So I immediately thought in terms of the Armed Forces of Australia, and there's about 50,000 people there that are in the right age group. Remember, it's got to be 18 to 35, and that's got to be extended. I think Monique and all of us agree it's got to be extended to 40, and I defer to my chairman and my secretary over here on that matter. But the Armed Forces fits, the vast bulk of them fit within that category. Medical faculty students, whether they're nurses or doctors or whatever, they will all you've got to do is work into where they're giving the lecture room, and just put it on the desks and say, would you mind doing a swab and leaving it in the bin as you walk out, please?
Order. I thank the honourable member for Kennedy. I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank very much the member for Ford for moving this motion and for the other speakers who spoke so eloquently about it. Robert was a lovely little boy. He was 4 years of age, really cute, soft, gentle little kid. I was the oncology registrar at the Children's Hospital, and Robert came in to our clinic and I saw him, and unfortunately he had acute myeloid leukemia, and he just relapsed. It was pretty obvious he'd relapsed. He had a big liver and spleen, bruising all over him. But he was still so nice, well-behaved, lovely family. They came from Campbelltown, which is ultimately in my electorate of Macarthur. Bone marrow transplant was experimental in those days, and in our oncology unit there had been 5 previous attempts at bone marrow transplant, and they'd all died. And it was decided, in view of the risks though, that with AML, relapsed AML, the prognosis in those days was very, very poor, virtually 100% mortality. And it was decided to put Robert through this experimental technique of bone marrow transplant, and he survived. And he was the first surviving bone marrow transplant in the Children's Hospital at Camperdown at that stage. And he went back to live in Campbelltown, and ultimately I got to represent him as the member for Macarthur. But that was in 1981. That was well over 40 years ago. And we have lagged behind ever since with our bone marrow registry. There are 270 children roughly every year in Australia diagnosed with some form of blood cancer, most commonly acute lymphoblastic leukemia, ALL, but a significant number AML and others, occasionally lymphoma. The issue is that with our current system of bone marrow donation is that there's only, I think, about 150,000 people on the register. And we have a very diverse population now. And if we include the adults with bone cancer, 8 in 10 of people requiring bone marrow transplantation in Australia require donation from overseas because our registry isn't big enough. We must increase the numbers. It is really long past time for us to have a national register and to be able to provide bone marrow transplants from Australian donors for all who need it. Cheek swabs are a very effective and very economical way of bringing additional donors to the registry, and we must include it. This is the type of technology that's used, for example, by the police force for their DNA mapping of crime scenes, etc. They've been using it now for many years, and we should have this as part of our registry. A major obstacle, yet again, in our healthcare system is our federated system, and this has created a number of obstructions. I'm pleased the member for Kennedy agrees with me, and there's a number of obstructions to the development of a proper national bone marrow registry with large enough numbers because of our federated system. It is vital that our states and territories get together with our federal government. I know the Health Minister is very keen to do that, as he is with our organ donation system, to get a proper registry of bone marrow donors. I welcome the announcement of the Minister for Health that discussions with health ministers from around the country are about to begin to discuss how we can best cut through this jurisdictional and bureaucratic red tape and clear the way for donor recruitment. I congratulate all the members of Parliament who are involved in getting this done, and I thank all the members for doing this. It's been far too long. 1981 was a long time ago. I'm an old bloke now, and for years we've been trying to get this together, and we haven't done it, really because of jurisdictional and bureaucratic nonsense, and that's all it is. And we must proceed. We need to reverse the statistics. We need to have the vast majority of our donors coming from Australia to our Australian patients. I look forward to working with the Minister for Health and all the members of the Parliament to make sure this happens rapidly, because it's long past time we should be doing this. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Macarthur, and I call the honourable member for Kooyong.
How are you?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Australian Bone Marrow Donor Registry is the peak body for bone marrow and stem cell donations in Australia. These are used for treatment of life-threatening conditions like leukaemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma and bone marrow failure. Every 31 minutes, an Australian is diagnosed with blood cancer. Many of those individuals will need bone marrow transplantation to cure these desperately severe illnesses. Australians would benefit from greater access to bone marrow transplants, but our registry of potential donors is shrinking rather than growing. To join the registry at this point, you have to be healthy and aged between 18 and 35 years, because younger people make the most successful donors for patients in need of a transplant. However, the average age of a donor registered with the Australian Bone Marrow Donor Registry at the moment is 45 years. The registry is currently losing approximately 7,000 donors a year, as donors are retired from the registry at the age of 60, but only 5,000 new donors are added each year. There are currently, as we've heard, only 140,000 contactable donors on the ABMDR registry. More than 80% of our matched unrelated donors are currently coming from overseas, at a cost of $50,000 a donor, because we just don't have enough donors registered in Australia. We know that bone marrow transplants are more likely to succeed when the donor has a similar ethnic background to the recipient. Indigenous Australians and persons from ethnic minorities are hugely disadvantaged by our reliance on overseas donors. In many instances, a match cannot be made for those individuals, and that failure can be life-threatening. Australians are generous people who like to help others. Most of us would love to be able to save a life if we could. Our bone marrow donor registry could be established very easily. All we need is consent from a donor and, as my colleagues have said, a painless cheek swab. But funding for recruiting and tissue typing of potential donors is tied up in red tape. In 2019, the ABMDR established a pilot program called Strength to Give. It assessed how effectively it could recruit donors using home-delivered cheap swab tests. Similar kits are used every year to recruit millions of potential donors overseas. In July 2020, our government approved the recruitment of 6,000 donors through this pilot program, which was completed in April 2021. In that first year, that recruitment included more than 4,360 ethnically diverse donors and more than 2,000 young men aged 19 to 35 years. But that pilot came to a halt at the end of 2021 because of a halt of ongoing funding. Recruitment via cheek swabs, in addition to blood banks, has been demonstrated to be potentially rapid, cost-effective, but it is not yet available to our population. The ABMDR has $12.8 million in the bank, but our government will not allow it to access that money for donor recruitment and tissue typing. This beggars belief. The money is in the bank. It could be freed up today by our Health Minister with the stroke of a pen. It would allow the ABMDR to do its job and to save Australian lives. We could be finding new donors and saving the lives of critically ill patients within weeks. I ask the government to share the sense of urgency felt by those people and by their families. I ask the government to protect the best interests of our ethnically diverse populations and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander citizens by showing leadership and initiative today. I ask the government to show the same degree of generosity as that exhibited by the many thousands of Australians who would like to join the Bone Marrow Disease Registry and who would like to have an opportunity to save a life today.
I thank the honourable member for Kooyong and I call the honourable member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today about the critical issue of bone marrow donation in Australia and the importance of reform to deliver improved outcomes for Australians with blood cancers. As many of my esteemed colleagues have noted, we understand that Australia has not moved fast enough to enable more effective matching of bone marrow donors with patients who need it. And I was particularly astounded to hear from my colleague from Macarthur that it is indeed the case that 8 out of 10 recipients still have to get bone marrow from overseas. Could you imagine if everyone who did an ancestry DNA test was also able to be matched up to be a blood donor? People are so desperate to find out, where did I come from? What's my heritage? What's my ancestry? Who am I? If we could extend that just a little bit more to say, well, this is who you are, and here's how you could help someone who has blood cancer. It's actually not that difficult. The technology exists right now. And we pride ourselves here in Australia on setting the standard when it comes to health and innovative treatments against disease. It's unclear really why Australia has moved so slowly over the past 10 years, and in particular compared to some of those other countries we've spoken about. And this seems to be part because of no single government has taken sole responsibility, or there's no leading authority. And again, as has been pointed out, sometimes our federation does fail us in matters like this, and it seems to me that we do need to have some sort of coordination point for this particular registry especially. The Albanese government wants to ensure that Australians have the best chance to access life-saving technology. And I'm pleased that the Minister for Health and Aged Care will be holding discussions with health ministers from the states and territories to ensure we cut through the jurisdictional bureaucratic red tape. It really hasn't served people with blood cancers well, and we do need to move forward. And I think that everyone, whether they're from the opposition, the crossbench or the government in this House today, has recognised that there is an issue. We can't go on not being able to source enough bone marrow to give our own fellow Australians what they need to have the best chance they can at being well. We understand that the Australian Bone Marrow Donor Registry is still recovering from the impacts of the pandemic, and that was just an additional knock on top. In 3 years prior to the pandemic, Australian patient searches grew at an average of 4.7 per annum, and Australian patient transplants grew at an average of 2 per annum over the same period. The pandemic has caused major disruptions, but we do need to move forward. The number of completed transplants involving unrelated hematopoietic stem cell is down 10% in 2021 compared to the year prior. Off the back of the global pandemic, it has never been more critical that we see collaboration from all levels of government to improve health outcomes and restore the progress of the Australian health system, but especially the bone marrow registry. I'm pleased that Commonwealth, state and territory governments have committed to reducing Australia's dependency on overseas donors. This will achieve meaningful improvement. We understand that the Australian Bone Marrow Cancer Register has identified that our donor pool should contain 3% of Australia's population of 18 to 35-year-olds. Now, I have also noted that there's been a call to raise that to 40, and I think that everyone will agree, including my colleague from Macarthur, that 40 is certainly the new 35, especially when it comes to bone marrow. Well, I think 50 is the new 40. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Member for Bruce, for that interjection. However, it can be delivered by the additional recruitment of non-blood donors with the easy-to-use cheek swabs, as has been pointed out, and I'm pleased that the Albanese government is delivering $1 million from the cord blood export revenue account to increase bone marrow donor recruitment, and that half of this funding will be delivered by the ABMDR. So it's really important that we get this right, and I would encourage you, please be part of this bone marrow donation program.
I thank the honourable member for Paterson. The time allotted for this debate has expired, and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Order. I have received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Migration Amendment Aggregate Sentences Bill 2023, Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 5 Bill 2022, and Higher Education Support Amendment 2002 Measures No. 1 Bill 2022. Order. I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that Ms Sharkey be appointed as a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Mr Goodenough be appointed as a member of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk? I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Select Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services, I present the committee's report entitled Your Future Planning Interim Report on Parents Next, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
I thank the Honourable Shadow Minister, and I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This was a tough inquiry. Many times over months it felt like we could never find a way forward. Parents Next is polarising, more so than any other aspect of employment services that the committee has so far grappled with. Parents Next has been the subject of considerable controversy, including 2 parliamentary inquiries since 2018. Many Australians don't know about this program, and yet there's nearly 100,000 parents forced onto this program right now. 97% of them are women, about 70% of them are single parents. Now, many people love Parents Next. They think it's the best and most flexible program and want to keep it just as it is, and they outline to the committee how it's helped them. Yet many others think it's something close to evil and must be scrapped, describing the compliance process as re-traumatising and akin to coercive control.
With such strongly and genuinely held views, it's proven uncommon for people through the inquiry to see the perspectives of others with different views or even engage in the middle. But the people we met with, that we spoke with, that we sat and heard from and learned with over many months right around the country were consistently inspiring. Parents who loved and hated Parents Next and everything in between, but also the workers who chose their often difficult and usually low-paid jobs to support parents. Many of them had lived experience themselves as vulnerable single parents, hence they chose this work. And we thank them for their, at times, raw honesty and vulnerability. I acknowledge the Deputy Chair and the member for Monash, who's here today as well. Those conversations directly inform our report and will stay with all of us as we continue our work through the year. Now, the committee's conclusions, Deputy Speaker, are nuanced and its recommendations comprehensive. This report is genuine and thoughtfully made, faithful to the evidence and the result of deep shared reflection by all members of the committee, whichever side of the House they sit on. Now, the Australian government, we concluded, has a responsibility to support and empower parents to achieve full social and economic participation. This is not merely a moral imperative, but an economic priority. Parents Next, as it is today, grew out of earlier efforts started under the former Labor government to help young teenage parents and then highly disadvantaged single mums with positive net outcomes. The committee's conclusion is that the continuation of a program, or we say pre-vocational service, to support vulnerable parents is essential. Parents Next, however, is now locked into such a punitive frame and does too much harm for the good it also does, with onerous participation requirements and a harsh compliance regime. So the committee is clear in our view that parents, usually, though not always mothers, have a right to choose to actively parent their babies and very young children, and this right should not just be available to wealthy parents. Caring for young children is work which used to be valued more in its own right, and a mandatory focus on preparing parents of very young children for future employment is a very patriarchal view of caring, and it doesn't take into account the enormous diversity of the needs of children in different families. As everyone knows who has multiple kids, you have the perfect child and then you have the monster child. You may love them equally, but they need completely different needs and take inordinately diverse amounts of time. We therefore make 30 recommendations, including that Parents Next should be abolished at the end of its current contracts and replaced with a supportive pre-vocational service developed by a co-design process and called Your Future Planning. But to allow sufficient time for a co-design process and not leave vulnerable parents without support, the current contract should be extended for the shortest time necessary for this to occur. In the interim, significant changes need to be made to Parents Next to address the most serious concerns we've identified, predominantly in relation to the participation reporting and compliance regimes and how Services Australia engages with people and providers. Now, the recommendations and the committee comments set out proposed draft design parameters to inform both a replacement service but also the more immediate interim changes to the current program that we're requesting. Including that, and I'll just highlight a few of them. I'm not going to read all 30 recommendations, Deputy Speaker. Where funding is limited, the government should prioritise a better quality service to fewer people rather than compromise on the key design principles. There should be much greater use of incentives and support to encourage voluntary participation, including possible cash payments and a new skills passport which we proposed, a use it or lose it entitlement to provide extra support to vulnerable parents, usually single parents, to engage in education, training and skills. Onerous reporting rules should be scrapped for all participants. It's really important. Participation requirements should be radically reduced, as it is unreasonable to require parents caring for very young children to engage in a pre-employment program. Currently, women with 9-month-old babies are forced into this program, and if they don't report every fortnight on whatever's in their plan, they have their payments cut off or suspended. We don't think there's a public policy basis for that. Compelling evidence was received, though, that if there are no participation requirements at all, then many of the most vulnerable parents would not engage, particularly women suffering coercive control, family violence, many First Nations women, many in my electorate from different cultural backgrounds, where leaving the home may not be encouraged. And so to see these women not engage brings a very high risk of long-term unemployment and poverty later in life. And I know the Deputy Chair has spoken passionately about his concern for the fast-growing number of women over 45 experiencing long-term unemployment and homelessness. And so as draft principles, we propose that participation be fully voluntary when a parent's youngest child is under 3, with a face-to-face check-in by Services Australia required in the months after the youngest child turns 2. It's a bit of a safety net for that early screening. In the years between 3 and 6 years old, there only be minimal requirements to attend periodic appointments and meaningfully participate, which does not mean regular reporting on activities. There should be a more intensive targeted service for vulnerable teenage and very young parents. If you like, Deputy Speaker, there's a stronger public policy basis for an interventionist approach by the government, the state, society, with effectively children having children who haven't finished Year 12. The targeted compliance framework should be scrapped for all parent participants. Payment penalties, cancellations and full payment suspension should be removed entirely, as parents should never be left with no money. A new mechanism we consider is needed to underpin requirements proposed to be a partial payment withholding, a holdback of a small percentage of a payment, which should not apply to family tax or other payments, and importantly, the holdback would be fully paid back once compliance requirements are achieved. And that may be a concept that has application elsewhere in the social security system to remove the harshest full payment suspensions that leave people with no money in the bank, not able to pay the data on their phone, not able to pay the rent, not able to buy food until they get a compliance issue fixed. An important matter of principle for the committee, again, will have cost implications, but a red line, if you like, is that decisions impacting a participant's income support payment should only be made by a government official, not by a staff member of a provider agency, and not automated via an IT system. Government, we also believe, should seriously consider reducing the competition between providers in a replacement service and explore having a public sector agency, probably Services Australia, not the Department for Employment, deliver the service in at least a few employment regions. And that doesn't have to be from government offices. It might be from staff outposted into local community and family centres, where some of the really good services seem to operate. Skills and competency standards, we also believe, to re-professionalise the sector should be introduced in the replacement service in a sensible, realistic way that values lived experience. This sector over 20 years, more the employment services sector, but also this part of it, has been deprofessionalised. Well under half of consultants have post-school qualifications, and it's frankly, Deputy Speaker, largely low-paid and female-dominated. So we think there's a case to re-professionalise over time. But in summary, Parents Next, in our view, is not as bad as many say, but not as great as others claim. And the committee encourages, we've set out the draft design principles as a result, as I said, of deep reflection and thought. The committee encourages those who may be involved in the co-design process in designing a replacement service to accept the values and key design principles that we've outlined in this report, to respect the wisdom and the positive intentions of the incredibly diverse range of stakeholders who will be involved with the service, and to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. The committee also thanks the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, the Department of Social Services and Services Australia for their constructive engagement with the inquiry. I acknowledge the member for Parramatta here, who is a member of the inquiry and will continue with us through the rest of the year looking at the broader employment services system, the member for Mayo and the other members of the committee. We urge the government to carefully consider the report and to act on the committee's recommendations, including the release of a transition plan by July 2023, by July this year, that outlines changes which can be made immediately and in the short term, things which would have to wait for a replacement service, and the timeline for the co-design process and the minimum time required necessary for contract extensions. And in closing, I'd say, and I particularly thank the Deputy Chair, he and I travelled the country for this inquiry, but I can say proudly there's not been a shred of partisanship in this inquiry or indeed in this report. Not a shred, nothing on the Hansard. And it's not how we've approached it. So I thank all my colleagues on the committee for their engagement and for their collegial approach to the inquiry. And I move that the House take note of the report.
I call I thank the honourable member for Bruce, and I call the honourable member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, you've seen by the presentation from the member for Bruce.
Could you please?
May I have leave?
Is leave granted, Minister?
Thank you.
Is leave granted?
Is granted.
I thank the honourable minister, and I call the honourable member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, you've seen by the presentation from the member for Bruce the excellence of this report, and I would be remiss of me if I didn't acknowledge the work that the member for Bruce has done. I honour him for the way it has not only been presented, but the way he has conducted this inquiry from start to finish. He has been exemplary in his work, and that is outlined here in this report. And with all due respect to all of us, the other members of the committee, it is the member for Bruce that has really carried the heavy load on this. And in saying that, not only our participation with the broad range of people across this great Southland, from city to city, from country town to country town, but also the amazing people in our Australian community that are not only the participants in this program but are the service deliverers as well. I only have to call some of them angels that have made real differences to people's lives. We like to think in this House we make a difference. I tell you, there's people out there all over this country making a difference in the broader community, in Indigenous communities, in regional towns, all the way from Perth to Parramatta. And it's just marvellous to have participated with those people. So I send a shout out to you now, and I know there'll be a lot interested in what we have to say around this report, and say we do appreciate you, we know what you do, and we thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the indulgence.
I thank the honourable member for Monash, and I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the member for Monash for your contribution and those comments. I move that the House take note of the report.
Order. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the honourable member for Bruce.
And I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Constitutional referenda are governed by Section 128 of the Australian Constitution and the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act of 1984. The Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill of 22, I'll call the bill, will prepare and update the Referendum Machineries Act of 1984 ahead of a referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament expected during this term of Parliament. However, as it is currently presented, the bill would suspend the provisions in the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act of 1984 that require the production and distribution of a yes and no case against a proposed constitutional change. In its current form, the Liberal and National parties will be opposing this bill for this reason and other outstanding issues relating to the conduct of referenda that the government must address. We note that the government continues to discuss the coalition's concerns with the bill and thank the minister for this engagement. We would encourage the minister and the government to consider the reasonable changes that the coalition has put forward to ensure a referendum with informed voters and processes is a referendum with integrity and trust. The process for amending the Constitution is as important as the amendment to the Constitution. We should not divert from past practice where it would create uncertainty. We should take all measures available to us to ensure that the process is robust and that voters have as much information about the choice they are being asked to make. We do support the modernisation of the Act insofar as it updates regulations or donations and expenditure for referendum campaigns and imposes reporting obligations. It would also ban foreign donations of $100 or more from being used for referendum campaigns and ban foreign campaigners authorising referendum material, which is a good measure introduced by the Coalition to govern federal elections and should apply to referenda on changing our constitution. These updates bring the Act into line with the current Commonwealth Electoral Act and are found in Schedules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. The bill makes these changes in preparation for the referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament and will apply these proposed changes to the conduct of that referendum. The bill also contains schedules that provide legislative modernisations to the language of the Act in Schedules 7 and 8. However, the Coalition has significant concerns about the questions that remain unanswered by the bill as it is currently drafted. We're concerned that the government presented a bill in its first iteration that included changes that depart from normal practice. First, the bill removes the requirement to provide a pamphlet outlining the yes and no arguments to all our households. The government has stated that the purpose of removing this provision relates to the modernisation of the referendum process for a digital age, and that the requirement was more suited to a referenda conducted before the internet. Other arguments have included the desire not to publish a significant amount of printed material that will not be read and end up in landfill. However, the AEC has, through the committee process, confirmed that it does and will continue to provide printed material to households at federal elections and as part of the referendum. Since the introduction of the referendum pamphlet in 1912, there have been 3 occasions where a pamphlet has not been provided. A pamphlet has been distributed in every referendum since 1928. There have been 3 referenda, as I said, without an official pamphlet: 1919, 1926 and 1928. In 1919, there was insufficient time to produce a pamphlet prior to the conduct of the referendum. In 1926, there was no agreement on how to argue or produce the yes argument. In 1928, there was overwhelming agreement between parties and governments of all levels. In evidence to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, the AEC provided evidence that a pamphlet to all households would be expected to cost approximately $10 million, and the AEC has noted around 40% of Australians rely on the printed material that the Commission provides to households in conducting their vote at an election. We welcome the government's announcement that they will be making amendments to the bill to reinstate the provision. However, without amendments presented by the government, we will reserve our position to consider how this is to be done. Second, Labor has not made provision for an official yes and no campaign organisation to be established. This is of concern in relation to the implementation of modern electoral regulations on donations and foreign interference. The regulatory auditing process to administer these regulatory schemes would be assisted by having official campaigns to provide a starting point for enforcement and education by the AEC. As provided in evidence to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, both the Department of Finance, which is responsible for electoral policy, and the AEC stated that they are unaware of any organisations that have been established to campaign for or against the referendum. This is in contrast to the public coverage of a number of bodies which are promoting themselves as referendum campaign bodies such as From the Heart or Reconciliation Australia. In the same evidence, the Joint Standing Committee heard that there is the potential for organisations and individuals who are unaware of their current or previous activities relating to the voice will be captured by the proposed regulatory schemes. Under the government's model, we would see a free-for-all of participants who will be captured by the donations and disclosure regime at the referendum. As the AEC has stated in evidence, donations and disclosure regimes remain one of the most complex areas in the Electoral Act. It's complex enough that even regular participants, political parties that are active at every election, still get it wrong. What is worse, we will see that the regulatory regime applied to a one-off electoral event, we will see that regulatory regime applied to a one-off electoral event, and we will only find out the extent of the success of this regime after the event. As the AEC has said, to educate the number of participants on their responsibilities and obligations will be a significant body of work. An official campaign structure will at the very least provide a starting point for the AEC's efforts in coordinating education on the responsibilities of organisations and individuals participating in the referendum campaign, as well as providing a head start on the integrity measures Australians should expect from a properly conducted electoral event. Finally, the government has stated that it does not intend to provide support to any campaign to adhere to the new regulations and requirements of participants at the referendum, in particular to official yes or no campaign organisations. This is disappointing. It's clear that if we are to have a strong process for the referendum, we should be ensuring there is a structure in place for those processes and regulatory bodies to start their work. In doing so, we should fund official yes and no campaign organisations to ensure that they can adhere to the laws we are about to pass. It remains the position of the Coalition that there will be a requirement that if any funding were to be provided to either case, that an equal amount should be provided to the opposite case. The bill represents a significant update to the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act. The Parliament should consider the fact that these changes reflect how we go about changing our national document today, but also in the future. The decisions on this bill will set the precedent for others. It's the view of the opposition that we should remain consistent with past practice, and we will be opposing the bill until the government addresses these issues.
I thank the honourable member for Hume, and I call the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022. This bill advances the government's commitment to hold a referendum to enshrine an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice in the Australian Constitution, a voice that will advise the Parliament and the Executive about matters that affect First Nations people. The Prime Minister has said the referendum will be held sometime between October and December. So there is a pressing need for us to modernise the legislation that governs how this referendum will be held. Referendums are an important part of our democracy. The Constitution is the rule book that governs our nation. Yet there is no recognition in our founding document of this country's first peoples of more than 65,000 years of continuous connection to the land. The Constitution is the people's document. Politicians can't change it. Parliaments can't change it. Only the Australian people can change the Constitution. And it is my deepest wish that later this year Australians will vote yes for constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians through voice. 24 years have passed since the last referendum, and since that time the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act 1984 has not kept pace with changes in the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, the Electoral Act. The bill will make amendments to replicate current electoral machinery provisions into the referendum context and ensure the voting process and experience is similar to that of a federal election. The bill also ensures that integrity and transparency measures that currently apply to federal elections will apply to the voice referendum. This bill also seeks to establish a financial disclosure framework for referendums to support transparency and accountability, as I have said. The accountability with respect that I am referring to is about expenditure. This bill replicates financial disclosure obligations in the Electoral Act, requiring those involved in referendum campaigning, referred to as referendum entities, to disclose how much they spend and receive on campaigning. With respect to the yes and no pamphlet, amendments will be moved on this in the Senate, and I make that point very loudly. We are making a significant concession on this issue by agreeing to have both yes and no pamphlets. And we hope the opposition sees this and meets us halfway to support this legislation. I want to briefly talk about what The Voice is. Put simply, The Voice is an advisory body that will consult with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people about the matters that affect us. The Voice means delivering better practical outcomes in health, education and housing. The Voice is part of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, the largest consensus of Indigenous Australians on the way forward for this country. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create lasting change. As the Prime Minister has said, The Voice will be an unflinching source of advice and accountability, a body with the perspective and the power and the platform to tell the government and the parliament the truth about what's working and what is not. The Referendum Working Group has released design principles for The Voice. Those principles identify The Voice as a body that provides independent advice to the parliament and the government, is chosen by First Nations people based on the wishes of local communities, is representative of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, is empowering, community-led, inclusive, respectful, culturally informed, gender balanced and includes young people, is accountable and transparent, works alongside existing organisation and traditional structures. The Voice would not have a program delivery function, and The Voice would not have a veto power. The next critical question is, why is The Voice needed? Despite inhabiting this land for more than 65,000 years, we have no place in the Constitution. It's like we never existed. For too long, policies were designed for Indigenous Australians, not with Indigenous Australians. To borrow a line from the Uluru Statement, in 1967 we were counted. In 2017 we wish to be heard. We can't accept more of the same poor outcomes, more of the same gaps in life expectancy. That is why a voice to the Parliament is needed. Because the voice to the Parliament will mean that governments of all persuasions will need to listen to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people on the issues that affect us. Respect works, recognition works. When a government listens to people with experience, with knowledge of country and culture, then the policies and the programs are always more effective. Which brings me to the next question. Why does The Voice matter to all Australians? I believe that everyone wants to make Australia a better place. Whether your descendants came here on the First Fleet or your family arrived here during post-war migration, it doesn't matter if you live in the suburbs or the bush. We all want to make Australia a better place. We all want to see Australia move forward for everyone, and constitutional recognition through A Voice will do that. Australians are proud of the unique place Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people hold in our shared history and, importantly, our shared future. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build lasting change. It's on all of us to be present, to commit to work hard. This needs to be done. Let's get this done together. I want to speak briefly about the 60 Minutes report last night on Aboriginal deaths in custody. 527 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have died in custody since the 1991 Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. It is a national tragedy. The footage of Veronica Nelson dying alone in pain was harrowing. Veronica made 49 pleas for help, and they were all ignored by the authorities. My heart goes out to Veronica's mother, Donna Nelson, and her family and loved ones. Too many of our people are being robbed of their futures by a justice system that has failed them. I am working with the Attorney-General and Senator Dodson to implement the government's $99 million First Nations Justice Initiative. This means working with local communities to prevent First Nations people from entering the justice system. As Senator Dodson said to me this morning, the best way to prevent deaths in custody is to make sure our people aren't ending up in prison in the first place. And that is why justice reinvestment is so important. Our justice reinvestment policy will enable up to 30 communities to establish locally tailored initiatives that address the underlying causes of incarceration and deaths in custody. Existing community-led justice investment models, such as those in Bourke, have proven successful in reducing incarceration and reoffending by providing targeted supports and services into their communities. To support these efforts, Labor will also establish an independent National Justice Reinvestment Unit as recommended by the Australian Law Reform Commission. And this unit will assist communities to develop and evaluate justice reinvestment initiatives, ensuring valuable lessons can be learned and shared across this country. I want to conclude by quoting some remarks from Galarrwuy Yunupingu from North East Arnhem Land. Galarrwuy said, "Together we must secure a future for Australia in which we can find harmony and balance between all people of this nation." Galarrwuy has worked with no less than 10 Prime Ministers of Australia on the struggle for recognition and has lived with many disappointments and broken promises. "I am fire," it says, "and that fire must burn until there is nothing left." The 1988 Barunga Statement still hangs upstairs in this place. Galarrwuy has been crystal clear. We need to obtain balance in a new settlement. Indigenous Australians must be brought in from the cold. To obtain balance, we must ensure that every Australian has the opportunity to involve themselves in discussion. All Australians must think about their future. Galarrwuy has despaired at the big talkers and the noise in the past, and I can only imagine that he must be doing so again now. If Galarrwuy were in this place, he would remind us the future is our responsibility. All who are here today will be asked for their leadership on reconciliation, recognition and the referendum. Let's take Australia forward for everyone.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill amends the referendum machinery to align with the Electoral Act. I'm generally satisfied that the tidying up and modernising aspects of this bill are necessary and appropriate, and I agree with them. There are, however, 3 aspects of the bill on which I have significant concerns. In summary, they relate to the provisions relating to financial disclosure and how these will interact with the current JSCEM inquiry into disclosure thresholds and real-time disclosure of political donations generally, both in relation to federal elections and federal referenda. If we know that system is broken, why repeat it now for the referendum? Secondly, the government's suspension of the Section 11.4 and the lack of detail on its recently reported about face on a pamphlet for a yes and no campaign, when such pamphlets will be distributed and what fact-checking will be made required in relation to the content of those pamphlets, and why this bill does not address truth in political advertising and referenda advertising, in particular the issues set out in my Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Stop the Lies Bill 2022. So I am surprised that this bill includes matters relating to financial disclosure, which are currently the subject of the JSCEM inquiry into the 2022 election. The JSCEM inquiry is, amongst other things, tasked with considering reforms to political donation laws, particularly the applicability of real-time disclosure and a reduction of the disclosure threshold to a fixed $1,000. So I agree with Dr Paul Kildea of University of New South Wales that the bill's regulation of referendum donations and spending is well overdue, but that in replicating the political finance provisions of the Electoral Act, this bill and these amendments are adopting the problems of a high disclosure threshold and not requiring real-time disclosure. So we know there is a problem, and in one of the most significant questions we are going to put to the Australian people, we are embedding and replicating the very problems we know that mar our election process. The pamphlets. On the subject of the suspension of Section 11.4, the minister claims that instead of issuing pamphlets or funding a yes or no campaign, the government will fund civics education in relation to the upcoming referendum on the Voice, including providing voters with a good understanding of Australia's constitution, the referendum process and factual information about the referendum proposal. There is no detail given as to what this will entail or when it will be implemented. And I note that also on the 8th of February this year, the Finance Minister confirmed that existing laws requiring a pamphlet for both sides would be maintained. Despite this, the explanatory memorandum states temporary suspension of 11.4 will ensure that there is more than one way to communicate with electors before a referendum and allows parliamentarians to choose how and when to engage with their relevant constituency. The intent of the government was to offload engagement with constituents to individual parliamentarians and the private sector to navigate the maelstrom. This was and is particularly concerning for independent members of parliament in particular, who already are stretched within very thin with resources. So I call on the minister to give more detail about the timing of the issue of this yes and no pamphlets and the extent to which it's now intended that individual parliamentarians will bear the burden of disseminating the government's civics education as well as delivering the yes and no pamphlets. It does beg the broader question of how much our education system is actually failing in that civics education when it comes to Australian people actually understanding the Australian Constitution and the role a referendum plays in that. It just shows that we still have a low level of literacy, of constitutional literacy, in understanding our systems of government and how it works. What we do know is the lack of regulation around misleading and deceptive content in political elections, but also in referendums, erodes trust. It means that you have a standard that is below the standard the Australian people expect in business and commerce. We have regulation in those sectors. But for these questions of elections, of referendums, where we are really debating, the Australian people are being asked to vote on incredibly important questions, there's no protections. It's a free-for-all. And there is an opportunity before the government to ensure that there is, in fact, that fact-checking, and it really should happen. Prior to Christmas, I tabled the bill known as the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Stop the Lies Bill 2022. Various iterations of this have been debated for years. We know this is needed. This is overwhelmingly supported by Conservative and progressive voters, left and right alike. They feel cheated by the system that there is no regulation around political advertising. The bill that I presented had been drafted deliberately to extend to both elections and referenda. The Stop the Lies bill must be taken into account in scheduling the order of these bills, so that the very important issue of truth in political advertising is addressed before the consideration of the government's bill. The terms of reference for the JSCEM inquiry into the 2022 election consideration of the potential for truth in political advertising laws to enhance the integrity and transparency of the electoral system. So I note that the JSCAM advisory report on this bill, delivered only some weeks ago, declined to recommend establishing a truth in political advertising regime, saying that the forthcoming referendum is not the right time, given that the JSCAM inquiry into the 2022 election has not yet published its report. So we know there's a problem. We're about to ask the Australian people to respond to one of the most essential questions and next step in our reconciliation journey. This will have a mark on Australia for years to come, and yet the government knows it needs to protect truth and is failing to do that. It's nonsensical. The government is intent on pressing ahead with this bill before the outcome of the JSCAM 2022 election inquiry, and yet really has not delivered any information on how it is going to ensure that there is no misleading and deceptive content in either the yes or no pamphlets, but also at large in the debate. If this isn't the right time on a question of such importance that we're putting to the Australian people, when will be? The proposed referendum is already generating a substantial amount of energetic debate, and divisions are appearing, which are not only following political party lines, but also creating divisions within and outside political parties. And it's incredibly important that we have open public discussion. That is an incredibly important thing as part of a democracy. But the potential is clearly out there that in an environment for passion to override moderation, but also for false and misleading statements to be made. We know there's already been that in relation to the referendum. Legislation like Stop the Lies is needed more than ever, and it's needed now. And we really need to address this. Australians know they face an incredibly important question this year. It's one long overdue. We can't undo the past, but we certainly can all take responsibility for the future we want to create for Australia. What do we stand for as a nation? For my part, and for many in Warringah, I know we have a deep-seated desire to ensure that there is constitutional recognition for First Nations people, that we must do better in closing the gap, that what we have done for so many years has failed to close the gap, and that we must address this simple question of better listening to communities, ensuring policies that are going to directly impact First Nations people, that they are actually with their advice, that they are actually listening to them and understanding the impact they will have. So I welcome this bill to amend the referendum provisions. There's no doubt that there is no... the bill as it is currently drafted is for another century. It's another era, and voters, it needs to be updated. But there are some key areas that really haven't been addressed by the government, and for me that's sloppy, because at the end of the day, we don't want to be looking back after the debate on the referendum and go, oh, this debate's been marred by so much misleading and deceptive content. If only we had done something about fact-checking, stopping those false claims being made as to the effect of the amendment that's proposed in the Constitution. If only we had done that. Well, I call on the government to really do that at this point, that it's important we protect this process. We mustn't have an erosion of trust in the referendum. It really is so important that we get this right, and it means you have to tick all the boxes, not just some or the easier one or the more obvious ones. The process has started in Warringah. I've distributed already information about how referendums work, information about the draft motion and the draft proposed amendments to the Constitution. And people are incredibly keen to understand and engage in this debate. They want to listen to experts. They want to listen to First Nations people. And that's why it's so exciting that there's going to be a forum in Warringah coming up in April with Dean Parkin, so that we can really talk about the importance of this decision for all Australians. This is not just a responsibility for First Nations and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians. This is a responsibility on all Australians. We all have a responsibility of what kind of nation we want to be. Do we want to take that next step of reconciliation? And so I urge the government to go all the way, to make sure we have a fair and respectful debate, and to make sure that we stamp out misleading and deceptive facts so that this referendum, we can be proud of its process and proud of its outcome.
Sorry, the member for Warringah.
Deputy Speaker, I've just been made aware that an amendment that I seek leave to move a second reading amendment.
Is the amendment seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Goldstein. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will set the question in the form that the member disagreed to, and I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is important that I start today by acknowledging the traditional owners and original custodians of the First Nations land upon which we meet today. I pay respect to our elders who have come before, our elders with us today, and our elders who are emerging to become the leaders of tomorrow. Further, I believe it is important to recognise that the land upon which we all work, the land upon which we all love, learn and live, always was and always will be the land of our First Nations brothers and sisters. And as a proud Wiradjuri man, the son of a caring and compassionate Wiradjuri father, and a strong, independent Wiradjuri grandmother, living on the lands of the original custodians on the New South Wales Central Coast, and speaking today in the home of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri, I acknowledge this land. Because for 65,000 years, our culture has been one of love, our culture has been one of openness and one of respect. For 65,000 years, our communities have had and still have a strong, deep, continuous connection to land and to culture. For 65,000 years, we have been part of this land, and now it is time that our people had their voice. An Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament will achieve practical outcomes for First Nations communities. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to recognise our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters in our Constitution, to ensure the Australian community is truly a place of equity, a place of equality and a place for all. And as a Wiradjuri man living on Darkinjung country, a voice to Parliament is essential. It will ensure that we, as a united country, address the injustices of the past and create meaningful structural change to deliver a better future. This is our best chance to come together as one, to rise as one, and to move into the future as one. And as a nation, we need practical measures that will address the issues affecting First Nations communities. And this is what the Voice will do. It will give local people, local communities, a say in the areas that will directly affect them. And importantly, this is an opportunity to recognise our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters in our nation's birth certificate, in our Constitution. Comprised of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, the Voice will be an advisory body. It will have the capacity to make representations to government on issues and legislation that will affect First Nations communities. And the idea? It's so that we have policy tailored to meet the needs of First Nations people. While there have been several First Nations MPs and several First Nations senators elected to the Australian Parliament at the recent federal election, this may change in the future. The Voice will ensure that there is a First Nations voice into that future. And furthermore, every person in the country has different circumstances and different life experiences. This is also true within Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. and thus it is important to have input from different parts of First Nations community about the laws that will affect them. It will be, in fact, not just one voice. It will be the voice of many, and the voice of many coming together as one. And moreover, this is not another chamber of government. It does not have the power to veto. It will be a body providing advice to those creating legislation. Some of the issues affecting First Nations people are not improving. The gap is widening. And if we continue down the same path, we will continue to get more of the same. We need to come together as one community to improve and strengthen quality of life, health and education outcomes for our First Nations communities. The opposition have a chance to show leadership. They have a chance to give in-principle support to the voice. And it would appear that the opposition is saying no just for the sake of saying no. In this significant, in this nation-defining opportunity, will the opposition listen to the voices of First Nations people, of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are, at the end of the day, only asking for a say in the matters that affect their communities? Or will the opposition stoke the fires of disunity and division and advocate for poor outcomes, unfulfilled potential and widening gaps in health and education? The voice to Parliament is not merely a symbolic gesture. It is constitutional recognition. It is an advisory body made up of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians who will give advice to government on issues that affect their communities, that will affect their lives. This is an opportunity and a time for unity. In 2022, the government introduced the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill, and that bill will make amendments to replicate current electoral machinery provisions into the referendum context, to ensure consistency between the Referendum Act and the Commonwealth Electoral Act of 1918. This will ensure the voting process and experience of the referendum remains similar to that of a federal election, as well as implementing similar disclosure, transparency and integrity measures. The bill does not provide for any public funding of a yes or of a no campaign. The government does not intend to provide funding for these campaigns. The Referendum Act has not been used since 1999 and has not kept pace with the efficiency, the transparency and integrity reforms in our electoral processes. This bill amends the Referendum Act to replicate current electoral machinery provisions into the referendum context. This will ensure a consistent voter experience to the 2022 federal election. And when passed, this bill will modernise and streamline the Referendum Act to support voter familiarity and voter confidence in the process, as well as enabling the successful delivery of the referendum by the Australian Electoral Commission. This bill establishes a simplified donations and disclosure regime for referendums, aligned with the existing disclosure thresholds in the Electoral Act. This ensures transparency, and this will ensure accountability regarding those actors who seek to influence the outcome of the referendum. The bill will achieve the transparency that Australians expect in voting campaigns, while minimising the regulatory burden on referendum campaigners. This does not prevent any Australian individual or entity from making donations or participating in the referendum campaign itself. Many Australians have never voted in a referendum. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am one of those people. I have never voted in a referendum myself. And some may not know much about the Constitution, and they may not know how we go about changing it. And it's critical that the government provide factual and the government provide authoritative information about the referendum to combat misinformation and to combat disinformation. The bill will temporarily suspend subsection 11(4) in the Referendum Act, which would otherwise prohibit the government from conducting campaigns that promote public awareness of a referendum proposal. This suspension creates no obligation for government to fund any yes or no campaigns, and the bill does not provide for any such funding. The suspension will last until the end of polling day at the next general election, which means the future parliaments may consider this issue as appropriate for future referendums. Key measures within this bill have been developed in consultation with First Nations leaders via a referendum working group. The referendum working group includes a broad cross-section of representatives from First Nations communities across Australia and is chaired by the Minister for Indigenous Australians and Special Envoy for Reconciliation and Implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. So I say to this chamber again, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to all those listening at home, to all those in the gallery today, the voice to Parliament is not simply and not merely a symbolic gesture. It is constitutional recognition. It is an advisory body made up of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who will give advice to government on the issues that affect their community, on the issues that affect their very lives. This is an opportunity, and this is a time for unity. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Robertson. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If not us, who? If not now, when? That was the simple challenge I put to the Goldstein community during the election campaign. It applied to revamping climate policy, it applied to revaluing women and girls, it applied to restoring trust in leadership, and it applies to the once-in-a-generation opportunity that is now before us. Because the voice is a simple proposition, a simple and generous invitation. But if we do not accept it now, then when? As Abraham Lincoln so eloquently put it at a time when the United States faced one of its greatest challenges, we must now be touched by the better angels of our nature. This referendum machinery provisions amendment bill sounds pretty darn dull, but actually it's super exciting. And it's about the truth, acknowledging the truth that First Nations people were the original custodians of this continent. It begins a process that will allow us to recognise First Nations people in our Constitution, and then to give First Nations people a say in the formulation of the policies and laws that affect them. It's as simple as that. As the Minister said in the second reading speech, referendums are an integral part of our democracy. However, the last referendum was held over 22 years ago. Since that time, the Referendum Act has not kept pace with changes to the Electoral Act. The bill makes amendments to replicate current electoral machinery provisions into the referendum context to ensure the voting process and experience is similar to that of a federal election. The bill also ensures that integrity and transparency measures that currently apply to federal elections will apply to referendums. These changes are important, but in my view they should be coupled with truth in political advertising laws under the member for Warringah's Stop the Lies bill. Already in the initial stages of this debate, we've seen information manipulated and deliberate omission of information during the political discourse. If disinformation is translated into political advertising and set loose via social media algorithms that favour false and negative information, it will spread like wildfire. Democratic processes should be free, fair and trusted, and that means stopping the lies that we see repeatedly during other electoral periods. This is even more important in the context of a once-in-a-generation referendum that rests on the framework of the Uluru Statement from the Heart and its three pillars: voice, treaty, trust. In short, from where I stand, the referendum is about three principles: respect, recognition, results. Practical, tangible results to close the gap for First Nations communities.
This is a gap that, by listening and hearing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, I do believe we can begin to bridge through first-hand advice to Parliament from First Nations people through The Voice. And I would say here that The Voice, when it's passed at the referendum, must make sure that those First Nations people who've had little connection with the process to date do indeed have a voice, a seat at the table. It should be built from the ground up rather than from the top down, as the most prominent advocates have noted. That's been one of the biggest problems in the policies and programs for First Nations peoples to date. I would make this point here as we work to modernise this legislation to make it fit for purpose. The Voice is not flippant or knee-jerk. This referendum is the culmination of 20 years of patient effort by our First Nations citizens. 20 years. Indeed, I was struck when reading an article about various efforts to give Indigenous Australians representation that the first Indigenous advisory body, the National Aboriginal Consultative Committee, was announced by the Whitlam government in the year of my birth, 1972. Much as I hate to admit it, that's more than 50 years ago. Then there was the Fraser government's National Aboriginal Conference from 1977 and Hawke's ATSIC from 1990. A key aim of this referendum is to enshrine the voice in the Constitution, so it's not subject to the ebbs and flows of party politics. The Uluru Statement from the Heart was first read out in 2017. That's 6 years ago that an invitation was issued. Our First Nations people have been patient in their advocacy, telling us that all the above models designed to improve their situation have failed, in part because they were designed from the top down rather than the bottom up. That's why their direct voice to parliamentarians like us is so important. The government says the referendum is a matter of principle. True. But it's about more than that. It's about practical results. How best to close the gap, spend time, money and effort in a practical way by listening and then taking practical actions. As a parliamentarian, I say that this first-hand advice will be invaluable. It was a Liberal Prime Minister, Harold Holt, who initiated the landmark 1967 referendum, of which we're all so proud. In principle, the Holt Liberal Country Party government was asking voters whether to give the Commonwealth the power to make special laws for Indigenous Australians in states, and whether to include all Indigenous Australians when counting the nation's population. The referendum question actually read, "Do you approve the proposed law for the alteration of the Constitution entitled An Act to Alter the Constitution so as to omit certain words relating to the people of the Aboriginal race in any state, and so that Aboriginals are to be counted in reckoning the population?" Not about what might follow the success of the referendum, not what laws might be enacted, what policies might be adopted, simply the principle. Harold Holt didn't have to put up with the misinformation and disinformation that are already emerging around this referendum. And that's one of the reasons it was carried with a record majority of over 90%, even though a second proposition in that referendum was defeated. Voters were able to make a distinction between what they wanted and what they did not, because decision-makers and opinion leaders were united on the initial proposition but not the second. One little mentioned and likely unintended effect of that referendum is that it took all reference to Indigenous Australians out of the Constitution. 60,000 years of history and custodianship of this land, and not even mentioned. So, here we have a once-in-a-generation chance for a next step. Referendums are about principles. Parliaments are about laws. I have had discussions with some who oppose the voice. I hear the concern about entrenching failed structures, about the need for female leaders to be a key part of the voice, and indeed for a diversity of opinions and positions from Indigenous people who may not always be heard. We must be very careful when we reach the time for legislating to ensure that these issues are considered and properly incorporated. The voices of those who are articulating valid concerns should be listened to as the process moves forward, but the principle stands. In the Marriage Equality Survey of 2017, the Goldstein community voted in favour with 76.3%, well above the national average of 61.6%. Based on the feedback that I've received so far, I believe the Goldstein community likely has a similar view on the Voice and this referendum. I campaigned on equality during the election campaign, and I know this resonated deeply with women in the Goldstein community and young people. The marriage equality ballot of 2017 saw an upsurge in enrolments from young people. What they saw in that result was that democracy works, that their participation matters. It's one of the reasons I believe that young people flocked to the polls last year in record numbers. We need their confidence to ensure the enduring quality of our democracy, and for young people this referendum is another watershed. For them, for the kids I talk to in and around Goldstein, what this referendum is seeking is a given. It's not a contested space. As my 16-year-old son puts it, "Mum, the Voice is a huge opportunity for Australia to come together and begin a more formal road to reconciliation. It'll bring the nation closer than it ever has been before, improving the lives of Australia's First Nations people." The kids are all right. He doesn't want to go down the wormhole of mis- and disinformation, distraction and distortion. Infinite regress is a typical tactic of those who don't want to address the substance of an issue, simply to distort and confuse. It's one of the reasons why it's urgent that this parliament debate the member for Warringah's bill to stop the lies in political advertising, as she puts it in her proposed private member's bill. Also, now that the government has agreed to publishing yes and no pamphlets, how will they be fact-checked? And what measures are in place to prevent the material in the pamphlets being skewed and manipulated, especially online? It is critical that we see a fair process for what I honestly hope and believe will be a fair result. In the words of the legendary Archie Roach, it's time to write a new story, to accept an invitation from Indigenous Australians for respect, recognition and results. If not us, who? If not now, when? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Goldstein, and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the Attorney-General for his diligent work on this legislation. It is a brilliant piece of reform that will bring our referendum machinery into the modern era. The last time the Referendum Machinery Act was updated was in 1984. Bob Hawke was the Prime Minister. Western Australia abolishes the capital punishment in 1984, and the first untethered spacewalk occurs. An Original Sin by In Excess was the #1 Australian single. The world was a very different place 39 years ago. Social media didn't exist, computers could barely fit on a desk, and modern forms of communication were but a dream. The notions that we can run a 21st century referendum based on archaic laws is absurd, and so I rise today to speak strongly in support of this legislation. Whether you support the Voice to Parliament or not, this legislation is crucial. At the end of the day, the job the Australian people send us here to do is to make laws. If you're a Labor government, you make good laws, and so this is exactly what we're doing. Elections and referenda and the machinery that governs them is the beating heart of our democracy. A referendum is the voice of the Australian people, speaking and directing their government down a path. Whether an election runs well is the difference between legitimacy and illegitimacy. We have seen the division a contested election can cause for communities in the United States. Australia must never head down that path, which is why the machinery that governs our upcoming referendum is so vital. Labor has a proud history of electoral reform. It was Hawke who introduced disclosure thresholds for political donations. Our Special Minister of State has also flagged truth in political advertising as a key area of focus. One of the key measures of this bill is an education campaign for all Australians. Any Australian under the age of 40 will have never voted in a referendum campaign before. Now must be the moment in which we educate people on the importance of our Constitution. We must also educate people on what it means to amend our Constitution. If we want people to make an informed decision on what it is they are voting on, we must invest in their knowledge and their capability to do so. This is a monumental moment for our country, a chance to reshape our interactions with First Nation peoples. Yet, if we do not also grasp the opportunity to inform the Australian public on what it means to recognise our First Nation peoples in the Constitution, we will have missed a great opportunity. During the previous government, their advertising efforts or its COVID-19 messaging, the government undertook an ambitious public education campaign. To do this, the government used mechanisms that people regularly use and can easily understand: TV, social media, radio, the internet. This is not a foreign concept or one without precedent. I sincerely hope the opposition agrees with us here. We know that the way people interact with information is different in the modern era. Most people get their news and information online or on their devices. We all know that here we spend half of our lives staring at our phones. It is critical that we meet people where they are, and that as a government we modernise the way we interact with people. That is at the heart of this legislation. What is also essential in this legislation is how it aims to bring referenda voting to more closely resemble a federal election. This means provisions for postal voting, something we know is really important for people who may not be able to attend in person, people with mobility issues and for the elderly. Our federal elections run well. We definitely have issues in my electorate of Lingiari around the vast logistical challenges of remote polling. And in Lingiari, you can imagine about 195 remote polling booths in that electorate alone, which is something the AEC will need to be conscious of for this referendum. But all in all, our elections run to a high standard. Why should we not aim to emulate this in the upcoming referendum? This is particularly important for postal and pre-polling voting, which we all know enhances participation in our democracy. And nowhere this is more important than in Lingiari. With a vast electorate, complex logistical efforts for remote polling and a deeply invested community, this referendum needs to run well. For regional Australia, and indeed all of Australia, this legislation is vital. I've made no secret, Deputy Speaker, I am a major supporter of The Voice. If you look at the Uluru Statement of the Heart, you will see my signature. For 65,000 years, our people have occupied this land. Surely it is time, and we should deserve a voice to this parliament. Surely we deserve recognition in our country's constitution. How else can this country move forward? Until we look back on our history, how can we ever look with hope for our future? I was there when the largest gathering of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership was at Uluru. Now some people seek to undermine that meeting. I think that is cheap and it is disrespectful. This parliament consists of around 227 members. There were 250 First Nation leaders present at Uluru. Does that not validate the importance of that meeting? This parliament speaks with the authority of the Australian people, and at Uluru, the leaders of our First Nation community also spoke with authority. The voice may be a new term for many people at Bush, and certainly a lot of people across the Bush electorates that I have consulted, and I'll be making sure that we work hard to ensure that people in remote communities, particularly in Lingiari, understand what we are embarking on. But what is well understood is that Aboriginal people need to have input into policies that affect them. If you ask people, like I have, from Warlpiri to Tiwi, to Amudjara, to Yolngu, should your communities be consulted on policies that affect you? The answer I'm hearing is overwhelmingly yes. Our people want better outcomes on health, on education, on housing, right across the board. How are we to get these outcomes if our mob are not included or keep being excluded in the discussion? As it stands, our Constitution, our nation's founding document, is incomplete. It does not tell the story of our First Peoples, and indeed, for a long time, it actively discriminated against them, and we need to correct this. Australians are known as a people of a fair go. Australians believe in justice. We know what is right, and we stand up for people around us. And it is time for Australia to extend this to our First Nation people and to join them on a journey forward. An exciting journey, and one that seeks to bring our country closer together. But more than that, if we are ever to make significant inroads between our First Nation people and others in this nation, we need these practical reforms. Reforms that put the views, interest and voice of our First Peoples at the heart of government decision-making. As the Minister for Indigenous Australians said, in 1967 we sought to be counted. In 2017 we now seek to be heard. And that, Deputy Speaker, is certainly something that Australia, it is the unfinished business of this country, and First Nation people do seek to be heard. Thank you.
I thank the member for Lingiari and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the second reading on this amendment. And obviously previous speakers from the coalition have indicated some of the issues we have with this bill, and of course there's been some suggestions from the government about discussions as this bill progresses through the parliament. So there is some ambiguity as to what and if we will be supporting this, depending on how that goes. But I just want to commence by saying, look, I respect that a lot of speakers have made their comments regarding a potential referendum that might be held regarding a voice to Parliament, and I don't in any way criticise that. But this obviously bill is much beyond just any one particular referendum that might occur. I don't mind declaring, I've very much said on the public record that I don't support amending our constitution to enshrine a voice to Parliament within it, and there'll be other opportunities for debates on that in this chamber, no doubt. But I think that, yes, of course, we view these changes through the prism of an imminent potential referendum, but all referenda, theoretically, that may be held into the future could be subject to this legislation until and if or the Parliament changes this bill. And I think there are some very important principles in regards to how the Australian people are asked to change our constitution in any way that we need to make sure that we defend and adhere to, particularly on this side of the chamber. And I'm also a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, so I have had the benefit of being a part of the report that we conducted into this bill. Our lead speaker, of course, indicated that the government is reconsidering the bill removing the yes and no pamphlet provision, and I accept at face value that I'm guessing that that is going to progress as an amendment to this, and that issue will be removed, so I won't dwell on comments regarding that, but I'm very pleased that that's going to be in place. But I've got an extremely significant concern regarding how we resource and give equal weighting and equal resourcing to campaigns for and against changing our constitution, no matter what that campaign might relate to. And certainly, just before I reached voting age, we held a referendum in this country regarding a republic, and of course that's the most recent reference point to look to after an unsuccessful attempt to consider adjusting our constitution regarding the recognition of local government. I think it's vitally important that we articulate the need for and defend the fundamental principle of ensuring that the Australian people are as well informed as possible as to the merit or lack thereof of changing our constitution. And I really do worry and have concerns at the principle we'd be establishing by saying that a very long-held tradition of making sure that there is a proper resourcing of the arguments for and against changing our constitution are removed. And the pamphlet was one that I've addressed. The concept of not having formality and resourcing of those campaigns, I think, is very concerning and unfair, and we in the Coalition maintain those concerns. Now, if we do look to the imminent proposal of changing our constitution regarding the voice, it's probably a great example of a situation where one side of that campaign has been in existence in one way, shape or form for a very, very long time, going back to campaigns around recognition, even before the Uluru Statement and the now imminent proposal around an enshrinement of a voice. It is a very mature campaign structure. I don't know, but I'm guessing they have been able to amass a degree of financial resource as well in the many years of their existence, and good luck to that campaign. That's the great democracy that we live in. But that proposition does not really have a properly formed formal counterweight to it, counterbalance to it, that I'm aware of, because certainly we've had debates in here around tax-deductible status of a campaign for that proposition, and I've not seen at this stage the existence of the counter to that. And that's not the fault of people that may well become that structured opposition to a change, because I think it is foreseeable that there could be all kinds of proposals to change our constitution in the future where there is a mature, established argument for that and a yet-to-be-formed counter force defending the status quo or whatever the proposition might be. And we've really got to remember how important it is to ensure that people are fully informed when we're changing our constitution. I mean, it's a significant enough issue when we go to general elections every 3 years or so in this country, and we think about how our democratic structures have developed to contest elections, and they're very important, and we're all very grateful, generally speaking, for their results, and we're certainly proud of the robustness of our democracy. And there are always ways that we can improve, but by and large, I think we consider ourselves to be at least the equal greatest and most robust democracy on the planet. And that, of course, is also underpinned by the existing institutions and political structures that are in place, particularly our political parties, our party system and the like. We have, of course, public funding for federal elections. So there's a formula based on the number of votes that you receive that essentially operates under the principle that we do want to ensure that there is some form of funding support to people that contest elections. And the fact that we do that in general elections and would not consider changing our constitution to be at least, but frankly, possibly much more significant than any particular general election that we have, given the consequences of changing the constitution or not. It baffles me as to why anyone would now hold the view that we don't want to ensure that there is a proper resourcing for a case for and against changing our constitution, and has been the tradition and practice certainly refers to the opportunity for particularly members in this parliament that don't support a proposition to change the constitution to have an appropriate amount of support for them to undertake their argument with and to the voters of this country in a way that means those voters will hear both sides of an argument. And I think that is a fundamental principle that we need to make sure that we keep in place. And as I say, it's not necessarily should be purely viewed regarding an upcoming referendum that may occur on one particular proposal. It's about the phrase ensuring that the merits of both arguments to change the constitution of this nation are always resourced enough so that people vote on those changes in an informed way. I might also just reflect on the fact that the government are foreshadowing some changes to the way in which we undertake the fundraising and funding of elections in time for the next general election. And this is something that they've ventilated publicly, and that at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters there will be a reflection on some of those concepts and proposals. And it does interest me that the government are not interested in having any of those mooted changes in place in time for a referendum. And frankly, the member for Goldstein made this point regarding changes that could occur in time for this referendum that are being proposed for the next election. Why does the government not want to undertake any reform around funding of campaigns in time for the most imminent potential campaign being a referendum that we are told may be proposed to be held later this year? Why is it that there is apparently such an urgent need to change the way in which people donate to political causes in this country and the way in which campaigns acquit the funds that they raise on political campaigns? Why is it so important to change the way in which we undertake funding and disclosure in this country, but not in time for the first opportunity to put any of that in place, which would be a referendum? And I'm very suspicious about that. And I very much wonder what the motivation is for those that claim we need reform but have no intention of putting it in place before a referendum possibly to be held later this year. And that plays into the debate on this bill, because in essence what this bill is doing with the various measures that I've been discussing is essentially rig the system in favour of one side of the argument against another. So there's a mature, developed campaign to change our constitution that is far advanced from the campaign and argument to not change our constitution. And a variety of the measures proposed in this bill are essentially trying to rig the system and lock in place an advantage for one argument over the other. And that, I wonder, perhaps, is why we're not seeing any change to funding and disclosure laws in time for this referendum. Maybe the current system advantages one argument over the other, but maybe, Deputy Speaker, those same changes might advantage a particular side of politics over the other in a different way in time for a next general election in this country. So that's where we're at with these apparently, pure as the driven snow arguments around what is and isn't appropriate in our democratic system, in so regards how people financially support campaigns in this country. One rule for the upcoming referendum and potentially a very different rule at the next general election. We could put in place changes in time for this imminent referendum. That's what you do in this bill right now, but of course nothing of the sort is being proposed. And I just reflect on the fact that that says a lot about people that could do that and are choosing not to in this bill when we come up for this debate in the next 6, 12 months or whenever it might be about how vitally it is important to apparently change the funding and disclosure laws in time for the next general election in this country. Not important enough to do in time for this referendum that the same people claim is, so totemic and monumental and so vitally important, but we wouldn't want to make changes that they might claim in another context are so vitally important for the strength of our democracy in change for an imminent referendum, which would happen in this bill if you were seeking to do it. So I do have ambiguity about my position, and the Coalition does on this bill, depending on potential changes and amendments. And we think this is important. There are some very significant principles regarding the integrity of our Constitution and how it is changed into the future, and that will guide the way in which we determine our position on various questions of this bill later in the debate. And given the appointed hour, I conclude my remarks with that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. And given your speech was interrupted, you'll be given permission to resume that then. And are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm sad to inform the House of the passing of a veritable giant of the shooting industry, Mr David Auger. David was a larger-than-life character, a person to always speak his mind. David was brutally honest, and we often joked that he was a great salesman but would make for a terrible politician. Born in the UK and immigrated to Australia when he was 19, he brought his spirit and energy with him, as well as his lovely wife, Julie. When David was 24 and Julie 20, they bought their first business together, Gladstone Gun Shop. Due to their hard work, dedication and David's incredible knack for selling, they grew their business and moved to Brisbane, opening in Fortitude Valley. When David acquired the rights to sell Rigby rifles in Australia, the previous distributor said to him, "You won't sell one in this country." Unfazed and knowing David taking the statement on as a challenge, he went on to sell more Rigby rifles than the rest of all the distributors worldwide combined outside of the UK. However, David's greatest pride and joy was his children and grandchildren. I know he is very proud of his son Tom for all that he has achieved in his life, including taking over the business that he and his wife created. Thank you, David, for your friendship over many years. May you rest in peace.
Thank you. Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been great to be meeting with local sporting clubs over the last 2 weeks to see the upgrade of their facilities. Southern Districts play out of Cirillo Reserve, which is a unique facility to support women and girls reach their full potential. It was wonderful to meet with former Matilda player Catherine Cannuli, who is the coach and manager of the Southern Districts competition, to discuss the Albanese government's election commitment for upgrades to this ground. I also caught up with Kemps Creek's United Soccer Club, Ross and Michael, who showed me the difference the Stronger Communities grant has made when they've put in special synthetic turf, which will make the goalmouths this season more playable. I'd also like to thank Darcy Lown, President of the Macarthur Rams Soccer Competition, for the invitation to attend this year's launch. It was a delight to hear each of the club's positive stories on the night from last year and their goals for the 2023 season. The competition has over 10,000 players from 5 to over 55s, girls, boys, women and men playing this year. Most clubs report significant increases in players, especially in the women competition. It was lovely to see all our communities come together and support our local teams, and I hope this year you'll see an even greater turnout. I look forward to following the success of all our soccer teams this year.
Thank you. Member for Fadden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, before the election this government made a rush of promises only to see so many of them broken. Remember the promise to cut your power bill by $275, a promise made over 90 times, broken. Remember the promise of cheaper mortgages, broken. Remember the promise of lowering inflation, broken. And now we've seen the chaos of the last 2 weeks, from the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Treasurer and our favourite incompetent Minister, the Assistant Treasurer, about the promise of no changes to super. Broken, broken and broken. This government simply can't be trusted. Frankly, Labor's making it up as they go, as the Assistant Treasurer made it. It's all about the hive and about honey for everyone in that hive. Within the last 2 weeks, the Prime Minister has not ruled out further cuts to superannuation. The Treasurer refuses to rule out changes to negative gearing. The Treasurer also refused to rule out, staggeringly, changes to capital gains tax exemption on the family home, only for the Prime Minister to run out on Patricia Carvelis' show and say, no, we're not going to do anything. Then the Treasurer, oh, OK, I guess you're right, Prime Minister. Labor can't be trusted. They cannot be trusted when it comes to money. When they run out of money, Madam Deputy Speaker, they come after everyone's.
Member for Jagga Jagga.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the voices of young people in Jagga Jagga and to reassure them that their voices are being heard in this parliament and in our government. I'm very conscious that for many young people, federal parliament can feel like it's a long, long way away from their concerns. And that's why I thought it was important to host a youth forum in my community last week to bridge some of that divide. It was so good to have our Youth Minister, Anne Ali, attend the forum and explain how our government is making sure the views of young people are part of our policy making. And it was really important for the Minister and I to hear about what's important to young people in Jagga Jagga at the moment, and that includes cost of living and rising rents, access to higher education and affordability, access to mental health services and the voice to Parliament. Separately, I want to acknowledge the advocacy of young people from the Somali community in Jagga Jagga, who previously told me there was a huge need for mental health support, but it wasn't being met. Thank you to Assistant Minister for Mental Health, Emma McBride, for coming to meet directly with these young people and hear their suggestions for culturally appropriate, locally accessible mental health services. The young people of Jagga Jagga are wonderful advocates for their future and for the future of our community. I want them to know that I am listening, our government is listening, our ministers are listening, and we will continue to work with them to deliver a better future for them and for our entire community.
Thank you. Somebody from the opposition? Member for Fowler.
Madam Deputy Speaker, today I want to share my deepest sympathies to everyone impacted by the horrific earthquake that took place in Turkey and Syria in the early hours of the 6th of February. I can't even imagine the absolute terror endured by the men, women and children trapped in the middle of this catastrophe. My heart goes out to the first responders and aid workers who have the insurmountable task of digging through the mounds of rubble. No doubt the communities impacted are grateful for their presence, and I can only hope that they find the light at the end of this very dark tunnel soon. This tragedy has impacted people from all over the world, and in my area of Fowler, our Turkish and Syrian community are certainly feeling the pain and loss. Mrs. Melissa Michael of Edensor Park recently told me about her family who live in Adana, Turkey, and the fear she experienced in the moments of the quake. It's hard to imagine the trauma of when to know if your loved one survived. This is a difficult and tragic time for families in Fowler who have lost loved ones. And to these families and to everyone affected by the Turkey and Syria earthquake, I offer my sincere sympathies, and we pray for your resilience through this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, yesterday I was pleased to attend 2 of the local mosques in the electorate of Lawler for Open Mosque Day. I attended in the company of Dylan White, member for Tarneet, Sarah Connolly, a member for Laverton, and Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jenny Barrera, and Vivian Nguyen from the Victorian Multicultural Commission. I attended the Virgin Mary Mosque, where Imam Sheikh Abdullah Hawari welcomed us to the mosque and took us through some interesting information about Islam and the value of the mosque in the community. And I'd like to thank President Sheikh Hanif and the team there. I also saw representatives of Victoria Police and the Wyndham Interfaith Network, represented by our good friend Lawrence. I then attended the Melbourne Grand Mosque in Tarneet, where Sheikh Nawaz gave us a presentation on, again, growing understanding around the mosque and how it's a cultural place as well as a religious place. I want to thank President Rifai Abdul Rahim and the other directors there. There also was the President of the Islamic Council of Victoria, Adel Salman. It is my pleasure to represent the growing Islamic community in my electorate of Lalor. It brings home to us just how important that connectivity is between our communities and bears in mind how proud I am to represent a multilingual, multi-faith, multicultural community.
Member for Curtin.
In Curtin, hospitals and higher education are two of our largest employers, creating a hotbed of health and medical research, innovation and commercialisation in the suburb of Nedlands. We have so much potential to lead the world in creating and commercialising life-saving medical solutions. Nedlands has 3 current and 2 proposed hospitals, 6 medical research institutes, a centre for early-phase clinical trials and is the home of the University of Western Australia. In recent weeks, I've had the opportunity to meet some of the incredible organisations in Nedlands doing this work. For example, the Harry Perkins Institute is building a comprehensive atlas of the cell types that make up cancer tumours, and the Perrin Institute is undertaking cutting-edge research on a broad range of neurological conditions. And it's not just research. UWA has partnered with the Harry Perkins Institute to support pathways into burgeoning local medtech startups. Last week, the Minister for Industry and Science, Ed Husic, and I visited OncoRes Medical to hear how they're manufacturing equipment to help surgeons remove all of a cancer the first time. But WA is seriously underrepresented in MRC funding, with applicants 3 times as likely to be successful in Victoria as in WA. The innovation happening in the suburbs of Perth deserves national recognition. This is also a perfect opportunity for support under the medical science priority area of the National Reconstruction Fund to build on this strength and support this innovation ecosystem.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, March is March into Yellow. It is Endo, or Endometriosis, Awareness Month. It's a chance for all of us to don on the yellow to raise awareness of this debilitating and chronic disease. 1 in 9 women and girls in Australia are affected by endometriosis, who quite often have been told throughout their life just to put up with it, get over it. It's just something that women go through. But we now know a lot more about endometriosis, and March is the chance to raise awareness. This government is acting. There is an $80 million funding towards the National Action Plan for Endometriosis. It involves, apart from education and awareness raising, there's funding that is going towards pelvic pain clinics and funding that is going towards key organisations. I would like to congratulate and thank the many organisations, the partners that are involved in Endometriosis Australia, endometriosis patients and their families for their continued advocacy and campaign on this issue. Standing here today, I don't feel that I've done a former colleague of mine, Gabe Brogdon, justice. She was a true endo warrior, and we get all of us in yellow and up on our feet, not just in March but every month, to remind us that we have a role to play in this place to keep endometriosis on the agenda so less women and girls suffer into the future. So this month, wear yellow and let's raise awareness around endometriosis.
Thank you. Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Tari's Cody Garland for his career best and first ever podium finish, racing at AWC Race Tasmania's opening season race at Symmons Plains Raceway. He was driving a Peugeot 308. Cody kicked off the weekend with a strong 7th in the qualifying and then got 5th place on the pole to start and ended up on the podium. Also doing great stuff in the Lyne electorate is Ozfish Unlimited's Manning chapter, who held a Clean Up Australia Day event at John Oxley Reserve in Harrington. It was a great opportunity for the community to get involved, to raise awareness about marine litter and how to manage everyday plastics issues, something that our recreation fishing community is absolutely passionate about. So well done to Ozfish's Manning team and the community volunteers, including Mid Coast Council workers, Manning Landcare and Manning Valley Kayak Club. And another great event in my electorate of Lyne was the Bush Poetry at the Sale Yards, which is organised by Brian Beasley and Gloucester Rotary Club. This event serves as a fundraiser for a range of community projects. Congratulations to Brian and the Gloucester Rotary for your outstanding efforts on behalf of our community. And also I'd like to give a shout-out to Ron Green and the Hawks Nest Tea Gardens Probus Club members who recently celebrated 35 years of friendship, fellowship and fun with a luncheon to mark the occasion. A great achievement for past and present Probus members.
Time. Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trove is our nation's finest resource of natural history, records and events, and as a result is envied around the world for its unparalleled access and unparalleled capabilities. Amongst journalists, historians, researchers and keen members of the public, Trove is much more than a national treasure that must be protected. It's a core element in their ability to do their job. I recently spoke with renowned local historian Jeff McGill about this matter, and Jeff told me how Trove has greatly aided him in his historical research of the Macarthur region. His most recent book, Rachel, which is about his forebear Rachel Kennedy, was completed through extensive and much appreciated research through Trove. I know too that the Campbelltown Neds Historical Society also relies on Trove to assist them in compiling information about our region and is greatly appreciated by their members and the wider community. On a personal note, I found Trove to be incredibly useful, as has my wife Sharon, who is a librarian. On a light-hearted note, I found through Trove that my grandfather was arrested for speeding in one of his tourist buses for the third time in one day in the 1920s. I believe Trove should be preserved at all costs, and it requires ongoing funding to ensure it remains free of charge and available to all Australians. I implore the Leader of the House and the Minister for the Arts to make sure the government funds Trove so that it remains available to everyone who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I informed the House of 2 recent electorate visits by shadow ministers and thank them for meeting with my constituents. Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the member for Farrer, visited Moore in her capacity as the Shadow Minister for Small and Family Business and Industry Skills and Training. She addressed the Joondalup Business Association and participated in a Q&A forum on local issues. From there, we visited Carpet Choices, where we heard of the challenges in training apprentices required to install floor coverings from proprietor Steve Blackwood. Next stop was the College of Electrical Training in Joondalup for a briefing on the development of an innovation centre to deliver courses of study relevant to apprentices of the future, including in advanced battery technology, hydrogen fuel cells, robotics and innovation. Last week, the member for Moncrieff, the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth, visited the Joondalup campus of Alta One College, where she witnessed firsthand the great work being done to support youth with unique learning needs to complete their secondary education, enabling them to progress onto vocational education and the workforce. This was followed by a forum in my office where leading early childhood educators raised their concerns about the challenge in recruiting qualified staff to work in their centres and the need to address this issue.
Thank you. Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In late January, the community of Eastwood was advised that their local post office would close on the 3rd of March. Their landlord, the City of Ryde Council, was set to demolish the building the post office sits in. This became the catalyst for the closure. Whilst Council offered an extension on their current site, they did not offer any alternative premises for lease, and ultimately Australia Post made the regrettable decision to close. Eastwood is a thriving multicultural CBD. It's the home of countless small businesses and many residents who have relied on access to a post office. This closure will hit our community hard. Many members of the community reached out to me to express their concerns about how this closure would impact them. Through a consultation process my office set up, we figured out the areas of highest use by businesses and locals. Through close work alongside Australia Post, we've been able to start the process to implement permanent solutions to ensure our area continues to receive essential postal services it relies upon. We've been able to get a commitment to install 24/7 parcel lockers. We're just waiting on the Council to secure a site, and to ensure more accessibility to passport applications and services across our region. Importantly, we've also been able to implement a permanent solution for all those small businesses and residents who have a PO box. I'd encourage all Eastwood PO box customers to contact Grace and her magnificent team at the Denniston East LPO and I'd like to thank all those who responded to our Have Your Say. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure every member of parliament will be only too keen to attest to the value of a great staff member. That's not just because of the service they provide to us, but rather the service they provide to our communities that fills us full of gratitude and respect. And in this vein, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank former staff member and very good friend, Mr Michael Duff, for having set up my office in the midst of a pandemic, who's now returned to his work with the Toowoomba Regional Council. Michael is very well known in our community. His service to our community deserves recognition, be it in setting up kids' sports clubs, tough guy book clubs, or most importantly, Speaker, as Chief Cattle Steward at the Proston Show. Communities are built upon the actions of people who put service to others above themselves, and I'm very grateful to have had Michael's spirit of service in my office. Speaker, Michael always forced me to ask two questions of myself before taking any decision as the member for Groom. Firstly, do I believe it? And secondly, is it good for the people of Groom? Very good basis for any decision to be made. I've endeavoured ever since to keep this framework about me, and I think it speaks to Michael's character, that it was on these solid foundations that he sought to make Groom a better place. Speaker, and my personal thanks to Michael. I remember during the WellCamp quarantine fiasco, I often found myself feeling a little bit like Horatio on the bridge, wondering who would come out and stand beside me as I fought against this folly. I'm forever grateful and proud, Michael, that you're always there right by my side. I thank you for your service and I thank you for your friendship.
Thank you. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is Lymphedema Awareness Day, and last week I met with lymphedema advocate Monique Barham, who has been leading the charge for better recognition and better care for this condition. Lymphedema is an accumulation of fluid, lymph, in the tissues of the body, usually concentrated in a specific area. It is fundamentally a failure of the lymphatic system to collect fluid and eliminate it. Many people develop lymphedema as a result of cancer treatment or through major trauma such as surgery or injury, but this is not the only cause. 1 in 6,000 people are born with conditions that result in primary lymphedema. Excessive swelling caused by fluid accumulation is painful and disfiguring, and untreated it can lead to skin oozing liquid, splitting and infection. This leads to hospitalisations, expensive, time-consuming and disruptive to people's lives. Often people suffer for years with no idea what is happening to them and no idea that there actually is treatment, and it's under-recognised in general practice. While lymphedema is not curable, it can be managed through exercise, massage and specially made compression garments. These garments need to be fitted, however, so they're quite expensive. Monique's vision is to have a standard model of care across Australia and standard levels of financial support for the garments. So on Lymphedema Awareness Day, I'd like to bring this condition to the attention of my colleagues in this place and thank Monique for her tireless advocacy.
Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've got a lot of young sporting talent in Canning. One of our best took centre stage at the weekend with local Indigenous man Alex Winwood taking out the WBC international boxing title, earning his first international belt in Perth. Winwood was up against a former IBO champion in just his second main event and knocked him out in just 4 rounds. Alex has been building to this moment for some time, taking up the sport of boxing 10 years ago while still in high school. Since then, Alex has been hard at work training under his coach, Brian Sartori, at Mandra's Eureka Boxing Club. But his success hasn't come easy, and a good boxer must be able to take a punch, and he's had his setbacks. In 2016, Alex narrowly missed out on qualifying for the Rio Olympic Games, but he didn't let that stop him. Alex spent the next 4 years in training, eventually qualifying for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games and later the 2022 Commonwealth Games. He made headlines as the first Indigenous Australian announced to represent our country at the Tokyo Olympics and became a fan favourite when he performed a traditional Indigenous dance during the opening ceremony. His win at the weekend is yet another impressive achievement, and on behalf of all of my electorate, we look forward to seeing him become the world champion. Thank you.
Member for Swan.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to highlight a fabulous woman called Sandy from Married at First Sight. There are thousands of women across Australia who have wanted to give love a chance but have been too scared to try. Sandy has been courageous to allow us to walk with her. In fact, Sandy has inspired a whole generation. Australia is made up of many third culture kids. We take our parents' culture, we blend it with Australian culture to create a cool hybrid culture. When I watched Sandy's wedding, I saw the way she skillfully did this. Sandy used her wicked sense of humour to disarm people to help them see the real her, smart, fierce, sassy and funny. It sucks, but for women, it's often hard for the first, whether it be the first female Prime Minister or the first woman in a migrant family to have a mixed-race relationship. It was tough when my auntie Julie wanted to marry Uncle Jason in the 1960s. My dad smashed a fish tank when he first heard. By the time I got married, my dad embraced my husband. In my home of Swan, there are many mixed-race couples of different generations, and it's easier when the person you're dating has multicultural friends and a genuine curiosity to explore cultures. I sense that Sandy will go through a period of healing, but know that we are so proud, and I am certain that Sandy will find someone as fabulous as she is, because she doesn't deserve anything less.
Member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, well, March is Endo March, and I'm really a proud ambassador for Endometriosis Australia. And during the week, last week, I held an endometriosis morning tea and invited people along to come and help raise some money for Endometriosis Australia. And of course, it is a condition that affects between 9 and 10 Australian women. It's very painful, it's seriously debilitating, and at this time there is no cure, which is why I was really proud to be part of putting together the first ever national plan for endometriosis in 2018. And in our last budget we committed a further $58 million to this, particularly around pelvic pain clinics, pelvic pain education and research, and around management and care for those people suffering from endometriosis. So I'm encouraging others to do the same in holding an Endo March event, shining the spotlight on this very, very challenging condition, and one that threatens the lives and livelihoods of so many women around Australia. Yes, we do want to see a great improvement in their quality of life, and we want to get to the point where there is a cure, which is what the research is all about. And we want to see a great improvement in the absolute day-to-day lives of these women and girls who are living with what is a terribly debilitating condition and disease in endometriosis. Please join the cause.
Member for Robertson.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to commend the Erin Affair Medical Centre on its exemplary medical service for the Central Coast community. The Central Coast region and across many regional and rural communities in Australia, medical centres are an integral part of any town or village, providing outstanding care and medical assistance to those who are sick or in need of expert health advice. Erin Affair Medical Centre is no exception. They are open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. and always welcoming of any returning or new patients to the centre. I had the privilege of meeting with practice owner Peter Carr and centre nurse Megan Yu to discuss a range of issues impacting the services provided by Erin Affair Medical Centre. Mr Carr and Ms Yu raised the critical need for primary health care in Australia to be supported. And I understand that this matter requires the federal government's urgent attention, and that's why I am pleased to notify the chamber that under an Albanese Labor government we will strengthen Medicare now and we will strengthen Medicare into the future, starting with the $750 million strengthening Medicare fund, two urgent care centres on the Central Coast. If you're too sick for the GP, not sick enough for the emergency department, you finally have somewhere to go. Without strong and accessible primary health care centres in regional and rural communities, our health care system would collapse. And I thank all of the hard-working regional and rural primary health care centres across this nation.
Thank you. Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the then opposition, now government, when in opposition, were very much running on the theme of having transparency and trust in government. And just nearly 12 months in, Speaker, haven't we seen how deceived the Australian public have been by this new Labor government? And, Speaker, they're starting to wake up. They're starting to wake up that they were deceived by the Labor opposition, now government, after seeing what they were saying before the election and now what they're doing after the election. And, Speaker, I'll run you through just a couple of examples. Let's start with the IR laws. The IR laws that they passed in the first few months of being in government were but never mentioned during the campaign. And I'll quote the now Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, before the election said, Mr Chalmers said, Labor's industrial relations policies had been announced and multi-employer agreements were not part of our policy. Well, that changed after the election, Speaker. Again, they were deceived. And now last week, what do we see, Speaker? Last week, again, we see the deception that was said before the election and then what happens after the election. Now Prime Minister Albanese said on the 2nd of May 2022, we've said we have no intention to make any super changes. And again, deception from the government, Speaker. We've seen a promise of lower electricity bills, broken. We've seen a promise of cheaper mortgages, broken. So again, one thing before the election, another after. The public's starting to work this mob out,
Member's
Speaker.
time has concluded. Give the call to the member for Bean.
Speaker, this year the National Arboretum celebrates 10 years since it was opened. It's a national ecological gem with the best views in Canberra, located in my electorate of Bean. The National Arboretum came about due to dramatic circumstance. In 2003, Canberra was subject to disastrous bushfires. Communities were left devastated and almost 250 hectares of plantation pines in the Molonglo Valley were razed. But from those ashes, the National Arboretum arose. Speaker, when it first opened in 2013, initial predictions have visitor numbers at more than 1 million for the first 5 years. It would actually be 6 million. Whoa. Speaker, the Arboretum benefits from the hard work of over 900 staff and volunteers, and I thank them for their extraordinary commitment. The Arboretum remains a symbol of Canberra's post-2003 bushfire recovery, and this upcoming long weekend will see many families from my electorate of Bean and around Canberra come to enjoy the Arboretum for picnics, walks, tours and even hot air balloons. There you go.
Order. Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I inform the House that on Friday, 17 February, I received a letter from the Honourable Alan Edward Tudge, resigning his seat as the member for the electoral division of Aston. On Monday, 27 February, I issued a writ for the election of a member to serve for the electoral division of Aston in the state of Victoria to fill the vacancy caused by the resignation of the Honourable Alan Edward Tudge. The dates in connection with the by-election will be fixed as follows. The close of rolls today, 6th March, close of nominations Thursday, 9th March, declaration of nominations Friday, 10th of March, date of polling Saturday, 1st of April, the return of the writ on or before Wednesday, the 7th of June. Questions without notice, and I call the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that during the election campaign he solemnly declared, and I quote, "We have no intention to make any super changes." Given Labor is now increasing taxes on superannuation, will the Prime Minister apologise for this statement? Why has the Prime Minister misled the Australian people? Isn't this yet another broken promise from this tricky Prime Minister?
Order. Order. The House will remain silent so I can hear from the Prime Minister. And I give him the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. We have made our priority clear, and so has the Leader of the Opposition. Our priority is dealing with the $1 trillion of Liberal debt that we inherited off those opposite. We are making a very modest change that will impact 1/2 of 1%. 1/2 of 1%.
Member for Bowman.
17 of those people have over $100 million in their account. One has over $400 million.
Order.
So I do note that a majority of Australians, including a majority of Liberal voters, say that they agree with this change. But I tell you what we won't do.
Members on my left.
We see an issue of $1 trillion of Liberal debt. We get advice from Treasury saying that there are these 17 people who have over $100 million in their account.
The member for O'Connor.
And we say, well,
and the member for Fisher.
we should do
Members
something
on my
about
left will
that.
cease interjecting.
Those opposite see the most vulnerable people in our community and introduce the robo-debt scheme. And this is what they had to say.
Order.
We'll find you, we'll track you down, and you will have to repay those debts, and you may end up in prison. That said it all about those opposite and their attitude towards this. We're a government for all Australians. They've been reduced for a government of 0.5%.
Give the court order. Members on my right. I'll hear from the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What steps has the government taken to ease the pressures on Australian families, and is there any opposition to these measures?
The member for Fairfax. The member for Fairfax. Order. I know the week's starting. The way this is going to work, people, when they're asking questions, will not be interjected on from both sides, and when people are approaching the dispatch box, they will not be interjected on either. I hope everyone's got that clear today, because that's how this week's going to roll. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Cunningham for her question. It was good to be with the member for Cunningham in Wollongong at the university there just a week ago, and to be with the state Labor candidates as well there in Wollongong, as well as Kiama in the South Coast, just like it was good to be with Chris Minns yesterday at the Labor launch. I look forward to Peter Dutton's contribution,
Order.
the Leader of the Opposition's contribution at the Liberal Party launch next Sunday. I look forward to the red carpet being rolled out there this Sunday. So our biggest priority this year is making sure that Australians have economic security and stability. And that's why we're putting in place measures to take pressure off families so they can plan ahead. We've already acted, but there's more to come. Cheaper medicines came in on January 1. Cheaper childcare starts on the 1st of July. Today, through the Senate this morning, I can inform the House that we passed changes to paid parental leave to allow for more flexibility and easier access for families, particularly for single parents. We're getting wages moving again. We've got more affordable housing. We are implementing our energy price relief plan, opposed by those opposite that $1.5 billion that they opposed. And right around Australia, there are young people and older workers being retrained through our fee-free TAFE plan, some 180,000 of them. And this week in Parliament, we'll be progressing our National Reconstruction Fund. Very important to address the supply chain issues which the Reserve Bank have identified as being responsible for half and up to 2/3 of the inflationary pressures in the economy. So that's our plan. We have a positive plan going forward. Those opposite just have one answer to everything: no. They say no to manufacturing jobs through the National Reconstruction Fund. They say no to the Housing Australia Future Fund and additional housing for women and children escaping domestic violence. They say no to power price relief for households. They say no to making super stronger for the future. They say no to ending the climate wars and adopting their own mechanism that they put in place. No improvements, no alternatives, no ideas, just no.
Give the call to the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his promise to deliver cheaper mortgages. Interest rates have risen 8 times under his watch, and more Australians are turning to Foodbank so they can put their grocery money towards their mortgage payments. Why has this Prime Minister misled the Australian people? Isn't this yet another broken promise by this tricky Prime Minister?
Order. The member for Fisher. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And perhaps if the Deputy Leader attends the New South Wales Liberal Party launch on Sunday, and she might get to speak, then she will get to speak about the shared equity schemes which I announced during our election campaign, and the shared equity scheme that is being promoted by the Liberal National Government in New South Wales. Shared equity schemes, what it means is, instead of having 100% of the mortgage yourself. There's a share of the mortgage is held by the government. That's the scheme. That's the scheme. That's the scheme that New South Wales Liberal government has announced. It's based upon the WA Liberal Party scheme. It's based upon the Victorian scheme. The WA scheme has been in place for many, many decades and has been a huge success, and I thank the member for her question.
Order. Members on my left. Give the member for Longman. Give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What are the pressures on the Australian economy, and what is the Albanese Labor government's economic plan to address the inflation challenge in our economy?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I say to the member for Dunkley that her dedication and her determination is an inspiration to all of us, and can I say from a personal level thank you for all of the help and advice that she gives me when it comes to our economic plans and policies as well. I appreciate that a great deal. Mr Speaker, the National Accounts last week showed growth in the Australian economy moderating as expected. The inevitable consequence of the combination of global challenges and high inflation and rising interest rates. Now, our economy in the December quarter grew by 2.7% throughout 2022, faster than all of the major advanced economies and more than twice the growth of the OECD average. But it's a sign of the times, Mr Speaker, that even in one of the world's best economies, the inflationary pressures coming at us from around the world are still being felt very acutely around the kitchen tables of this country. Now, we know that the tightening in interest rates that began before the election is adding to the pressure on many people and on many small businesses as well. Australians are under the pump, and when interest rates go up, it does make life that bit harder. Now, tomorrow, as honourable members are aware, the Reserve Bank will make its decision on interest rates. We don't preempt those decisions, but clearly the market is anticipating a further increase. Now, the bank takes its decisions independently, and that independence is an important feature of our economic system. The government's job, the job that this government has taken responsibility for and embraced, is to focus on what we can do in government to get on top of this inflation challenge. Now, there are welcome signs, Mr Speaker, that the inflation challenge in our economy has peaked. There are encouraging signs that we are getting on top of it, but inflation will be higher than we'd like for longer than we'd like, and we need to acknowledge that. So our three-point plan is all about relief for people doing it tough, repair of our broken supply chains and restraint in the budget as well. And a meaningful part of that budget restraint was our decision on superannuation last week. Now, this was a modest change and a sensible choice for a budget which is absolutely heaving with $1 trillion in Liberal Party debt. When Australians are doing it tough, Labor's highest priority is targeted cost of living relief in a more responsible budget. The Liberals' highest priority is bigger tax breaks for people who already have tens of millions of dollars in superannuation.
The Treasurer will pause. The members on my right. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, the question went to pressures on the economy and the Albanese Labor government's plan to address pressures on the economy. The Treasurer is now wandering into an attack on this side of the House. He's a serial offender and he should be brought back to the question.
I could not hear what the Premier, Don't tell the Premier that. I couldn't. Order. Order. I couldn't hear what the Treasurer was saying, but I draw him back to the question.
I won't tell her if you won't, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our plan is to make a modest change to tax concessions for people with millions of dollars in their super to make the system more sustainable and more affordable. It's all about making the budget more responsible in the context of these cost of living pressures which are impacting people right around the country. Those opposite have got a different plan. They go after people with robo-debt and they come after Medicare.
Order. Before I call the member for Mackellar, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is the Canberra Fellowship's parliamentary delegation from Indonesia, led by Mr Charles Horace. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. And I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Attorney-General. This morning I introduced a bill to end the Jobs for Mates culture in federal politics. Having abolished the AAT because of rampant cronyism and announced a review into public board appointments, it appears the government agrees this is a major integrity problem. Without a legislated and independent process like I have proposed in my bill, how can the government guarantee that any future appointments to public institutions will not end up as more jobs for mates?
And I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member very much for her question. As she knows, we have met to discuss her private member's bill, and as I have explained to her and would explain to the House, we as a government are committed to merit-based, transparent appointment processes. You will see those merit-based, transparent appointment processes in all respects in the appointments of this government.
Order. Give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry. What's the Albanese Labor government doing to revitalise Australian manufacturing? Why is this important for manufacturing jobs? And what are the threats to creating these new jobs?
Order. I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Paterson. This is a member that gets it. The member for Paterson understands manufacturing matters, and there are thousands of people employed across the Hunter who owe their livelihoods to manufacturing, and some really great firms like Energy Renaissance in the member's electorate who are looking to have Aussie-made batteries right here available for us. Great work. Revitalising manufacturing is a critical priority for the country. Some of the world's biggest economies owe their success to having very healthy manufacturing within them, and they also get, these countries, they need to become more self-sufficient. And the Albanese government gets this too. It's one of the reasons why we don't want our country to be reliant on concentrated or broken supply chains, and dealing with this is a big part of our plan to take up the fight on inflation and also put downward pressure on interest rates. It's why we're, for example, calling on the parliament to join with us in setting up the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, one of the greatest investments in national manufacturing capability in living memory. And the growth capital that will be unlocked by the National Reconstruction Fund, crucial, good for the economy, good for industry and unbelievably good for jobs. Nearly 900,000 Australians employed as a result of manufacturing in over 90,000 firms, one-third of which are employed outside of our capital cities. Our national ambition should be to see that number grow in our outer suburbs, in our regions, in remote Australia. Our other ambition should be to keep Australian companies onshore. Good ideas, jobs here. Made in Australia, made overseas. That's the big thing. That's the big difference. And I've met Australian businesses here and overseas who want a future made in Australia. Those firms, some of which have moved overseas, will sometimes cite how hard it is to get growth capital they need on home soil, which is precisely the issue the National Reconstruction Fund wants to deal with. This government knows how much Australians can't stand it when Australian firms have to leave our shores for a lack of support. Most Australians get it, except, it seems, the Liberal and National parties. The same parties who pushed auto manufacturing offshore, presided over a decade of neglect, voted against energy price relief to help manufacturers, and now they want to oppose manufacturers getting access to growth via the NRF. No to manufacturing, no to jobs, no to growth, no to Australian know-how. And when it comes to supporting the NRF and Australian manufacturing, those opposite say no way, no how. I would just ask manufacturers from our outer suburbs and regions who might be represented by a Liberal and National Party MP, just to ask those MPs why they only ever support manufacturing when there's a TV camera around.
Order. Order. Give the call to the member for Cowper.
Prime Minister,
Ross and Cynthia are aged pensioners who live in South West Rocks in my electorate. This week they were told by their provider their new power bill is about to skyrocket by more than 40% to $474 per quarter. The Prime Minister promised Australians like Ross and Cynthia that he would cut their power bills by $275. Why has the Prime Minister misled the Australian people, and isn't this yet another broken promise by this tricky Prime Minister?
Order. Members on my left. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I do hope that the member told Ross and Cynthia that he voted against $1.5 billion of energy price relief.
Order. Members on my left.
I hope he did. I hope he did.
The member for Groom will stop yelling.
That was a plan.
The member for Groom
that went through.
Will cease interjecting.
Went through every state and territory leader, Labor and Liberal. It's true there are no Nats there, so we don't know where the Nats would have stood. But every state Liberal leader, including the Premier of New South Wales, voted for this plan. And indeed responsible oppositions, such as the New South Wales opposition, voted for the plan as well. And you know what's happened as a result of the plan is that as a result of us announcing it, wholesale prices have halved as a result. And this is what Philip Lowe, the RBA governor, had to say just last week.
Order.
He said this: "This episode of high inflation has its origins mainly in developments on the supply side," something that the Minister for Industry was just talking about, "but over time, demand-side factors have become more prominent. It emerged in the wake of the COVID supply chain disruptions and Russia's invasion of Ukraine." That is what the Reserve Bank Governor said last Friday. Now, we are dealing with that in a practical way. We brought forward legislation and indeed brought the parliament back here last December for extraordinary action due to the extraordinary circumstances which were there. You didn't.
Order. Members on
you
my left
voted
will
against
cease interjecting.
$1.5 billion of assistance, and I hope you've told your constituents that.
Order. It's far too much noise on my left. I'll hear from the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How will the National Reconstruction Fund deliver jobs and investment to communities across regional Australia? And why would any regional Australians be opposed to this investment?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the member for Hunter, who's making an enormous contribution to this place. It's so fantastic to have another regional member who understands just how important that manufacturing is to our regions, unlike those opposite. It's why we are so determined to make sure that one of the key positive changes that Australians voted for at the last election is actually introduced, and that is the National Reconstruction Fund. It's a $15 billion fund that will provide finance to projects that will diversify and transform Australia's industry and our economy, securing our supply chains and increasing our national sovereignty when it comes to manufactured goods. It will make Australia more productive, it will give Australians more jobs, and it means that we will make more things here in this country. The fund will be the biggest investment in manufacturing capability in living memory. So why would anyone be opposed to it? When you look at the priority areas for investment, you can clearly see that the vast benefits will flow to regional Australians. Value-adding in critical minerals, agriculture, forestry and fisheries, defence and transport, renewables and low-emissions technologies. All of these industries are focused in regional Australia. Just last week, I held a roundtable to guide the establishment of the Jet Zero Council here in Australia. The meeting included representatives of airlines, our airports, investors, feedstock producers, scientists and fuel producers, all unified by a desire to grow a sustainable aviation fuel industry here in this country to help what is a really hard-to-abate sector. It is exactly the kind of industry that the National Reconstruction Fund, alongside the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, can be supporting. And that is good news for regional Australia because that is exactly where the jobs will be. Sugarcane, sugar milling in North Queensland, canola in Western Australia and tallow all across the country. It can all be used to create sustainable aviation fuel, and all can be the engine room for a new generation of clean jobs, clean energy and clean manufacturing here in this country. It's just one example of one industry, but there are jobs and opportunities that should be unleashed right the way across Australia, and the National Reconstruction Fund will do just that. With all of those benefits, why would anyone be opposed to the National Reconstruction Fund? Who wouldn't want to see more jobs and investment in regional Australia? Who wouldn't want to see more regional manufacturing? Who wouldn't want to see regional Australia benefit from manufacturing jobs? Those opposite, that's who.
Give the call. Order. Members on my right. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. He's a lightweight. On the 30th of March 2021, the Prime Minister said we won't have any changes to the franking credits regime. Why has the Prime Minister misled the Australian people? Isn't this yet another broken promise from a tricky Prime Minister?
Order. Members on my right. The member for Deakin. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Proposed by the former government, but then again, the shadow treasurer. I mean, the treasurer has been waiting patiently there since last November to get a single question. Last November. It's now March. It was his birthday last week. It was his birthday on the same day. Give him a question. Give him a question. That's all he asked. That's all he asked for, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will return to the question. Members on my left.
I would have thought that the shadow treasurer might have asked a question about super. He's had a lot to say. He's had a lot to say about super. He's had a lot to say about super, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will return to the question.
But apparently not. Well, he's just picked another argument with himself. But he picked an argument with himself accidentally last week as well for the entire week. At last, a fair fight. At last, a fair fight. A fight between the shadow treasurer with the shadow treasurer. I think they've only got one. Now. Angus versus Angus. A true battle of the lightweights.
Call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Order. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring the response?
Resume its seat. It's far too much noise. If people interject whilst people are asking questions, they will be removed from the chamber immediately. I can't be any clearer than that. I'll hear from the member for Spence again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring the responsible delivery of AUKUS, and are there threats to this responsible approach?
I give the call to the Minister for Defence and Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his question? Bipartisanship in national security is critical, and that's not a leave pass for governments. Criticism from opposition matters. Indeed, there was profoundly important criticism from the Curtin opposition to the Menzies government in the first years of the Second World War. But even then it was understood that on critical issues bipartisanship mattered. Now, when the Morrison government made its AUKUS announcement last year that Australia would acquire nuclear-powered submarines, the Albanese Labor opposition provided unconditional, unqualified support immediately, and that continued right through until the election. But over the last week, the attitude of the opposition to AUKUS has become quite unclear, as we have been hearing the Leader of the Opposition describe his preferences about a future submarine capability. And this has raised eyebrows abroad about whether or not the coalition is on board. Now, the last time the Leader of the Opposition received a confidential briefing about AUKUS was in the very early days of a process which has gone a long way since then.
Stop yelling.
The Leader of the Opposition's information is very out of date, and he knows it. This government inherited an AUKUS announcement without much delivery. The capability gap, which loomed as a result of the lost decade from those opposite as they were in and out of a subs deal with Japan, in and out of a deal with France, had absolutely no answer to it. And there was the real prospect of there being a contest between two of our closest friends and allies as to who would provide us with the submarine. Well, I can inform the House that the announcement that we will soon make will deal with the capability gap and is a genuine collaboration between all three countries. The difference between the Coalition's announcement on AUKUS and every other announcement that they made on defence in the last 10 years is that this time Labor is going to do the delivery, and so it's actually going to happen. Over the last week, we've watched the Leader of the Opposition lay down markers, hedge his bets, try to have it both ways. Well, the question for the opposition is very simple. When the government makes its announcement with the United States and with the United Kingdom about the future submarine capability that Australia has, will the opposition provide unconditional and unqualified support so as to provide bipartisan support in the national interest, or will they continue their subterranean commentary so as to position themselves for their own political interest? Well, that choice is all theirs.
Give the call to the Prime Minister. Oh, to the Leader of the Opposition.
You're on fire today, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Well done, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. Mr Speaker, that the House 1 notes that before the election the Prime Minister promised on 97 occasions to reduce Australians' power bills by $275. But instead power bills have increased since he became Prime Minister. B, that before the election the Prime Minister promised Australians cheaper mortgages, but instead there have been 8 successive increases in mortgage interest rates since he became Prime Minister. C, that before the election the Prime Minister promised Australians that he would not raise taxes on superannuation, and last week the Prime Minister announced a new tax on superannuation. 2, notes that this Prime Minister is showing himself on issue after issue to be untrustworthy and deceptive, having told Australians one thing before the election and doing the opposite of what he promised now he's in government. 3, notes that as a result of the Prime Minister's conduct, Australians are now unable to trust any of the promises he made, and therefore calls on this Prime Minister to keep the promises he has made, including in relation to reduced power bills, cheaper mortgages and not introducing new taxes on superannuation.
Is leave granted?
That was a request for leave. So
the Leader of the Opposition requested leave. Yeah. Leave granted.
Leave's not granted.
I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I seek leave, Mr Speaker. Sorry, I move rather that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition from moving the following motion forthwith. Mr Speaker,
Mr Speaker, will cease interjecting.
1 notes that before the election the Prime Minister promised on 97 occasions to reduce Australians' power bills by $275, but instead power bills have increased since he became Prime Minister. B, that before the election the Prime Minister promised Australians cheaper mortgages, but instead there have been 8 successive increases in mortgage interest rates since he became Prime Minister. C, that before the election the Prime Minister promised Australians that he would not raise taxes on superannuation, and last week the Prime Minister announced a new tax on superannuation. 2, notes that this Prime Minister is showing himself on issue after issue to be untrustworthy and deceptive, having told Australians one thing before the election and doing the opposite of what he promised now he's in government. 3, notes that as a result of the Prime Minister's conduct, Australians are now unable to trust any of the promises he made, and therefore 4, calls on the Prime Minister to keep the promises he has made, including in relation to reduced power bills, cheaper mortgages and not introducing new taxes on superannuation. Mr Speaker, the reality—
Just pause for a moment. Just call the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Under Standing Order 47E, I require that this debate be continued at the conclusion of question time.
Order. The Leader will resume his seat, and we will order. Resume your seat. And order. 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 I give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Yeah. Thank you. And my question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. Why is the Albanese government's $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund so important, and how does it fit into the government's larger housing reform agenda after a decade of so little action?
Give a call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Small Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Newcastle for her important question, because I know that she, like many members in this place, is concerned that far too many Australians are paying the price of little action from those opposite when it comes to social and affordable housing. Indeed, our government was elected with a real plan to help tackle the country's housing challenges. Indeed, a plan to establish the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. I want to thank all of those in this place that supported the Housing Australia Future Fund in this place. And indeed, we know it's going to make a real difference, Mr Speaker. As National Shelter has said, the package of legislation being considered by the Senate is the most critical housing legislation to be brought forward in the past 10 years. We're talking here about the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. And we know how critical it is because it's going to make a real difference to those that need it most. But of course, the 30,000 homes that the fund will deliver in its first 5 years is just one part of our broader housing agenda. We've already unlocked up to $575 million from the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, and we've already made announcements right around the country of more social houses because of that unlocking. Of course, in the last budget, we announced the Housing Accord, 10,000 affordable homes additional, and that will be matched by the states and territories with another 10,000 affordable homes. And of course, we're working with the states and territories on the future of the $1.6 billion per annum in the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement. The interim National Supply and Affordability Council has already had its first meeting, and of course it will be providing independent advice to tiers of government about how to make housing more affordable and how to get more homes on the ground more quickly. The Council will also provide advice, critical advice, into the new National Housing and Homelessness Plan that will fit with the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement. And of course our regional first home buyer guarantee that we brought forward, Mr Speaker. 2,000 Australians are already in their first home sooner because of that guarantee. Indeed, the Help to Buy scheme will soon be introducing to support eligible Australians to purchase their own homes sooner. It's astounding to me, Mr Speaker, that we've still got people on the other side that are saying no to our agenda, particularly the Housing Australia Future Fund. Indeed, they're saying no to more homes for women and children fleeing family violence.
Order.
They're saying no to more homes for women at risk of homelessness. They're saying no to building more homes for veterans who are at risk of homelessness. Indeed, they're saying no to more Australians, particularly those Australians that are doing it tough, that are relying on this social and affordable housing. Every single day we delay in this place means no homes on the ground for people that need it critically, and those on the opposite need to say yes in the Senate when the legislation gets there next week.
I give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Environment Minister. Recently you quietly issued, late on a Friday afternoon, your decision to approve Labor Party donor Santos a licence to frack 116 new gas wells in Queensland until 2077. The International Energy Agency recently showed that Australia's methane emissions from coal and gas could be 60% higher than now accounted for. Why are you approving new gas wells that will make the climate crisis worse?
Hear, hear.
Give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I think the first thing to say is that imputation is unworthy and insulting. The second thing I'd like to point out to the honourable member is that the project she's talking about is a 1.3% expansion of a project that's been going for 8 years. A 1.3% expansion of a project that has been going for 8 years. To listen to the member opposite, you'd think it was something quite different. But I will say to the Greens, as they're sitting there feeling self-righteous, that the very best thing the Greens political party could do if they were really interested in climate change in this country is back the government's safeguard mechanism. Those sitting up there in that corner should not make the same mistake they made in 2009 when they voted with Tony Abbott and Barnaby Joyce to block action on climate change. Because what they delivered last time was more emissions for longer and a Liberal government. That's what they delivered last time. I am proud of what we're doing on this side of the parliament. It's the Albanese Labor government that is delivering real action on climate change with a legislated path to net zero emissions, with a pledge on methane, with real action to protect the ozone layer, with $20 billion to rewire the nation so we can put more renewable energy into our electricity market, with $3 billion in the National Reconstruction Fund to support low emissions technologies. Are you going to vote for that? Are you going to vote for the $3 billion for low emissions technologies? Why don't you answer that question? The best thing that those opposite can do, if they sincerely want to see real action on climate change, is support the government's safeguard mechanism. Don't make the same mistake as 2009. Back the National Reconstruction Fund and get on board for our measures addressing climate change.
Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veteran Affairs. What support is the Albanese Labor government providing to veterans and their families who are at risk of homelessness?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bendigo for this important question and for her ongoing advocacy for the veterans and families in her electorate. And of course, we understand that rising cost of living pressures and higher interest rates are hitting a lot of Australians hard, including our veteran community. The Albanese Labor government has an ambitious reform for housing to make sure that more Australians can have safe and affordable place to call home. Indeed, nearly 6,000 contemporary veterans can experience homelessness in any 1 year. And so the Department of Veterans Affairs is working with the community housing sector, including through a partnership with the Community Housing Industry Association and ex-service organisations, to develop veteran-specific resources to assist community housing providers in supporting veterans who are experiencing homelessness. These resources also introduce an industry standard for providing housing services to veterans. And if you are a veteran that is experiencing homelessness, please do get in touch with the Department of Veterans Affairs on 1800 838 372 or on Open Arms on 1800 011 046. But to be frank, we don't actually want to find ourselves in a position where veterans are homeless. Things shouldn't have to get that far. The Australian government strives to ensure that all former serving members of our Australian Defence Force who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness have access to the services and the support that they and their families require. That's why we're investing $3.6 million to build the Scott Palmer Services Centre, a crisis and transitional housing and support service to help veterans find permanent accommodation and employment in Darwin. It's why our $30 million commitment to build more housing and fund specialist services for veterans and families who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness is so very important. And that's just one part of our $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. This is the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing by a federal government in more than a decade. And there are some excellent organisations around Australia who are standing by to provide housing relief to our veterans and want to provide that support. These organisations have proposals just like
the Scott Palmer Centre in Darwin, or the existing Andrew Russell Veterans Living Program in South Australia, but they're hamstrung without the passage of the Housing Australia Future Fund legislation. Indeed, even the member for Jagga came and approached me the other day with another program that could support veterans experiencing homelessness. People have examples of these around the country. But for some unfathomable reason, the opposition wants to stand in the way of more coordinated support for veterans who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness.
Order.
Every day that we have to wait is another day that veterans have to wait to get access to the support they need for homelessness because of this opposition.
I give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Before the election, the Prime Minister said he would stand by the legislated Stage 3 tax cuts. Will the Prime Minister rule out any changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts, or will this be the next broken promise from this tricky Prime Minister?
Order. Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Flinders for her question, and we've made our priority very clear, and so have the Liberals. We now have the first commitment from the Leader of the Opposition, which is on tax issues. He will, if he's successful at the next election, with the support, I assume, of the member for Flinders, if she's successful,
Order. Members on my left.
he will introduce better tax concessions for those people who have $100 million in their bank account, now in their super account.
Member for Hume.
So he finally,
Order.
having gone through
The Leader of the Opposition will cease
an entire,
interjecting.
almost a year as Opposition Leader, having had his first budget reply without having a single policy to put forward.
Order.
We now have one, and we expected some questions
The Prime
about it
Minister
today.
will pause. The member for Groom is on a warning and is on thin ice. Order. If the member for Hume doesn't want me to hear the Manager of Opposition Business, keep going. Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, very tightly defined, will the Prime Minister rule out any changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts? He's avoiding doing that. He's equivocating.
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, to the point of order, it's always been the case that when there's a tag of that nature, it opens the question right wide up.
Order. The Prime Minister is in order. I'm struggling to hear his answer. I'm asking the House to show some respect. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Of course, we haven't changed our position on that issue, but we do find
the member
we've
for O'Connor
finally
will leave the
found
chamber under
a group
94A.
of people who the opposition will fight for. He won't fight for those veterans at risk of homelessness that we just discussed about. He won't fight for those women and children escaping domestic violence who'll benefit from the Housing Australia Future Fund. He won't fight for those people in regional Australia who want manufacturing jobs in the National Reconstruction Fund. He won't fight for those businesses who are calling for certainty with the safeguard mechanism. He won't fight for those families who want cheaper childcare. He wouldn't fight for those families who will benefit from energy price relief. No to all of them. We've found a group that he'll fight for. The 17 Australians who have over $100 million in their superannuation accounts, and the one Australian, he probably knows who it is, who has over $400 million in his super account. I mean, they have consistently opposed absolutely everything, but finally they've found something that they're in favour of. But they come in here having got on every interview with a friendly journalist they could find over the last week. They come in here and it's almost radio silence on Super. Almost radio silence. What a pathetic.
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. Order. The member for Deakin and the Prime Minister will cease interjecting. I'll give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government working to ensure Australia is on track to meet our emissions reduction targets? Why is policy certainty so critical in this area?
Great question. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. I know, because she and I have discussed it, how important it was for her in one of her first acts in this parliament to vote with the government and the crossbench to pass our Climate Change Act, which enshrines our targets in the law of the land. And now the task, of course, Mr Speaker, is to implement those targets and get on with the job. And an important part of doing that is the government's safeguard reforms, Mr Speaker, which of course cover around a third of our emissions, our 200 biggest emitters across Australia. And our reforms will reduce emissions by 2030 by 205 million tonnes, which is very important to achieving those targets. And importantly, Mr Speaker, the House and the Senate will get a chance to vote on an element of those reforms, which is below the baseline crediting, which is the incentive for businesses to reduce their emissions even further than they are required to by the law, by the government. And this is very important, Mr Speaker, and the honourable member asked me about the need for certainty, and the need for certainty is very clear in regard to this, and certainty on behalf of all members of the House, Mr Speaker. And in relation to the one matter in which the House will get a chance to vote on this matter, in relation to the legislation, we've always been very clear that we give credit where it's due. This was a policy of the previous government as well, to reduce these baselines. In fact, not only was it a policy they announced in government, it was a policy they announced during the election campaign, Mr Speaker. Not just the Liberal Party, the coalition, the official LNP coalition policy said we will legislate safeguard crediting mechanism, Mr Speaker. That was the policy released on the 24th of April 2022, Mr Speaker. That was their policy, and there's been even more developments, Mr Speaker. We heard not so long ago from our old friend, the member for Hume. Always a crowd favourite on this side of the House, Mr Speaker. We look forward to his interviews with eager anticipation. Might not be unanimous to you across the House, but on this side of the House, we look forward to them. And he went further. He not only said it was their policy, he claimed they'd already legislated it when they were in government, Mr Speaker. He said, we had, on the 7th of February this year, he said, we had a crediting mechanism that was very effective and it worked, Mr Speaker. He claimed they'd already legislated it when, in fact, they had not. So those opposite have gone from saying they would legislate it to saying they had legislated it to now saying they're against legislating it, Mr Speaker. This is the policy consistency we've got from those opposite. Now, we know they had 22 energy policies in 9 years. They've had 3 policies on safeguards in 3 weeks, Mr Speaker. If you're going to be the alternative government of Australia, you have to have some consistency. You have to have a little bit of logic, Mr Speaker. Under this Leader of the Opposition, they have none of any of the above.
Give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Health.
Order. The member for Kooyong will resume her seat. The member for Riverina will cease interjecting when members are asking questions. I'll give the call to the member for Kooyong.
I'm sorry?
I give the call to the member for Kooyong to begin your question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I give the call to the member. Order. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
I'll be there before you are. My question.
Order. When the House comes to order, the member for Kooyong will be heard in silence. Order. Order.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
All right. We'll do this again. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Health. Minister, Australians are struggling with the cost of living pressures. In 2018, the PBAC recommended allowing prescribing of 2 months of a time supply for 143 medications. This would save dispensing fees of up to $180 a year per prescription medicine and will take pressure off GPs. Will you commit to decreasing healthcare costs by making this change to the PBAC?
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
You think they'd have learned about interjecting on the member for Kooyong. But this is an opposition that doesn't appear to learn, Mr Speaker.
Order.
I thank the member for Kooyong for her question, and I appreciate
Order.
the
Members
contribution that members of the crossbench, particularly those with such long experience as health professionals, are making to a really difficult debate about healthcare right now. It's never been harder to see a doctor. It's never been more expensive to see a doctor. And at a time of really severe cost of living pressures, just those basic questions about whether you can take a script to your pharmacist and have it filled, or whether that will place too much of a burden on your household budget, are real pressures on hundreds of thousands of Australians. We've heard from the ABS that almost 1 million Australians every year either defer or go without a script that their doctor has given them as important for their health because of household budget pressures. Now, for the first time in 75 years, on the 1st of January, there was a substantial cut to the price of general patient scripts, down from $42.50 to $30, and already that has saved tens of millions of dollars for many Australians. Made a real difference not only to their household budget, but importantly to their health care as well. The member for Kooyong is right that the PBAC has made other suggestions about ways in which that cost of living pressure, but also the convenience of patients can be improved, and those pressures can be alleviated in terms of the number of times they need to go to GPs, get scripts, or go to the pharmacist to have their medicines topped up. We're obviously looking at all of those options. There's a budget process underway. We're looking at all of the options available to government to make access to health care better and easier for patients, and to make the cost of health care, including the cost of medicines, even cheaper. So I'm not in a position to make any particular announcements this afternoon, Mr Speaker, but I thank the member for Kooyong for her question. These are all matters that we take very, very seriously, because we know, in spite of the fact that the change we introduced on the 1st of January has already had an enormous impact, enormous beneficial impact on patients, a change supported very strongly by the community pharmacy sector. There is much more that we can do, and we're examining all of those options very closely.
Order. Order. The member for Fairfax and the member for Lindsay will cease interjecting, and the Minister for Health will cease interjecting. So I can hear from the member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Government Services. What has the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt uncovered about what was said in public by former ministers in charge of the unlawful scheme versus what they actually believed? And how many robo-debts were raised between the 29th of May 2019 and the 19th of November 2019?
I give the call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bean for his question. In the most recent block of hearings at the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt, we've heard from Professor Renee Leon, former Secretary of the Department of Human Services, Timothy French, DHS Legal Counsel, and the member for Fadden, then the Minister for Human Services. Specifically, Mr French testified that in a meeting in early July 2019, the member for Fadden was verbally briefed that the Australian government solicited opinion that Robo-Debt was on very shaky grounds, testimony which Professor Leon corroborated in her own evidence. Further evidence was led that on July 31st, the member for Fadden appeared on the ABC's Insider program, defending Robo-Debt and stating, amongst other things, that in 99.2% of the cases the debt was correct. 99.2%, he said. However, last week, under questioning by the Royal Commissioner, the member for Fadden admitted that he knew that what he was saying was false. The Royal Commissioner said, and I quote, "Commissioner, your evidence was that you could not raise a debt based solely on averaging." Member for Fadden: "That was my belief, yes." Commissioner: "And in 90% of those cases, that is exactly what was happening under the program, to your knowledge." Minister: "That is correct." Commissioner: "So what you said there, to your knowledge, at the time was false." Minister: and this is very, very, very interesting. "My personal view, yes, but I'm still a government minister. And it is still a government program, and that was the approach the government had signed off on. The basic position of the evidence of the member for Fadden was that Cabinet solidarity allowed him as a minister to give statistics that he did not believe on robo-debt to the Australian—
Immediately. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, you've given a ruling on several occasions on this matter. You've said what you are less comfortable with is putting a construction on the evidence or the drawing of conclusions about the conduct of individuals who are parties to the proceedings. Now, I've listened very carefully to what the minister has had to say, and he has now crossed that line, and he should be reminded of your ruling, and he should comply with it, Mr Speaker.
I'm just going to ask the minister to either state from the transcript or give a page number or something to do with the order so I can hear him in silence from the chamber. So if he does cross the line into giving a statement about a concluded view, he will be brought to order, but I give him the call now.
I say this in all collegiality, but I thank the Manager for Opposition Business for giving me the chance to go to the precise quote. Member for Fadden, at page 4220, they were the numbers from the department based on the working approach and how the program was being run. That was the accepted figures. And as a dutiful Cabinet Minister, ma'am, that's what we do. Then the Commissioner replies, misrepresent things to the Australian people. The evidence was very idiosyncratic for the member for Fadden. The story that was being put in the Royal Commission last week is that there's a doctrine of collective ministerial responsibility that allowed the previous government to mislead the people.
Order. The minister cannot. Has the minister concluded his answer? The minister has concluded his answer. Order. I want to hear from the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. For more than 20 years, Ian Mortlock has operated a tomato-growing business in my electorate. Under this government, Ian's company endured a 400% rise in gas prices for his last contract. He has been quoted a new price, but despite the government's much-hyped gas price caps, it's still so high it will damage his business. The Prime Minister promised Australians like Ian that he would cut their power bills by $275. Why has the Prime Minister misled the Australian people? Isn't this yet another broken promise by this tricky Prime Minister?
Just remind the member she was well out of time with that question. There was a question at the end. I'm just going to order for the point of clarity. I'm just going to ask the member just to state the question.
Why has the Prime Minister misled the Australian people? Isn't this yet another broken promise by this tricky Prime Minister?
It's a very broad question. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
We brought the parliament back last December to put a cap on gas prices. We put it back.
Order.
We put it
Members
back.
on my left will cease interjecting.
The member opposite voted against it. The member opposite also voted against the
The Leader of the Opposition
billion, $1.5 billion of energy price relief that the member opposite voted against. So I hope that the member tells her company that she voted against the cap on gas prices and that she voted against the $1.5 billion of energy price relief.
Order. We'll hear from the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. How important is it for ministers to act in accordance with the law?
I give the call. Order. I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Cornwall for her question. When we set up the Robodebt Royal Commission shortly after coming to government, the degree of dishonesty and shocking lack of probity and lack of integrity of the former Liberal government was already very well known. But the painstaking work of this Royal Commission has uncovered an even greater degree of wrongdoing than many of us had anticipated. Last week, the member for Fadden revealed to the Commission that while he was the minister responsible in 2019, he had serious doubts about the legality of the Robodebt scheme. And despite those doubts, this is what he also revealed, the member for Fadden continued to publicly defend the scheme and use fake statistics that he knew to be false. When asked about this at the Royal Commission, the member for Fadden said, "Cabinet made me do it." I can reassure this House that there is nothing—
Order. The Attorney-General will take a break and I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, again the principle is that a minister should not be putting a construction on the evidence or the drawing of conclusions. Now, I will give the member for Maribyrnong credit that he was quoting from precise verbatim pieces of evidence. You would have thought the first law officer of the nation would also adopt that same principle.
Resume your seat. Just remind all ministers not to give a concluded view whilst the Royal Commission is underway, and I'd ask the minister to refer directly to evidence in his answer, and I'll give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would refer to transcript pages at the Commission, pages 4219 to 4220. The damage done by behaviour that we've seen revealed at this Royal Commission weakens the bond of trust between voters and elected representatives. Voters are entitled to the most basic expectation that those in power abide by the law.
The Attorney-General will resume his seat. The Minister for Skills will cease interjecting. I'll hear from the Manager.
Mr Speaker, it is extraordinary this point needs to be made about the conduct of the First Law Officer of the land, but the Royal Commission is specifically tasked with finding facts and drawing conclusions, and for this reason you have rightly ruled, as have previous speakers, that there is a distinction to be drawn between reporting facts and putting a construction on the evidence or the drawing of conclusions. That is precisely what the Attorney-General has repeatedly done in this answer.
I'll hear from the Leader of the House. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The comment from the Attorney-General that that point of order was just raised against was, and I think I'm quoting precisely, those in power need to abide by the law. Now, it's extraordinary that that's controversial, and that does not need to be seen. That does not need to be seen through the lens of interpreting specific pieces of evidence. It can't be the case that the standing orders don't allow the Attorney-General to make clear that members of the government need to obey the law.
I'm just going to remind the Attorney-General not to make any conclusions or give his opinion about what happened at the Royal Commission, and if he's got an answer relating to evidence, I ask him to provide that to the chamber. Otherwise, I will sit him down. He can, in conclusion, continue his answer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And let's move away from the Royal Commission. When Labor came to government, it was very clear that there was an urgent need to restore integrity and transparency, which had been so badly eroded by the former Liberal government. The former Liberal government reneged on their promise to establish a national anti-corruption commission. They ignored calls for a robo-debt royal commission, and now we know why. The Albanese Labor government has been left with a very big clean-up job to do, but we've already made important progress, including by legislating for a national anti-corruption commission that will be up and running in coming months. The robo-debt debacle is just one shocking example of what can happen when governments throw accountability aside, when they act as if they're above the law. It must never happen again.
Give a call to the member for Casey.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Kieran, who runs Hutch & Co Cafe in Lilydale, a small business in my electorate of Casey, is bracing for the cafe's power bill to increase by $2,438 this year. The Prime Minister promised Australians like Kieran that he would cut their power bills by $275. Why has the Prime Minister misled the Australian people? Isn't this yet another broken promise by this tricky Prime Minister?
Give the call. Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister. Order.
I thank Kieran for his question, or the member for Casey for his question about Kieran, a constituent in his electorate, and I hope that he can tell Kieran that the parliament sat last December and we passed a significant plan. We passed a plan for a cap on gas prices. The New South Wales Parliament and the Queensland administration also put in place price caps on coal. The RBA, the IMF, IEMO and AGL have all confirmed that our plan is working, has made a difference. The energy price relief plan is something that the member for Casey came in here and voted against. And as of the 3rd of February, wholesale electricity forward prices were nearly half that in November. 3rd of February, wholesale electricity forward prices were nearly half of that in November, and that is in spite of the opposition of those opposite. And I hope he tells Kieran, that he's sorry that he voted against energy price relief, because they vote against everything over there, don't have any constructive ideas, apparently aren't aware that there's been this international spike because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But apparently that hasn't happened and hasn't had an impact. Well, it has had an impact right around the world, and we're dealing with practical measures, unlike those opposite, who, unlike their Liberal and National counterparts in New South Wales and indeed in Queensland, chose to just say no.
Give a call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting regional communities to rebuild following natural disasters? What approach has the government adopted and what approaches has it rejected?
Give a call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question and acknowledge the work she continues to do in the recovery effort in her electorate. We know many Australians have been impacted by natural disasters, and only last week we saw remote communities in the Northern Territory evacuated, and the Albanese Labor government stands ready to assist where we can. Floods and fires, cyclones and extreme weather events continue to devastate much of our vast country. Natural disasters and the communities they impact should never be politicised, and we unfortunately have seen this time and time again from those opposite. And now the New South Wales Audit Office has found the New South Wales Liberal National Government chose the same path in bushfire funding. Politics absolutely needs to take a back seat in times of community need. The most important thing that people and communities need to know is that support is available during a disaster. Competitive grant funding after a disaster doesn't work.
The Minister will pause. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, questions are to be asked to ministers about their portfolio responsibilities, not the responsibilities of another government, the New South Wales Government.
The question was about what approaches have been adopted and rejected. The Minister can continue with her answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'm going to avoid even commenting on that ridiculous interruption, because competitive grant funding really needs to take a back seat.
Order.
Because communities should not be pit against each other in times of disaster. Because in times of disaster, people need to come together for recovery. I don't know if those opposite know that in my electorate 1,000 homes were burnt during the Black Summer bushfire, 2,000 sheds and outbuildings lost, tens of thousands of kilometres of fence line, and not once in that 10 years prior did I see anyone over there saying, where's the black spot funding for Eden Monero, because they're going to need it because there's a disaster coming. Not once.
Order.
You guys had 3 years under former Prime Minister Morrison where you had a disaster recovery fund where you collected $800 million on interest and didn't spend a single dollar on a mitigation project, not a single dollar on recovery. It's absolute hypocrisy coming from those opposite. And we won't repeat those mistakes, which is why we are committed to the Disaster Ready Fund.
Order.
$1 billion over 5 years so that we can help communities prepare for the next natural disaster. Flood levies, evacuation centres, cyclone shelters. We know it's important, and we know regional communities do best when they work together. When they're not politicised, we get outcomes. Grant funding doesn't need to go to the North Sydney pool. And those opposite should have thought about that when they sent regional dollars there. People and communities spend time and money applying for grant funds, and this side of the House will work with communities to deliver grant funds on an integrity and transparency basis. Our government is committed to working with communities, especially our regions. Our Powering the Regions plan and the National Reconstruction Fund will bring investment into our regional communities on a transparent basis.
Has concluded. Order. I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. 2 weeks ago, with the Leader of the Opposition and the member for O'Connor, I travelled to Laverton and Leonora in Western Australia.
The member for
We heard from local leaders that since this government abolished the cashless debit card, there's been an increase in alcohol-related violence and children in those communities not being fed. When will the Prime Minister start listening to the local voices of community calling for the reinstatement of the cashless debit card?
Order. Order. I give the call to the Minister for Social Services. Order.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for the call, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. Of course, there's a lot of emotion around the cashless debit card, and some of those on the other side are using it for political purposes. They're using it in a way to divide communities and spread misinformation. Of course, alcohol misuse in remote and rural Australia are due to a complex ranges of issues, and the Goldfields is no different. Of course, having a look at of course, reports from the Goldfields have been from local police who have reported, as I've stated in this place, that there has been an increase of movement from the NG lands to Kalgoorlie, Leonora and Laverton this summer. Now, I will remind the House that the NG lands were never subject to the cashless debit card. So, of course, making this connection is misleading. Of course, it has also been publicly reported, which I'm assuming the Leader of the Opposition listened to, that there has been recent royalty payments which have attracted larger groups into town to access these funds. Let I remind everyone that royalty payments have never been restricted by the cashless debit card. So once again, these connections do not actually add up, and once again is an example of the misinformation. But I would also like to quote some comments from Aboriginal elder Marty Sealander, who said people with serious drinking problems among those from vast NG lands who receive infrequent but substantial mining royalties and travel to the Goldfields region to spend their payment on alcohol. That is what the Leader of the Opposition heard, and why he would come into this place and try and mislead and conflate is beyond me. But I will say that we, as a government, are investing in the things that work. We will invest in the support and services that work. We have continued, my department continues to consult with those regions, because not only did we promise and commit money to the existing services that were to end under those opposite, the 1st of July this year, no more money for these sites. Of course, we have not only committed that funding, but committed extra funding to the services that work. I will, and this government will, continue to work with those communities affected by these complex issues to deliver real and lasting solution. We are not going to play politics, even if those on the other side will.
Order. The House comes to order. I hear from the member for Bennelong.
My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its election commitment to make early childhood education more affordable for Australian families?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bennelong for his question. Actually, it was really fantastic to visit the West Ryde Neighbourhood Children's Centre with the member for Bennelong last week. The centre is led by the wonderful centre director, Susie, and we got to meet such beautiful children like Lily, and a huge thank you to Lily for the painting of rainbows and love hearts. I particularly enjoyed watching the member for Bennelong pretend to be a human basketball hoop while the children threw their hats at him. It certainly was a sight to be seen. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government believes that good quality and affordable early childhood education is critical for every Australian child. We know that it can change the trajectory of a child's life. But the benefits, of course, go beyond just children. A well-functioning early learning system pays a triple dividend. It sets children up for a great start in life, it helps families get ahead, and it builds our economic prosperity by supporting workforce participation. And our reforms that were introduced last year will make early learning more affordable for over 1.2 million families right across Australia in electorates like Bennelong, starting from the 1st of July. It's just one of the ways that the Albanese government is providing responsible relief to families that will make a huge difference to their household budgets. The reforms will enable more primary carers, who are predominantly women, to return to work, to take on extra work if they so wish, to contribute to the household income, to go back to university or back to study if they so wish. And I visited early centres right across Australia, from Bennelong to Reid, to Swan, to Boothby, to Wills and Aston. And everywhere I go, families are telling me how relieved they are that the Labor government is living up to its promise and making it more affordable for early childhood education. But I also get to see firsthand the fantastic work of early childhood educators. In the words of Georgie Dent from Parenthood, a wonderful advocate for the value of early learning, she says investment in early childhood education and care is an investment in building the nation's social capital. It's an investment in the future prosperity of the country, and just as important as physical infrastructure. Well, the Albanese Labor government is making investments in Australian children and families, investments that make a real difference to their lives. We're delivering on our commitments to the Australian people, and we're giving children the best start in life and making a real difference to household budgets of Australian families.
Order. I give the call to the member for... Order. I give the call... Members on my right. I give the call to the member for Hume.
The question is to the Treasurer. Has the Treasurer seen advice from Treasury that the so-called 0.5% of people affected by their super changes grows to 10% of Australians?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It took until 3:24 to break the pea-hearted silence of the Shadow Treasurer. 3:24. We had to sit here for an hour and a half to wait for a question from the Shadow Treasurer. He hasn't asked me one since November, Mr Speaker, and after all of that waiting, that's the best that he can come up with. What a joke, Mr Speaker. Now, the answer to his question is this, and I know that it comes from questioning in the Senate, where they did have the courage to ask some questions about superannuation in the Senate today, not like the pea-hearted approach of those opposite here at the Shadow Treasurer. But the answer that the Shadow Treasurer is referring to, is that right now, in 2025, less than 0.5% of people will be impacted.
Order.
By the time we... Let me
Order.
finish. Let me wait for it. Wait for it. Let me finish. By the beginning of next decade, it will be around 1%. And the answer that Senator Gallagher, Minister Gallagher, the great finance minister, and the other place gave a moment ago is in 30 years, 1 in 10 people will be impacted by it. This is the number that the Shadow Treasurer thinks is some kind of stunning insight. The lengths that they will go to, Mr Speaker, the lengths that they will go to hide what should be their shame-faced embarrassment.
Order.
That we can't get a question from the Shadow Treasurer about energy bills. We can't get about housing affordability. We can't get about manufacturing and the National Reconstruction Fund. But this bloke will go to the wall for 0.5% of people getting big tax breaks in the superannuation system. Now, what we are proposing, Mr Speaker, is a modest change, but it is a simple choice.
Order.
And on this side of the House, when we inherit $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt and deficits as far as the eye can see, and unfunded ongoing commitments and intensifying pressures in the budget, we say that the generous concessions in superannuation for 0.5% of people can be a little bit less generous. We know what those opposite do when the budget's under pressure. They victimise and they demonise people, the most vulnerable people in this country, with robo-debt. And they come after Medicare like the member for Dixon did the last time that the Liberals were in office. Now, Mr Speaker, as those opposites splash around and thrash around in the shallowest and muddiest puddles of political opportunism, on this side of the House, the adults will continue to make serious decisions about serious pressures on the budget that we inherited from those opposite. And we will continue to make the right calls for the right reasons to clean up the mess that they left us.
Order. Give the call to the member. Order. The member for Hume and the Treasurer will cease interjecting. The member for Hume and the Leader of the Opposition. Order. When the House is the Leader of the Opposition, the Treasurer. I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. What steps is the Albanese government taking to deliver defence capability and support Australian defence industry? Why are these policies important, and how do the policies of the Albanese Labor government compare to a decade of coalition neglect?
I give the call to the Minister for Defence. The Treasurer and the member for Hume are warned. That sort of yelling across the chamber is completely unacceptable. You are both on warnings. Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for International Development of the Pacific.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Macon from the great city of Adelaide for his question. The truth is, Mr Speaker, we face the greatest strategic uncertainty since World War II, and it's critical that we have a defence procurement system that works efficiently delivering the equipment the ADF needs. We also need a sovereign Australian defence industry to support that. But the truth is, Mr Speaker, that we inherited a mess. 28 major defence projects running 97 years late. Battlefield airlift planes that couldn't fly into battlefields. Helicopters running more than 10 years late, available less than 50% of the time. Patrol boats built with imported substandard aluminium that, get this, rusts in salt water. This was a mess driven by the incompetence of those opposite. 9 years of defence and defence industry ministers asleep at the wheel. By contrast, the Deputy Prime Minister and I took immediate action and announced 6 significant reforms to defence procurement. This included driving greater ministerial focus and energy through regular ministerial summits to fix projects of concern. And I'll be conducting the 2nd ministerial summit this month, the 2nd summit in 4 months. In contrast, though, 2nd summit in 4 months compared to 6 summits in a long 9 years by those opposite. I can also inform the House that today the Independent Project Management Office has been established within Defence to help drive reforms to the defence procurement system, delivering to the ADF the equipment they need. Now, Mr Speaker, complementing an efficient procurement system is a sovereign Australian defence industry. This is something the Albanese government is deeply committed to. Whether it's through the National Reconstruction Fund or our commitment to build nuclear-propelled submarines in Adelaide, we want our defence industry to prosper. It's good for Aussie jobs and it's great for our national security. And I've recently returned from the Munich Security Conference, where I met with the German Defence Minister and the global head of Rheinmetall, where we had great conversations about Rheinmetall building Boxer vehicles in Queensland to export to Germany. This will be the biggest export deal in our defence history. The Albanese government is working hard on this, and that's the difference between the government and the opposition. We want to grow jobs through defence exports. They want to export defence jobs. We saw that when they tried to send the submarine contract to Japan, and only last week the Leader of the Opposition surrendered on Aussie jobs and advocated building our nuclear submarines overseas. He cut Adelaide loose. Only the Albanese government can be trusted to fight for an Australian defence industry because we know it's vital to our national security.
Has concluded. Order. The member for Page. I want to hear from the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Last week I met with a young woman from Western Sydney about her petition Make Medicare-funded access to 20 psychology sessions permanent, which has received over 41,000 signatures. She said it's extremely infuriating to hear the Health Minister say consumers of mental health are not asking for this decision to be overturned, when I know my supporters have sent countless emails to his office. Why isn't the minister listening to people with lived experience, and when will the minister return the psychology sessions he cut?
Order. The Minister for Health and Aged Care has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lindsay for her question. I'm not sure. She may want to indicate whether she lobbied the former minister to make those additional 10 sessions permanent, because, as she would know, the former government made the decision that they would terminate on the 31st of December 2022. That decision was not changed in the March budget last year, the last budget that was delivered by the former government. Perhaps the member for Lindsay lobbied the former minister for that. I've not heard that. I've seen no correspondence to that effect. As far as I know, every single member across the opposition, now opposition backbenchers, were quite happy with the decision that the former minister, Greg Hunt, had made. Now, the decision we took to essentially support the position of the former government was informed by the evaluation of the Better Access program, which I have outlined to this parliament a number of times before. And the essential conclusion of that was that the additional 10 sessions, far from making access better, which is the name of this program, it made access worse. That tens and tens of thousands of potential patients could not get into the system at all. the evaluation also found that the additional 10 sessions did not go to people with any more complex needs than those who are not getting the additional 10 sessions. Well, I hear an interjection from the member for Lindsay that it's not true. I can't remember the exact words, but the evaluation found that the baseline mental health of those who received the additional sessions was almost identical to the baseline mental health of those who did not receive the additional sessions. Now, I am consulting, along with the Assistant Minister for Mental Health, with the sector very broadly about ways in which we can make better access more equitable, ways in which we can make better access more accessible for those communities who are missing out and who, frankly, have been missing out for the almost 2 decades of this program, which has seen disproportionately these services delivered to wealthier suburbs in inner-city suburbs instead of those in the outer suburbs and in regional communities. We're committed to making this a sustainable, equitable program. Now, the member for Lindsay also says, why are we not listening to those with lived experience? Well, in the 2012 budget, when I was the Minister for Mental Health, we set aside funding to set up lived experience organisations to give consumers a voice in the delivery and deliberations around mental health policy. And who cut that? Who cut that? The now Leader of the Opposition, who was the Health Minister, the worst Health Minister in the modern history of health, cut the funding we had set aside to give consumers a voice in the development of mental health policy. Now, I'm really proud that the Assistant Minister for Mental Health, 10 years too late because of those opposite, have finally reintroduced funding to give consumers a structured voice in the delivery of mental health policy in this country.
The Minister's time has concluded. The member for Lindsay will cease interjecting. And I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting the economic participation and inclusion of refugees in our community?
Give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Wills for his question. I know these are issues that he is deeply committed to and matter a lot to his constituents. Now, I'm very proud, Mr Speaker, to be part of a government that's committed to changing the tenor of our national debate on refugees, as we also ensure that our policies make a practical difference to the lives of refugees and to the communities we welcome them into. And this government understands that a successful humanitarian program must consider the entire settlement journey of a refugee, from the point when someone steps off a plane in Australia for the first time to gaining secure employment. We're dedicated to making sure that our newest Australians are able to rebuild their lives, not just in safety, but with stability, security, and so that they can fulfil their potential and make the contribution to communities that are so desperately needed and which is so important to each one of those entrants. Now, we also believe in the power of a strong community sponsorship model, and I acknowledge that's something that's shared across this chamber. I believe that's something we all support. But critically, we are committed to making this additional to the government refugee intake. We know that through harnessing the enthusiasm and the generosity of the Australian community, we are able to match UNHCR-referred refugees with local community groups who provide an extraordinary support, an extraordinary wraparound support, practical and in-kind support, settlement integration support, including lots of help with finding housing, navigating the journey towards schooling for children, work and learning English. From Gosford to Wonthaggi, we've seen families welcomed with open arms by their sponsors and wider communities who are helping them navigate the journey into Australian society, helping them to more quickly fully participate in their communities and the economy. I'm so pleased that many of these entrants are already participating in the labour market. I'm also pleased that we have programs that support this journey becoming more complete, recognising that whilst entrants who come through humanitarian pathways are highly motivated to work, they face unique barriers. And that's why this week I was pleased to make a number of announcements supporting social enterprises. At Parliament on King with my friend the member for Sydney, an extraordinary venue, and also with the member for Macnamara, where I announced $7.5 million in funding to Victorian social enterprises, ensuring that people who come here through humanitarian pathways get every opportunity to make their contribution at wonderful places like Space to Be in St Kilda, which has provided a pathway to secure employment for 95%, Mr Speaker, of the refugees who come through there, including through its on-site cafe. This cafe, run by Nairan, a person currently on a TPV but who will soon be able to become a permanent resident and develop her business, her cafe is more than just financial stability. It's a way in which she can give back to this country.
Minister's time has concluded. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Was the Prime Minister aware of the Treasury advice that 1 in 10 Australians will be affected by their proposed super changes when he made public commentary on this matter last week? If so, Prime Minister, what is your advice to a 37-year-old making investment decisions today into their superannuation who would be affected by these changes?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
You didn't index Division 293.
Order.
My advice. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. My advice to a 37-year-old would be listen to old Angus, not new Angus, because in June 2016.
Order. The Prime Minister will refer
ask a question.
Just resume your seat. The Prime Minister will refer to members by their title.
Well, the Shadow Treasurer. Of course, the Shadow Treasurer in June 2016.
On a point of order, I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, it was a straight question. It didn't require a slippery answer.
Resume your seat. There is no point of order, but I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah. The Prime Minister will continue.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. The question was about advice from the Prime Minister. He is answering the question. I give him the call, and he'll be heard in silence.
He's very angry, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Save the yelling for the New South Wales Liberals campaign launch on Sunday. Save it for that. This is what the Shadow Treasurer had to say. The situation we had was some people were contributing millions of dollars into super, and it's totally inappropriate that someone who's contributed millions and millions of dollars continues to get those 15% concessions. That's what they had to say.
Fantastic job.
Well done, Angus.
Fantastic. Great job.
It was after the Treasurer's budget speech that year where the then Treasurer, the member for Cook, had this to say: we will be reducing access to generous superannuation tax concessions for the most wealthy. Now, today they've come in here, we've let question time go for over an hour and a half. They've finally got to asking a question about super, and what they talk about is something that happens in 30 years. Even though, when they made the changes in Section 293, they didn't index it. Income tax rates, they don't index it.
On my left.
In 30 years' time, I make this prediction. I make this bold prediction. In 30 years' time, some people will be earning more than they are today in dollar terms, and some people will be paying different income tax rates in 30 years than they are now, and different people will be contributing Section 293 under Section 293 in terms of superannuation. The changes that they delivered in 2016-17. But the difference is this, Mr Speaker. Our tax changes affect 0.5%.
The Prime Minister will pause. I'll hear from the member. Order. One at a time. Order. The House will come to order. The member will resume his seat. I didn't hear what the Treasurer said. I'm asking if he would withdraw to assist the House. Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
The difference is this. Our changes affect half of 1%. Their changes affected 4%. 4%. They weren't indexed. They had an impact of $5 billion. $5 billion. Our modest changes.
Prime Minister's time has concluded. Order. Hear from the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. This weekend marked the anniversary of the shocking final report from the Royal Commission to Aged Care Quality and Safety. What actions is the Albanese Labor government taking to address the aged care crisis and to deliver the care that older Australians deserve?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
I thank the member for Fremantle for his question, and I know that he has been very engaged with aged care facilities in his electorate, like the Italian Village, a facility that provides culturally and linguistically diverse care to older Australians. March 1 marked 2 years since the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety's shocking final report was tabled in the Parliament. It was damning in its assessment of the aged care system. It showed us stomach-churning evidence of how our most vulnerable people were being treated, maggots in the wounds of older Australians and 2/3 of people in residential care malnourished or at risk of malnourishment, people who were supposed to be being cared for literally not getting enough food to eat. The Royal Commission told us all that we must do better, we must be better, and this government is not wasting a single day. These are not new problems, but we are giving new energy to fixing them. And we have already directly addressed 37 Royal Commission recommendations. That is 4 times more than what those opposite did in 17 months. We are putting nurses back into nursing homes 24/7 to improve clinical care and to reduce trips to hospital. We are putting in mandatory minimum care minutes from the 1st of October this year, a deserved pay rise for our workforce to recognise their work properly, a rise supported by this government. The star rating system to increase choice, accountability and transparency, the inaugural code of conduct to protect older people, capping home care charges and exit fees to stop the rorting, and enhancing safeguards for restrictive practices. And this only scratches the surface of the critical reforms that we have and have to tackle in the coming months and years as we are working hard to set up the sector for long-term success. Aged care has had a very difficult decade, Mr Speaker, but I see a bright, positive and ambitious future for this sector. Those opposite do not share this optimism. They continue to talk down the sector. They continue to talk down the recommendations of the Royal Commission. They even talk down the need for round-the-clock nursing and for the right to older people to access round-the-clock nursing.
The Minister will pause. I call the Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
Again, it goes to relevance. The question was that the actions that this government has taken to address the aged care crisis, it was not an invitation to go into the record of the previous government.
I ask the Minister to return to the question. She has the call.
Mr Speaker, I'm talking about the urgent need for reform in aged care asked of us by the Royal Commission due to the actions and neglect of those opposite. Because you could certainly, they might accuse us of rushing reform in aged care. You certainly couldn't accuse them of rushing anything in aged care because it is very hard to rush neglect, Mr Speaker. You really have to let it wither on the vine. They could not commit to 24/7 nurses. They could not commit to a base standard of care minutes for our older Australians. They could not commit to a pay rise for aged care workers. But they remain steadfastly committed to neglecting the duty of care and the standard required in aged care. This government will not apologise for being ambitious for aged care. We will keep working, we will keep fighting, even though the reform required is complex, it is difficult. We remain committed to the task. We remain committed to older Australians.
I call the Prime Minister. Order. The member for Riverina will resume his seat immediately. Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I look forward to 2 o'clock tomorrow for the member for Riverina.
Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Call the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the great honour of attending the Prime Minister's Memorial Garden at Melbourne General Cemetery for the interment of some of the ashes of the late Bob Hawke. It was chosen to be with the 40th anniversary of the election of the Hawke Labor government on the 5th of March 1983. And the Hawke government, of course, left such an extraordinary legacy in economic, social and environmental policy reform. It was my great honour to attend with Blanche Delpeuget, along with some of Bob Hawke's very loyal staff, people who've witnessed history like Jill Saunders, who actually knows everything that has happened in the old house from the days of Gough Whitlam. And it was wonderful to see her, Jeff Walsh, Craig Emerson and others. It was a private occasion there. That was what Bob and Blanche had discussed and wanted, but it was a great honour for me as Prime Minister, and I thank Blanche and all those involved in what was a very significant commemoration of a great historical figure in Australian history.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join in acknowledging the sentiment of the Prime Minister's words then. Bob Hawke, of course, was a giant of this parliament and a giant of the Labor Party and a very distinguished Prime Minister of our country. We should do more in our country to celebrate the contributions of our past leaders on both sides of the chamber. We live in the best country in the world, and we should acknowledge all that our former leaders contribute. We can exchange to and fro on different issues of the day, but in the end, the continuity of both the Liberal and Labor parties in this country has served us well into this very time, and we acknowledge the very significant occasion and that it carries significance for the Prime Minister as well as being a true stalwart of the Australian Labor Party.
I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report No. 14 of 2023 entitled Department of Home Affairs, Management of its Public Communications and Media Activities, Department of Home Affairs. The member for Fadden has indicated he is seeking the call on a personal explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
I do once more, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
In the House today, the Attorney-General and the Minister for Government Services said that I knew that robo-debt was unlawful and continued to defend it. That is not the evidence of the Royal Commission and not the evidence I gave to the Royal Commission. In the Royal Commission, I made the point, after a few weeks of being sworn in on the 4th of July 2019, with misgivings about the scheme, I asked for legal advice. No legal advice had been provided to the government or to me before or at that time. 4 months later, when that legal advice was provided by the Solicitor-General, within 2 hours I walked into the Prime Minister's office and stopped robo-debt. That is the evidence I gave. Whilst I held substantial misgivings about the scheme, I am not a lawyer. And the idea that a non-legal trained minister who thought there was a problem would stop something that had been running for 4 years, had been through Cabinet and an election is naive at best. They are the facts, Mr. Speaker, and they are not in dispute.
I might just call the Manager of Opposition Business to deal with the matter before we return.
Speaker, I move that leave of absence from the determination of this sitting until 30 March 2023 be given to the honourable member for Latrobe for personal reasons.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I will call the clerk to bring on the item.
Next item of business, motion for the suspension of standing orders moved by the Leader of the Opposition. Further proceedings.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is a debate that we wanted to have during the course of question time, so that the Australian public could see this tricky Prime Minister on full display. They pulled a stunt, as you saw, Mr. Speaker, and they seek to delay so that we get past the broadcasting hour It's a very tricky move by a tricky government, we get that. But the trickiest move, Mr Speaker, is that the Prime Minister has left the chamber and has refused to take part in this debate. Now, when this Prime Minister went into the last election, he said to the Australian people that he wanted greater transparency, that he wanted a brighter parliament and that he would let the sunlight in, Mr Speaker. None of that has happened. None of that has happened. This Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, said to the Australian public before the election many things, and the Australian public put faith in him, thinking that if he was elected, that he would undertake what he had promised to do. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fact is that since then the complete opposite has taken place. And is it any wonder that many of the Australian people who have watched the debate over the course of the last almost 10 months have been amazed at the way in which this Prime Minister has danced away from every commitment that he gave. Now, when the Prime Minister went into the election, he said to the Australian public, he looked them in the eye and he said that they were working on a plan. The problem is it just wasn't the plan the Australian public thought he was working on. They thought he was working on a plan to reduce power prices by $275 because he promised that on 97 occasions. They thought, Mr Speaker, they thought that this Prime Minister, when he was opposition leader, went into the campaign giving a commitment to reduce their mortgage bill. But of course, since then, mortgages have gone up on 8 occasions, with many more, sadly, likely in the pipeline. Mr Speaker, they didn't think it was a plan of a hit list of some $150 billion worth of taxes, including, as the Treasurer pointed out the other day, on the family home, capital gains tax, Mr Speaker. Now, the Treasurer must have commissioned that work when he came into office in May or June of just after the election, Mr Speaker. That's the reality. It doesn't take 5 minutes to work up this level of detail that we saw last week. And if you want to get an eye into the true Treasurer of this country, into the true member for Rankin, look at his train wreck interview with David Koch on Sunrise and with Carl Stefanovic on the Today Show. That's when you got an insight into what he was really thinking. Is it the case that the Labor Party support a policy of taxes on people's homes? Would they see the abolition of the different taxes, Mr Speaker, including negative gearing? Would they support that in a heartbeat if they thought that they could get away with it? They would do it in a heartbeat, Mr Speaker. So you saw a little light into the true Jim Chalmers, Madam Deputy Speaker, on this Sunrise program, on the Today program. You saw the manufactured Treasurer when he was pushed back out to do media by the Prime Minister within an hour or so. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is that in this short time, I can't go through all the broken promises of this Prime Minister, but we do have a top 10. We do have a top 10.
Let's go with the top 10.
No changes to superannuation. Franking credits won't be touched. A $275 cut to power prices every year. Australian families would be better off. Cheaper mortgages. Number 6, an increase in real wages. Number 7, no increase in the tax burden. Number 8, no industry-wide bargaining. Number 9, cutting the cost of consultants in the public sector. Number 10, wage rises for aged care workers. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you look at what the Prime Minister, both as the opposition leader and now in office, has had to say in a number of interviews, his words condemn his now actions. He said, for example, in this House, "Let me tell you, you have to earn the trust of the Australian people. If you make a promise and a commitment, you do have to stick to it or you'll be punished." Went on to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to superannuation, this is a Treasurer on ABC Insiders. Mr Spears asked, what about superannuation? Will there be any changes to the superannuation rules? Mr Chalmers, look, we've said about superannuation that we would maintain the system. Goes on to say Australians shouldn't expect major changes to superannuation if the government changes hands. That's what the Australian people were led to believe. That's what they were led to believe, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Australian public knew that under the Labor Party tough times would be ahead. They didn't realise how tough. And it is getting tougher over the course of this calendar year. And the Australian government, led by Mr Albanese, is making it harder for families. What did the Australian Prime Minister say? What did the Prime Minister say about these matters in a press conference in May of 2022? He was asked, does Labor commit to the current super arrangements for self-funded retirees and other superannuants? The Prime Minister: we've said we have no intention to make any super changes. Now that is tricky at best, because we know, as I pointed out before, that the now Treasurer was drawing up the hit list before they came into government in May of last year and commissioned the work from Treasury immediately. So he was either making that statement knowing the work that the Treasurer was undertaking, or somehow the Treasurer was off on a frolic of his own. I don't think that's the case, Madam Deputy Speaker. Neil Mitchell said to Anthony Albanese on the 31st of January 2022, OK, superannuation, any changes? Couldn't have been a clearer question. Mr Albanese, we've not planned for any changes on superannuation. Tricky at best. You've had Stephen Jones, the Assistant Treasurer, out there talking about seeing people's money that they've worked hard for and put into a superannuation fund as a big honeypot. Madam Speaker, the difficulty here is that the Australian public heard their Prime Minister and they trusted this Prime Minister in the run-up to an election. And every day since, this Prime Minister has ducked and weaved the truth. This Prime Minister has never once repeated the 97-occasion repeated promise to the Australian public that he would reduce power prices by $275. A 37-year-old today is making investment decisions on their retirement in 30 years' time. They're taking financial advice today about the settings around superannuation. There will be projections on adequacy into their retirement. Do you think the Treasurer got that today in question time? Absolutely he did not. And so when a Prime Minister and when a Treasurer of this country breaks trust with the Australian public, it's very hard to regain it. And if it happens on one occasion, well, maybe the Australian public could cut some slack. Maybe if it was inadvertent, if the circumstances had changed. But when you look at the weasel words used by the now Prime Minister and the Treasurer in the run-up to the election, you know that it was constructed in such a way that it could be broken when they got into government. So now we've got the list of the top 10 with many more to come, because what we know about Labor is that they always tax, they always spend, and when they run out of money, Madam Deputy Speaker, they always come after yours. And this Labor government is no different to any of her predecessors. And we will hold this bad government to account, because this Prime Minister has broken every promise with the Australian public.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I second the motion. They've left the chamber. They're not here. You know, they can't face the music. When you stuff up, you still get marks for showing up, and they will not show up. Deputy Speaker, this is a dishonest Prime Minister who deceives the Australian people day in and day out. The Prime Minister is breaking promises he made hundreds of times before the election and ramming policies through this parliament that he didn't even mention once. And let's go through those promises. A $275 cut to power bills, promise broken. Cheaper mortgages, promise broken. Lower inflation, promise broken. A plan to bring down the cost of living, promise broken. No changes to super, promise broken. Franking credits won't be touched, promise broken. This is a Prime Minister who couldn't name the cash rate in April, but thought he could promise Australians cheaper mortgages in May. This is a Prime Minister who promised to bring down your power bills 97 times before the election, but has been allergic to the number 275 ever since. Deceitful, deceptive, dishonest. This is a Prime Minister who is allergic to the truth. He's slippery, he's sneaky, he dodges and weaves his way through the commitments he made to the Australian people, and he refuses to be straight with him about the broken promises that he cannot deliver. This is not the leadership the Prime Minister promised. He said he would leave no one behind, but he's leaving everyone behind. Small businesses left behind. Workers left behind. Mortgage holders left behind. Renters left behind. Retirees left behind. Any single Australian who's been to the supermarket this week left behind. Well, here in the Liberal and National parties, we're here for the small businesses of this great country. We're here for the workers across Australia. We're here for the renters in our capital cities. We're here for the retirees who just want the money they've saved over decades to be left alone. We're here for the Australians who are badly hurting when they go to the shops or when they fill up their cars. This is a Prime Minister who spends his Sundays campaigning for state Labor instead of campaigning for the Australian people. Day in, day out, all this Prime Minister can offer is arrogance. He's utterly incapable of delivering on the promises he made. Now, yesterday, while the Prime Minister was cracking lame jokes at the New South Wales Labor launch, I visited his electorate of Grayndler. I saw a great second-generation family business, Paysanella Cheese, a household name, which produces ricotta, bocconcini and mozzarella. Now, like many small business owners, Joe's success was based on a passion for making high-quality products. Joe's father arrived as a migrant to this country and brought with him this passion for making cheeses which endures to this day. Joe doesn't need lame jokes about trains and ferries. He needs action from this Prime Minister. Now, the Prime Minister is fond of using the expression, "I'll give you the big tip." Well, Prime Minister, I'll give you the big tip if you were here where you should be. Stop being a partisan political warrior and start delivering on the promises you made to the Australian people. This is a Prime Minister and a Labor government completely detached from reality. Now, over the weekend, we heard the member for Sydney and her inspiring daughter bravely articulate their stories. As a woman and a mother, I was incredibly touched by the member for Sydney's story, and I particularly want to praise her daughter. This is a reminder that politicians are humans too. We're normal people with normal problems. And I think the women across Australia would be pretty disappointed that Labor MPs so brutally backgrounded against the member for Sydney's leadership aspirations when she and her family were going through such tough times. And when the Prime Minister was asked to reflect on this inspiring story, what was his response? Well, I was elected leader unopposed. Not an ounce of empathy for his colleague, not a single comment in support of her and her daughter. And his foot soldiers on the backbench? Well, one MP anonymously said, "I don't understand why she would come out with this today when we know it's wrong." How tone-deaf, how outrageous. I'll give the Prime Minister another hot tip. This isn't about whether he was elected unopposed or not. This was about the member for Sydney and her daughter sharing an incredibly brave story. Shame on this Prime Minister. Now, there's no doubt in the member for Sydney's mind that she would have won the Labor leadership in 2019, and looking at the first 9 months under this Prime Minister, there's probably not that much doubt in anyone else's mind either. This is a shambles of a government. The Treasurer is at war with the Prime Minister over taxing the family home. The stunned mullet of a Deputy Prime Minister is unable to explain Labor's new tax on super.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the chance for us to be able to have this riveting conversation. That even the seconder couldn't actually stay on the motion for the 5 minutes that were there. But when someone becomes Leader of the Opposition, look, if I was them, I wouldn't be staying in for this debate either, to be honest. But you have the build-up as to what will be the first policy that a Leader of the Opposition is going to stand for. What's going to be the career-defining thing that, as leader, you say, that's the hill that I'm prepared to die on? And so normally we get those in budget reply speeches, and we thought, maybe last year we'd get something in budget reply. But nothing, not a single policy. And the reason, clearly, was that we weren't getting a single policy is the Leader of the Opposition, to his credit, likes a bit of suspense, likes a build-up. And the build-up has come all the way to the parliament until today, when we discover the first policy, the first commitment, that if there were ever a Dutton government, what would be the first thing that it would do? What would be the legislation that it would implement? What's the first inkling he's given the Australian people as to what he would stand for? And the first tax policy that he decides to deal with is people who have more than $3 million in their superannuation account. Now, two things happened in the year 2006. First of all, the Leader of the Opposition in 2006 became the Assistant Treasurer of Australia. The other thing that happened in 2006 was there was a movie called The 1%. And The 1% was a movie from the United States about the 1% who were the wealthiest in the economy, good on them, and it had interviews with a whole lot of them. What we didn't realise, because it opened up a whole economic debate about whether you're looking after only the 1%, what we didn't realise was that for the Leader of the Opposition, looking after the 1%, that was too broad-based. And he has now gone for the half of 1% as the hill that he's prepared to die on. The half of 1% is the big tax policy that he's willing to say he will repeal should there be a change of government at the next election. So for all the senses of wanting to appeal to a broad base of the population, for all the different ways that the Leader of the Opposition might want to say he wants to broaden the base from support that the Liberal Party received at the last election, he's decided he's found a pathway. And the pathway is the half of 1%. It's a funny way to get to a majority, but that's the pathway that the Leader of the Opposition has started on. Let's make clear, we have to deal with $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt. We have to deal with $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt. And it's extraordinary to hear those opposite just think you don't have to deal with it, as though that were not the fastest-growing section of the budget. The interest payments on the $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt are now the fastest-growing part of the Commonwealth's budget. And if you're not going to deal with it this way, exactly how are you going to deal with it? Now, they say, oh, well, they'll stop various funds. But the funds that they're arguing against are largely off-budget funds, all of which go to growing the economy, in terms of getting manufacturing going in Australia, growing the economy in terms of increasing the stock of housing in this country, growing the economy in terms of having proper investment in clean energy in this country. All of these things are issues that will grow the economy, that give us a greater capacity to pay down the $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt. But make no mistake, the mere fact of this revenue measure, of course it's not going to do it on its own. Of course it doesn't. Of course there are other areas of restraint that we have to deal with as a government. But this is part of it, and this is something where the Leader of the Opposition is saying he would repeal it. He is promising to take to the next election to deliver money back to half of 1% of the Australian population using every dollar of it borrowed. All of it borrowed money, all of it adding to the debt that has to be paid back, all of it adding to the interest burden that falls on the Australian taxpayer, and he's willing to do this because the people who he has to make sure he defends are the half of 1% of the Australian population. Now, there are cost of living challenges, but I've got to say, when you start with the cost of living challenges in Australia, you probably don't start with that half of 1%. You do start with ordinary wage earners who've needed to get their wages moving, and this government brought forward legislation to get wages moving, and those opposite voted no. This government took forward a submission to the annual wage review, which resulted in a 5.2% increase for the lowest wage earners in Australia, and those opposite were opposed to that approach. This government took a submission arguing that people in aged care, working in aged care, deserved a decent pay rise, which has resulted in a 15% pay rise for those workers, which helps with cost of living, which helps with what's happening in aged care, and those opposite were opposed to those approach. Their alternative was to say that low wages were a deliberate design feature of the economy. They opposed something as simple as $1 an hour for the people who are on the lowest wages in this country. But we haven't just dealt with wages, we've dealt with prices as well. But look at the two different approaches. Our approach in the area of health. We've now, with cheaper medicines, have had the first reduction in the cost of the PBS to the average Australian in its history, with PBS medicines coming down from $42.50 to $30. What was their approach? Their approach was they wanted to have a $7 GP tax. And who do you reckon was the health minister when they had the $7 GP tax? Who do you reckon that was? Their approach on wages, make them lower. Their approach on health, make it cost more. Their approach on childcare, make it cost more. We have early childhood education starting on the 1st of July, cheaper childcare, helping around 96% of Australian families will be better off. Under them, childcare out-of-pocket costs rose 47% under the last government. In terms of energy price relief, we had a special day of sittings last year to be able to put limits on what could happen with energy prices. And what was their response? Which way did they vote? They voted no. If those opposite want a debate on cost of living, bring it on, but I'm really not sure why they're the ones calling for it. Cost of living is about the difference between your wages and the prices. And you have a government trying to get prices down and wages up, and you have an opposition with the exact opposite philosophy that decides the hill they're willing to die on is to fix revenue by opposing a measure, a really modest measure, like it's still a concessional tax rate, just not as concessional as it is at the moment, for 0.5% of the population. But it would be wrong of me to claim that those opposite don't want to do anything about debt, don't want to do anything about the debt servicing cost, because we've seen their form and we know what their approach was, because we all saw robo-debt. We know what their approach is on how do you try to get budget numbers down. We saw budget after budget that was being backed in by two things: consistent underspending on the NDIS, followed by robo-debt. They went after the people who needed assistance from government the most and decided they were the ones to target. They went after them in a way that was unlawful, and that wasn't enough. That was unfair, and that wasn't enough. That was indecent in the way it was treating people, and their response was to just put out threats that will send you to jail. The $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt is a challenge for this nation. It needs to be dealt with. But why on earth an opposition that is doing the exact opposite on every cost of living issue would decide to bring this motion forward, the exact opposite of what needs to be done, and when it comes to the budget would decide that their key issue is do what you want to people who might otherwise need help, but defend as the last bastion in the hill to die on the 0.5%. This suspension is a joke and should be voted down.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to. No further speakers. Those of that, we're out of time. So I'm putting the question that the motion be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Please ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 54. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I received a message from the Senate returning the Paid Parental Leave Amendment, Improvements for Families and Gender Equality Bill 2022 without amendment, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all afterwards that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. Oh, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. To the children up watching the gallery, this year there will be a debate in this country about amending our Constitution. And our Constitution is a document that not only defines the boundaries of our democracy, but must be one that serves you and your children and your grandchildren. So the decisions that we make this year must be ones that we are proud of and ones that serve our democracy. The Prime Minister has said that when we wake up the day after the referendum, we must feel proud, and he's a known advocate for change and for the voice. But I think there's a more important question that we should ask ourselves the day after the referendum. That is, that as a nation we respect that the public got it right. Because that's what happens in a democracy. Whether it's yes or whether it's no, if the public were fully informed and were treated with respect, that whatever their decision is, that is the right one. And that is what we should always do in a democracy. And that is why the machinery provisions that we're discussing here are so important. The Prime Minister and the government do have a mandate to put a question to the Australian people. But it's a mandate for a question, not an answer. The answer lies with the people. Anthony Albanese is our Prime Minister, and that mandate is one that we respect. But we must always respect the mandate of the people to answer it. A peaceful and orderly transfer of power matters in a democracy. It begins with a concession by the losing candidate. This marks the election as legitimate because of the core belief that the people always get it right. That is why the Prime Minister's description of the voice being about decency and manners is concerning. The same can be said for the criticism that this is about whether Australians want to be counted on the right side of history. Last year, the former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd claimed that arguments against the voice were intellectually fraudulent and the work of bad actors. Such ad hominem is anti-democratic and should be discouraged as we continue this debate. What if, Deputy Speaker, the referendum fails to achieve enough support by enough people or enough states? By defining support to the question as one of decency and manners, what does that mean for the legitimacy of the vote? Will that majority be bad-mannered and lack decency? Is that how we will reflect upon the Australian people the day after they vote? Will the Prime Minister condemn the majority then for being on the wrong side of history? Even worse, some have sought to put our national reputation on the line by labelling the opposing view as xenophobic. Again, this form of advocacy is toxic and should be resisted by all. We know that our Constitution lacks the soaring rhetoric of other foundational national documents. We're not a democracy that's founded in civil war and blood. We are a democracy founded in careful thought and consideration of other democracies and what would serve best for here. Our Constitution will never provide the inspiration for a musical like Hamilton, but ours delivers something far more consequential and far more beautiful. Ours is the foundation stone for one of the world's most stable liberal democracies. So, Deputy Speaker, it is disingenuous to attack any voices in any debate for lacking decency and manners. especially if that view ends up being shared by a sufficient majority. Those who are advocates for their cause are understandably passionate. But fear of losing the referendum is rational, but fear of the people hearing the opposing argument is inexcusable. And again, that is why what is being discussed in this machinery provision is so important. Changing the Constitution is one of the most serious of decisions. The Prime Minister has said there will be a national conversation. A conversation, by its definition, involves the exchange of thoughts and ideas. It should include matters of principle, practice and constitutional design. The Prime Minister will be a passionate campaigner for the Yes case, but he should be an even more forceful advocate for the legitimacy of the debate. If that happens, and if both sides commit to that, then no matter the referendum result, we will wake up the day after and say that the people will have made the right decision. The Prime Minister gave a key speech at the Chifley Research Centre on the 5th of November of this year. It was a good speech, and there was parts of it that are relevant to what we are discussing here. The Prime Minister spoke about the risk of the rolling fury of a culture war and the way it undermines civil and rational debate. And he spoke about our capacity to disagree respectfully. The Prime Minister then referred to the January 6th riots in the United States Capitol. The Prime Minister said that people who had fallen headlong into poisonous conspiracy theories, into a worldview of grievance and suspicion, saw betrayal and that there was no political opponents, only mortal enemies. People who would rather believe that an election was stolen than accept that their preferred candidate was defeated. And he said that democracy can never be taken for granted and that people should always be treated with respect. And again, these principles don't just apply to other democracies in the United States, they apply here in this referendum because there is a great risk that the tone of this debate in this year will be highly divisive. And that is the role that we all have to play here. And it starts with understanding and respecting that people can have legitimate differences about what our Constitution should look like. The Prime Minister said in that speech that governments need to be prepared to put their faith in the judgment of the Australian people. He said that drumming up outrage and trying to start a culture war is counterproductive. And he finished with some positive tones. He said he's optimistic about the success of the referendum because he is optimistic about the character of the Australian people. And again, that's where the Prime Minister falls short. He's linking success to the result. The success of this referendum should be that it is an informed and considered and respectful debate. That is what we should respect. And again, the Prime Minister defaulted to his passion for the Yes case winning by saying that Australians should play their part in an historic step forward for our country. This referendum bill has some key changes, that one of which will be in the Senate. The three parts are that the coalition is committed to is restoring the pamphlet to outline the yes and no case. Secondly, establish an official yes and no campaign for organisations. And thirdly, appropriately fund those official organisations. Now, we've heard commitments that the first of those three, restoring the pamphlet, will be made by an amendment in the Senate. And that is a welcome change, because we should always trust Australians with hearing both sides of an argument, always. And we hear in the news and through this place and in many others the risk of compromise in digital information. We cannot just say, well, it's 2023, there's no need to send a bit of paper to Australians because we can send them a social media link or an email or something else, or they can go to the website. That's not good enough. And for those of us in this place, we communicate with our electorates using all means. We use social media, digital emails, but we also put things in people's letterboxes. And if that wasn't effective, we wouldn't do it. And we do it at great expense to the taxpayer because we know that it works and we know that it's important. And particularly for electorates that have high migrant communities where English isn't their first language, that's even more important, that we spell things out clearly in their letterboxes. I think that's always an important part of communicating, and it will be for this referendum. So we welcome the commitment to have a pamphlet. That is so important. But there's no commitment for the other two parts that we're worried about, that being an official yes and no campaign organisation and appropriately funding these. Because this bill will determine the settings for how the referendum on this voice is to be conducted. And it should be a constructive one that reinforces the principles that the Prime Minister outlined in his Chifley speech. Because risks of division in our democracy is real. It's not something that just happens in Washington or in other countries. It can happen here, and we all need to lean in and make sure that that doesn't happen. And it starts by having a respectful debate. So we call on the Prime Minister and the government to make sure that they commit to properly funding both sides of a campaign, because this will increase trust and integrity in the process. I was a barrister before this, and people would often say to me, what is the measure of a fair court or a fair judge? And it's a simple answer, that the loser feels like they were given a fair hearing. The loser feels like they were given a fair hearing. So whatever the results of this referendum, the passionate advocates for either case will wake up saying, you know what, we put our case fairly, it was heard, and the result was made, and we respect it. That's what we should all be saying the day after the referendum, not accusing this country of being xenophobic or racist because yes didn't get up. Or if it's flipped, if yes does get up, that we respect that decision too. That is our duty. But again, it starts with making sure we get the process right. So the proper conduct of the referendum is an obligation on the government and therefore on the parliament. The Electoral Commission has given evidence to parliamentary committees that the donation and disclosure regime remains one of the most complex parts of the Electoral Act. Again, the people in this place are probably more knowledgeable about that part of the Electoral Act than most other Australians, and it's complex. It just is. So if we can help reduce any potential corruption in that process, that would be a good thing. It's also important that we recognise that for this referendum, the participants are often people who are not regularly involved in elections. Again, for us and for those in political parties or those of us who have our own community movements, we've become quite seasoned at being involved in elections. We have structures and procedures and knowledge and people we can draw on. People will be coming out to get involved in this, and we encourage that. But again, they need help so that they make sure that they comply with all of our laws and regulations. So I come back to the Prime Minister's speech at the Chifley Centre. It was a good one. And I ask that when he says, what shall we feel like the day after the referendum, that he reflects upon his answer to that. It can't just be about his commitment to the yes case. It has to be that our democracy is a stronger one the day after, no matter the result. And that starts with improving this bill, because it's not quite there. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd actually like to start today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I also want to especially acknowledge any First Nations people who may be in the chamber today and anyone who may be watching. Thank you for your care of country over thousands of years. As a nation, we will have an important opportunity later this year to begin to work towards righting a past wrong by ensuring First Nations people are recognised in our Constitution and that their voices will forevermore be heard directly at the highest level of our federal parliament whenever it is seeking to create a law that directly impacts First Nations people. It seems like a really simple thing to wish for those that have come before us, recognition and empowerment, and yet this ambition is far from achieved right at this moment in time. From my perspective, my personal perspective, I believe it's a privilege to be part of the generation that is prepared to step into this uncomfortable space and begin the process of transforming our nation into a land where we all rightfully respected and we can all connect on the basis of a shared history that goes back over 65,000 years. I hope everyone with ambition, optimism and determination will join me in voting yes in the referendum when the opportunity arises. For you see, I do believe that it's unacceptable that our 122-year-old Constitution does not recognise the first people of Australia. How can the document on which all truth for our nation is based be silent when it comes to recognising the sovereign nation that existed here prior to white settlement? The conversations around enshrining an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament in the Australian Constitution are currently taking place right across our country as people seek to come to grips with what it means exactly for them and what impact it may have on them. From my perspective, a constitutional voice will not just be symbolic, it will be a substantive recognition. In the words from the Statement of the Heart Group, who are, without a doubt, much closer to this than I, the proposals are simple and elegant, and they make the essential changes required. They describe the voice as being a modest request that will deliver a fair go for Indigenous Australians, a practical step which will give us our best chance to close the gap, and a unifying moment for all Australians. But why exactly does that mean, and what does it exactly mean to enshrine this voice in the Constitution, and why is the mechanics of how we do it so important? Because the voice needs to be enshrined in our Australian Constitution to ensure it remains a permanent part of our democracy. Constitutional enshrinement can only be achieved through a referendum, so all Australians of voting age will have the opportunity to have their say as to this proposition at the ballot box. But given this, the machinery in place to conduct this process of change must match the weight which this moment carries. The proposed amendments to the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act 1984 are important, and I'm conscious the last referendum was held in 1999. I agree then with the importance of modernising the legislation that will govern how this referendum is conducted. The referendum vote will be the culmination, but not the end, of a long overdue national conversation about the rights and dignity of our First Nations people, and we must accept this conversation needs to be evidence-based and fact-led. As a nation, in order to mature and take steps forward together, we must look to create spaces where respectful conversations can occur. During the week of action this last month, the Uluru Statement from the Heart launched a series of yarning circles. The yarning circle concept is used by many First Nations people across the world. It's a space for active listening and reflection. This is the approach I hope we can all collectively take in the lead-up to the vote. The bill, as drafted, suspends the operation of the provisions of the Referendum Act that require the preparation and distribution of a pamphlet with yes and no cases to the referendum question. I don't agree with this provision, and indeed have had people from within North Sydney express their concern that this resource would not be available to them. Of course, communications have changed since the pamphlet was first introduced in 1912. As a Member of Parliament, I do have opportunities to engage with my voters directly and regularly through a wide range of sources, including direct email, social media, website communications and radio and television commentary. And I will do these things, but they should be in addition to, not instead of, an official, fact-checked pamphlet which will be worked on by the Members of Parliament. In this context, I welcome the undertakings from the Prime Minister that the bill will be amended to ensure a factual, informative resource will be distributed nationally. The pamphlet must be clear, it must be factual, it must have a factual explanation of the proposal with concise and considered arguments for and against. Importantly, it should be in addition to and not a substitute for a civics campaign. Ultimately, I believe this resource will help the community of North Sydney and the vast majority of Australian community engage in a respectful discourse, and we will all be better off for it. I also note and support the recommendations that the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters have made following their inquiry into the bill relating to enfranchisement and participation in the referendum. All communications from the Government and the Electoral Commission must be clear, factual and impartial, and provided in appropriate formats for all Australians, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and older Australians. I'm also supportive of calls for the Electoral Commission to prioritise increasing the enrolment rate for First Nations people prior to the referendum. The current rates of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander enrolment and participation in elections remains low, at just 84.5% compared to a 97% overall enrolment rate. Indeed, the estimated number of unenrolled Indigenous Australians has come under 100,000 for the first time, to just 87,000, and that is significant. But that still leaves a balance that remains at nearly the equivalent of an entire electorate worth of voters who are not enfranchised. We must do better. In an age of disinformation, truth in political advertising laws at a federal level are urgently needed. Currently, political ads are not fact-checked, with the validity of content, be that truthful or otherwise, left up to the voter to determine. Deliberate misinformation and misrepresentation continue to erode trust in government and our democratic institutions by the electorate. For this reason, I support the introduction of robust laws that prohibit false statements and misattribution in political advertising during any election process. And so I support the member for Warringah's amendment, which would prohibit misleading or deceptive political advertising. I think it's a practical, popular and proven way to clean up our politics, whilst approaching the regulation of political advertising with caution and respect for our constitutional freedom of political communication. In mirroring the financial disclosure provisions of the Electoral Act, this bill has inevitably picked up on the problematic aspects of our current electoral laws. I welcome the move to regulate referendum donations and spending, but unfortunately the bill has adopted the less desirable provisions, including a lack of real-time disclosure and the retention of a high donation threshold. I believe this is a missed opportunity for overall positive reform. This moment deserves a process and a framework that is not just up to scratch. It must be the most efficient it can practicably be. Again, I cannot stress enough the weight that this moment carries. We cannot afford to get it wrong. As an advocate for integrity in this parliament, I acknowledge the transparency and integrity that these amendments will bring to the voting process. And importantly, the amendments will also improve accessibility for many Australians. Behind this referendum is a principle of recognition of our First Nations people. The question at the centre of the conversation, do you support an alteration of the Constitution that establishes an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice, is absolutely what matters. Recognition is a simple statement of fact that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were indeed the first people here and form part of the oldest continuing culture on earth. Yet, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people continue to experience a lower quality of life outcomes than non-Indigenous Australians, and despite good intentions, governments and parliaments by themselves cannot provide lasting solutions. A voice is a practical way to achieve this recognition in the Australian Constitution and facilitate Indigenous people directly advising politicians about what really works in their communities, offering practical solutions to their unique challenges, including jobs, health, education and justice. It will also ensure that policies and laws deliver practical results on the ground and secure value for taxpayer investment. This is a conversation that needs to be had with respect, and each of our community's ambitions need to be heard through this referendum process, ensuring no one voice is more important than another. Ultimately, everyone has the right to their own opinion, and the machinery of the referendum will ensure we each have the right for that opinion to be counted. Together, we are going to have a conversation that matters about how constitutional recognition will take all of Australia forward as a nation, and I do believe the proposed amendments help to ensure that. Ultimately, the Uluru Statement is an invitation from First Nations peoples that has been issued to all Australians. I hope the people of North Sydney and all Australians can accept the invitation with kindness and respect, and I look forward to working with my community and all of my fellow members in this place to ensure the conversation that takes place is respectful and provides that space for us each to make our own decision. Thank you.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I now call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022 and to make some additional comments in relation to some of its more contested elements, consistent with my additional comments in the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters report after our inquiry. A large part of this bill modernises the process for running a referendum, in line with how we now run elections. Generally, these changes have been broadly supported, although they do raise the question of why we need to make temporary changes to the Referendum Act in the context of an upcoming referendum, rather than considering modernisation of the Act dispassionately when there's no referendum looming. No doubt other priorities win out, but it would seem a sensible idea to do a broader review of the Act after this referendum to to ensure that next time we have a referendum, we're at least starting with a process that's grounded in the 21st century. An example of this is in the wording of questions. Section 25 of the Referendum Act requires that a referendum ballot paper be set out in the form prescribed, with the title of the proposed law first and a question, do you approve this proposed alteration? This clumsy wording may be challenging to understand. This requirement could be amended to ensure that a simple version of the change being proposed can be included in the actual referendum question. For example, for this referendum, the actual question could be something like, do you support the establishment of a First Nations voice as provided in the short title of the Act? This is unlikely to be fixed this year, but should be part of a broader review to ensure the smooth running and clarity of future referenda. I'm supportive of amendments made to improve enfranchisement of Indigenous voters, in accordance with the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee. In every election or other voting opportunity, it's important that all Australians are given the opportunity to participate in our democracy. But it would be particularly painful if we're not listening to the voices of Indigenous Australians on the question of whether we should listen to the voices of Indigenous Australians. I'd like to make a few comments on the more contested elements of what's included and omitted from the bill. I'm not against the inclusion of a yes-no pamphlet, an amendment negotiated by the opposition and expected to be moved in the Senate, but it does raise some concerns. In the past, these pamphlets have not necessarily always been factual and have been full of emotive language. They are, after all, drafted by committees of parliamentarians who hold a view one way or another. There remains a challenge for government to address as to how to ensure that information contained in the yes and no pamphlets is accurate and fair, and I'll speak about this more later. But I accept that there is still a proportion of the population that doesn't get its information from the internet. In the interests of fair debate, a clear setting out of the best arguments on each side will afford people an opportunity to sit down and consider both sides, following up with their own research on any particular points that challenge or resonate with them. I suspect the number of people who sit and read 2,000-word essays has diminished, but creating the opportunity is probably a good thing. The bill suspends Section 11(4) of the Referendum Act, allowing government to spend money on providing public information and education about the referendum and to counter misinformation. The government has indicated that this education campaign will be on the mechanics of referenda rather than for one side or the other, and that neither side will receive government funding. There is a leap of faith involved that this will be upheld, but given that the last referendum was in 1999, I can see that education is required on the mechanics of a referendum, so people understand the significance of their personal vote as well as their state's vote. Education is also required on what a referendum is and what it is not, and what type of information belongs in the Constitution and what type of information does not. No doubt there will be cries that the education campaign strays into a yes campaign. While this remains a risk, the best we can do is be vigilant and attempt to remain fair-minded in an increasingly polarised world. On the issue of donation transparency, this is an area desperately in need of reform at a federal level, with federal regulation lagging behind almost all the states, both in terms of the donation disclosure threshold of $15,200 and the timing of the disclosure months and months after votes are cast. While there's a simplicity to aligning donation disclosures for the referendum with Part 20 of the Election Act, it's a lowest common denominator approach. I would like to see stronger transparency requirements in relation to funding campaigns for the Voice referendum. I accept that it creates a reporting burden for entities unaccustomed to the financial disclosure regime. But I also think that any entity campaigning on the Voice either way should be willing to disclose that publicly in advance of the referendum. There is overwhelming community support to improve the transparency of who is funding political campaigns before people vote. I would support greater transparency in line with most states, with more immediate disclosure of donations above $1,000. If this is not in the legislation, in line with community expectations and to show government that requiring real-time disclosures won't cause the sky to fall, I would like to see any companies, not-for-profits or individuals contributing to campaigns for either side to voluntarily disclose their commitments in real time. If the norm starts to change voluntarily, this may make regulation easier for the major parties. In my election campaign, I disclosed all cash donations in real time on my website. 90% of donors chose to disclose their names, despite not being required to. This shows that it's possible and not a big deal if you have nothing to hide. Those that choose not to disclose their support until months after the referendum, hiding behind the "I complied with the law" excuse, may increasingly have to explain to their stakeholders why they were not proud enough of their political support to own it in real time. Another issue that's not covered in the bill but came up in submissions to the committee inquiry is truth in advertising. It's essential that we do a better job of ensuring truth in political advertising. This is broader than the proposed Voice referendum, but concerns about racist misinformation in this context are real and sharpen the focus on truth in advertising because of the potential damage that could be done. My crossbench colleague, the member for Warringah, has introduced a Stop the Lies bill, laying out a potential approach to rebuilding community trust in what our politicians say. This is an admirable and solid contribution to the debate on this topic, reflecting a strong community appetite for political information that can be believed. I support this bill and would like to see some version of this enacted in this term of parliament. I accept that there are a number of issues that need to be resolved in setting up appropriate structures to ensure the community has faith in the arbiters of truth. No doubt there will be resistance to whichever body is tasked with determining the truth of statements, and conspiracy theories will abound. This challenge is not insurmountable and can't be used as an excuse not to commit to a structure to rebuild trust in our politicians. I accept that it may be challenging to build an appropriate regulatory framework on this broad issue in time for the referendum, and getting it wrong could be very damaging in the long term. For this reason, I would like to see the government setting up an independent panel specifically for the referendum, with the role of finalising the question, ensuring access to fair information and addressing instances of misinformation. Many expert witnesses to the committee inquiry backed this idea. The panel could be comprised of both sides of politics and experts to oversee public information relating to the campaign. This is also consistent with the amendment moved by the member for Warringah to require fact-checking of the yes and no pamphlets. For such an important referendum for the future of the country, truth and transparency are vital, and I urge the government to consider improvements to this end in the implementation of this legislation.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. What a stitch-up. What an absolute stitch-up. I mean, this is the sporting equivalent, this proposal, of two teams lining up, one running out in brand new uniforms with all the gear and a top-line coach and a change room and being brought in with the bus and the crowd's been booked, and the other side is tied up on the sidelines. They're gagged, they got no gear and they had to walk in because no one would pick them up. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are talking here about the Constitution. It is not a note. It's not a note from your mum. It's not a shopping list. It's not a school exam. It's the Australian Constitution. And the proposition by the government is that we won't fund both sides of a referendum. I mean, since when is that even reasonable? The proposition being put forward is an absolute stitch-up. It is wrong, and this is one of the reasons that our side of politics fought so hard to make sure there was at least a pamphlet. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was quite interested in what a pamphlet might be, because it sounds like, an A4 piece of paper that you might fold up and find in your letterbox. So I went back to the '99 referendum, or one of my staff did anyway, and found the official referendum pamphlet. It is pages and pages and pages and pages of information for people to sit down and take the time and look through it and make their own informed decision. So regardless of what the vote is about, regardless of what the issue is, we are talking in this bill about changes to Australia's constitution and the concept that we would set what is the first of its kind, to the best of my knowledge, a prototype which could be used for future referendums where both sides are not equally funded, where the debate is not managed and it is instead run by companies and other sponsors, is outrageous. It is outrageous. In this nation, we are a democracy. This is one of the greatest democracies in the world, and that means that we listen to the opinions on both sides of a debate. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, like anyone in this House, I have seen any number of opinions from legal experts on the proposition and the issue itself. And guess what? They've got different views, and that is no surprise to me whatsoever. So you'll have some who were judges who put forward their view and their legal opinion, which is what they do. We've had others who have different views on what the actual vote might change in the Constitution and what it might do to the operation of not only this House, but the way in which the executive works and others. And these are the issues that people are concerned about. I mean, the idea that the Australian people will walk up and vote one way in a referendum because it will feel good, it is just not the way to approach the issue whatsoever. Feeling good is not factual. Feeling good does not give good outcomes for the country. Feeling good is going to terrify individuals because they are always afraid of the unknown. And the unknown in this case, Mr Deputy Speaker, is extensive. It is extensive. And what is it the government is scared of? Why wouldn't they fund both sides of a referendum? Why wouldn't they put forward equal funding and equal opportunity for every individual to put forward their views in a concise and purposeful way, in a respectful way, as you would expect in this debate, because we are going to the people, or the government is going to the people, with their proposition to change Australia's constitution. This is a significant change, and no one should underestimate what changes to the Australian constitution do. And I'll come back to the pamphlet. When the referendum was put up to change us to a republic, the extensive information was provided to the Australian people. Both sides were able to put their case in a respectful way, and the Australian people made a decision. And at that stage, their decision was no. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the further this debate goes, the more discussions there are, the less information that is provided, the more concerned the Australian people become about the unknown. Nothing terrifies people more than the things they don't know, the things that they don't know. And what have we seen in recent weeks, Mr Deputy Speaker? We've also seen the Minister for Communications, who I've got a lot of time for, I have to say, announce that there will now be the equivalent of a Ministry of Truth for this country. I mean, 1984, here we come. A government ministry will decide what facts are, so that there is no misinformation. I mean, seriously? Since when do governments decide what facts are for information to be provided in the public sphere? What happened to freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of religion? And this, in my view, Mr Deputy Speaker, is one of the great dangers with the way that this government is approaching not only this debate but this referendum. And the further down this rabbit hole they go of not supporting both sides equally and fairly, the more concerned people will become and the more likely the current government will not get the result that they want. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I say to those opposite, it is beyond time that you run a standard constitutional referendum, because that has been the process always. And the further we go away from that constitutional referendum, in my view, the less likely you will get the result that you want and you are asking for. So no matter how many specialists line up, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the Australian people think that they are not well enough informed, if they are worried about what the outcome might be, if they don't have the information that they can look at themselves in the time that it takes for them to absorb that information, and this is a complex debate. It is not simple. It is a significant change to the Australian Constitution, the further that they will move away from the proposition. Now, we know that there's a lot of foreign influence out there. We know that the way that people communicate and talk and discuss and receive their information changes. But we also know that there is nothing more informative than a direct mail piece into your letterbox that you can read in your own time, in the time that it takes for you to absorb that information. So I'm very pleased that the Labor government changed their mind about providing the pamphlet. But they still have not changed their mind about funding both sides of the yes and no case and, of course, controlling the way that the debate is run. And if they're concerned about misinformation, this is one of the best ways to deal with it, to ensure that both sides are equally funded, that both sides have equal opportunity. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've said publicly, and I'll continue to say it, I will be voting no. But I know that I am one vote amongst the Australian people. One vote. I will proudly stand with Senator Jacinta Price and support her view. And I will campaign. I will campaign for the no case, because on the information that has been provided, I think that is the best outcome for this nation, to not change the Constitution. Because in my view, Mr Speaker, we are one people, we are one country, we are all equal, and we should never walk away from that position. Now, I understand what is being put forward from the Labor government, but I am very significantly concerned about the way that this is being worked and way it is being proposed. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, the other challenges that I think we will have in the very near future are around Australia Post. For those of us who live in regional Australia, and I live in a significant regional city, we are not getting one-day deliveries on mail. And the further west you go and the further towards remote Australia you go, the less likely it is that you can be delivered this information in a reasonable amount of time. So I say to those opposite, I say to the federal government, this is the time to do the right thing. Not the ideological thing, not the thing you think will give you the outcome you want, but the right thing. Because if you continue to refuse to provide details to the Australian people, they will not support your proposition. You can never underestimate the mob. The mob always get it right, Mr Deputy Speaker. They always get it right. So we need to make sure that the information is correct. I have no issues with that whatsoever. But we also need to make sure that it is equally funded, that both sides of the campaign have the same opportunity, not one that is supported by extensive corporate Australia delivering a significant amount of money and standing up at all sorts of different sporting events and whatever else it might be, and the others being shut down by what is now the Ministry of Truth because they decide that the information that they put forward and their opinion is not factual. That is not what this country was built on. Freedom, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not free. It is paid for by others, and we should never forget that the opportunities that are provided to the Australian people to even have this debate have been provided by others, and we should always thank them and those who take that opportunity to put forward. So I say again, Mr Deputy Speaker, fund both sides of the debate. Do not try to slip this one through. Do not run with "it's a stitch-up, it's okay because it'll make you feel good." If you vote yes, you'll feel good. If you vote no, you'll feel bad. It is Australia's constitution. It is the most significant document for our nation in the way that it is governed for all Australian people. And I'll come back to the point that I made earlier in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are one people, we are one country, and we are all equal, and I do not support the bill in its current form.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for the call, and can I congratulate Member for Hinkler on such a strong contribution. Australia has a tried and tested method of undertaking referenda, and it is a method based on precedent, fairness and transparency, and it has served our nation well over the last 122 years. This bill will determine the settings for how the referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament is conducted. The bill outlines how a referendum's donations regulations will operate, how the pre-poll scrutineering and counting will operate, and how the newly introduced foreign interference regime will be applied to this referendum. The bill makes a number of non-controversial changes to the Act to bring the operation of the referenda in line with the Commonwealth Electoral Act. However, the bill represents a considerable departure from the established precedent. The Coalition has raised 3 key points with the government to address our concerns on the referendum process. We've asked the government to restore the pamphlet that is posted to each household and outlines the yes and no case. Of course, we've heard that the government has agreed that they will now support that measure, which we strongly welcome. It was unfortunate that we had to take so many months to get there. Secondly, we've asked the government to establish official yes and no campaign organisations. And finally, as the member for Hinkler put so eloquently, appropriately fund these official organisations in an equal and fair way. These measures are fundamental to having a referendum with informed voters and a process with integrity. It is also the basis on which other referenda have operated and will be consistent, of course, with the precedent that served us well over the last century and more. The Coalition has welcomed the engagement from the government on the bill, but until we have our concerns addressed exactly, the position of the Coalition is to oppose the bill. It is important to note that the changes included in the bill will likely become the new normal and be used as a precedent for all future referenda. This is bigger than just the question that we put to the Australian people this year in a referenda. This is, potentially has significant implications for the future of Australia's constitution and future referenda questions that may be put over the coming decades. So it's really important that we actually get this right now, and that this is properly considered in the context of future questions, not just the one that we face this year. There may be future referenda questions that the Labor Party or the government wishes to defeat. So it's important to consider that it's not just about trying to get a yes answer to this vote. It's about where do we go from here over the future decades. And we should never undervalue, when we consider questions like this, we should never undervalue the importance of precedent. Precedent, this whole chamber is based on precedent in many ways. It's precedent that served us well, and it's precedent that we should cling to when taking our next steps. It is interesting to look back at the history of the referendum pamphlet in Australia. The requirement for a referendum pamphlet was implemented in 1912, and there has only ever been 3 referenda without an official pamphlet, those being 1919, 1926 and 1928. I don't think any of the members present here today were around to vote in those referendum, but there were very significant reasons why they weren't. In 1919, this was a very rushed referendum. There was insufficient time to produce one. In 1926, there was no agreement on how to produce the yes argument to that question. And in 1928, there was overwhelming agreement between parties and government in relation to the state debts referendum. There was near unanimous support. So for every subsequent referendum, every other referendum over the last 100 and so years, there's been an official pamphlet produced. And it sets a dangerous precedent if the government had embarked on its original course, which was to not provide, deliberately not provide one. And we know how important it is because people trust that official material. And certainly the feedback I'm receiving from the constituents in my electorate are that they don't understand what is being proposed and are keen to get more information and further details on the proposals. The opposition, of course, has been consistent in its call for the government to provide more detail in relation to this question, and certainly I hope that the official booklet will provide these constituents of mine with more answers to the questions that they're asking. We have heard from the AEC that when they provide mailed material to voters during elections, 40% of recipients will use this documentation as a main source of information when they cast their vote. And we welcome the government's announcement that they're going to restore the pamphlet, but we'll wait to see an amendment presented to the government to that effect. We cannot just simply take the government's word for it. I note that there's been an important submission made to the committee's inquiry into this bill from Blind Citizens Australia, and they outlined that we have serious concerns about this legislation in its current form. We are greatly concerned that the new legislation was introduced without proper consultation with the blind and vision-impaired community. We believe this failure to consult risks disenfranchising our community and excludes our voices from the electoral process. I think they're important words for this chamber to reflect on. The Australian Human Rights Commission submission noted that the Commission supports retaining the requirement under Section 11 that a yes-no pamphlet be distributed to Australian electors as part of the referendum process. The Coalition is also advocating for the establishment of official yes and no campaigns through this bill. Having an official yes or no campaign will make things simpler for the regulatory environment and for the proper conduct of the referendum. The AEC has given evidence to the Parliamentary Committee that the donations and disclosure regime remains the most complex part of the Electoral Act. Of course it is. We all know that. We've all been through elections to get into this place. We understand how complex Australia's disclosure requirements are, and often members of this chamber and others who aspire to be here get tripped up by it. And these are professional people who are operating with the support of professional organisations who are supposed to know these things. An official campaign structure is going to be the best way for our regulators to ensure that appropriate education and enforcement of the electoral laws for the referendum. We know there will be a significant number of participants and organisations in this referendum. There will be many players who come out of the woodwork who will not be associated with political parties and who will not be regular participants in electoral events. Having one single point of coordination to provide education and to commence an audit process for donations, particularly from foreign influence, is the best way to ensure the integrity of this referendum. We've heard from officials that there might be people who will fall under donations legislation and other electoral laws who don't even know it. And I can absolutely see that occurring with so many people interested in this question, and many of them having not participated financially in elections previously. And even the Labor-controlled Joint Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs in 2019 noted that it is important and appropriate that members of parliament retain responsibility for authorising the official yes-no arguments and supports the retention of this requirement. I'll now move on to our request for equal funding. We are seeking an assurance that once these bodies are established, that there is a guarantee of equal funding, if any is provided, to each side to ensure that neither side is advantaged and to ensure that they can comply with the disclosure and regulatory regimes of the referendum. And I think that's an important point, that if we are adding this extra cost of compliance, if we are adding all this regulation, if we're wanting participants in this referendum to have to comply with the very complex electoral systems that we have, that they be provided some public funding to support them in bringing people up to speed on those, ensuring they employ appropriate people who can police that, and ensure we have good compliance and a good, transparent election. This is, and I think this plays into a basic principle of fairness. While the government has currently committed to not spending on the setup of a yes or no campaign, this does not mean that both will start on an even playing field, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned. In fact, the government outlined in its October 2022 budget, on Book 2, page 17 to be precise, that campaign group Australians for Indigenous Constitutional Recognition will be made recipients of tax-deductible gifts through changes to the relevant legislation or the relevant taxation laws, which I believe we passed towards the end of last year. This will directly operate as a form of funding for the Yes campaign. According to the government's own figures that they used in the budget, the financial advantage derived from these gifts will be valued at $800,000, with the figure likely only to grow as the referendum nears. There is no equivalent, of course, in the No campaign, no equivalent treatment in terms of tax deductibility. And let's take a closer look at some of the provisions that are also contained within this bill. Schedule 1 modernises postal voting in referendums, aligning it with the equivalent procedures in federal elections as outlined in the Electoral Act. In light of the significant uptake in postal votes, particularly post-pandemic, this is a necessary step in reforming the referendum process, and the Coalition will be supporting that element of the bill. Schedule 2 allows for the early opening and sorting, but not counting, of pre-poll votes. As a Coalition member, I consider efficiency critical to the provision of government services and therefore support this measure. I'm sure we'll all be grateful there will be a quick count, and everything's prepared ahead of time for that. I've heard stories from many scrutineers and electorates across Queensland and other jurisdictions about unnecessary delay in sorting pre-poll votes, and I think this is a good common-sense measure, and of course we support that. Schedule 3 updates authorisation requirements to align with recent changes to the Electoral Act. Again, where the legislation is merely being modernised, of course we support that. Schedule 4 is also admirable in that amendments effectively ban foreign interference in the Voice referendum and allow for greater transparency through its updated financial disclosure scheme. Of course, no objections there. Schedule 5, like those before it, aligns the referendum process with the Electoral Act. Same goes for Section 6. Schedule 7 and 8 contains a number of language changes as well as legislative drafting modernisations. As noted above, most of the provisions are uncontroversial. It is, by and large, a considered attempt to modernise the Referendum Act. And if the amendments ended there, I would absolutely support the bill, but unfortunately they do not. The government's bill and proposal for the conduct of the Voice referendum will not require the production and distribution of the yes and no printed pamphlet as it currently stands, and not establish or fund a yes or no campaign. With the Prime Minister's unwillingness to provide any detail to the Australian people, the risk of partisan educational campaign cannot be understated. In a hotly debated referendum such as this, allowing total government control over the educational campaign makes the Voice referendum dangerously susceptible to misinformation and a one-sided narrative. Having clear yes and no campaign organisations creates trust and integrity in the process. In addition to this, it will make things simpler for the regulatory environment and for the proper conduct of the referendum. Having a single point of coordination to provide education and to commence an audit process for donations is the best way to ensure the integrity of the process. Furthermore, it will also stop foreign interference, something that we should all recognise the importance of, particularly given recent headlines regarding the level of foreign interference taking place across Australian government and civil society for that matter. Moreover, the regulatory auditing process, which takes up great time and taxpayer money, should be optimised in a national referendum. This could be done by having an official campaign to provide a starting point for enforcement and education by the AEC. Some of the changes made could also have the adverse effect of incriminating organisations and individuals that are unaware that their current and previous activities relating to the Voice referendum will be captured by the proposed regulatory scheme. This is dangerous, and we should safely guard against that potential. Changing Australia's constitution is not something we should ever take lightly. I'm a constitutional conservative, and I'm instinctively sceptical of any changes to our founding document, as are most Australians. Of the 44 referenda that have been put to the Australian people, only 8 have succeeded. Labor has not proposed a successful referendum since 1946. It is the only time they have succeeded in changing the constitution. Changing Australia's constitution is not something we should ever take lightly. It is not routine, and it should not be undertaken. It should only be undertaken in exceptional circumstances and with almost universal recognition of the problem and support for the solution. Our constitution has enabled Australia to be one of the most successful and long-standing democracies in the world, and we should only interfere with that document in the most extreme circumstances. Deputy Speaker, this bill does have some positive elements. It modernises procedures that make it more comparable to a federal election. It takes the experiences of first-time referendum voters to more parallel what they've done in federal elections. This will be the first time I'll vote in a referendum. It's also, I'm sure, the first time the member for Griffith has voted in a referendum. In fact, anyone born after 1981 hasn't voted in a referendum before. But despite the positive elements of the bill, the legislation ultimately fails in its most important provisions. Supporting this bill supports an unfair and unbalanced referendum to alter Australia's foundational document. Thank you.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendments circulated in my name. The Greens will be supporting this bill, the Referendum Act 1984, because it provides the framework for how referendums are conducted, and we welcome many of the reforms in this bill to update that framework. In the past 10 years, the Parliament has conducted several inquiries into constitutional referendums and reforms, and those inquiries recommended a comprehensive suite of reforms, including aligning referendum laws with broader electoral laws, removing the restriction on governments funding education and promotion campaigns, modernising the way information about the yes and no case was distributed, and establishing an independent expert panel to advise on the wording of referendum questions and information campaigns. This bill does some of those things. Many submitters to the earlier inquiries emphasised the need for a comprehensive, objective review of the referendum machinery, separate from the rush of an impending referendum, and the Greens agree. Referendums are about constitutional change, about foundational democratic reforms. Beyond giving a voice to First Nations people, future referendums will determine whether Australia becomes a republic and whether we remove the restrictions on running for parliament that ignore the multicultural background of so many Australians. So the Greens will believe we need more comprehensive reforms to this Referendum Act to make it fit for the challenge of those future referendums. But for now, it is critical that the improvements proposed in this bill are enacted before the upcoming referendum. We welcome the introduction of donation disclosure provisions for referendum campaigns. The bill would align referendum disclosure obligations with the Commonwealth Electoral Act obligations. However, What the government has failed to acknowledge is that those obligations are woefully inadequate. The Greens have long called for political donations over $1,000 to be disclosed in real time so that voters can see who is funding campaigns. This is, in fact, Labor's own policy. So this bill represents a missed opportunity to strengthen disclosures. We will be moving amendments to the lower house an amendment to lower the disclosure threshold to $1,000 and hope that Labor supports us in improving transparency for all political donations. I said earlier that referendum machinery reforms should not only be considered on the eve of a referendum, but we also cannot ignore the timing and context of this bill. Alongside progress towards treaty and truth, the upcoming Voice referendum is a generational opportunity, and it will be critical to maximise the participation of all Australians in the vote. Without reforms, there is a real risk that many First Nations people may not get the chance to have their say in the Voice referendum. While enrolment among First Nations people has been increasing, it remains lower than the general population. On the day enrolment options would prevent a situation where First Nations people who try to vote in the referendum are turned away. Even with increased enrolment, many voters, particularly in remote areas, may be effectively disenfranchised by the unpredictable limited availability of mobile polling services. During the last election, some communities were only visited by remote mobile polling units for a few hours, and some missed out altogether. Communities received little information and when polling places would be open, and many missed out on voting as a result. We need to do better. I understand that the government will move amendments in the Senate to extend the remote polling period. We welcome that as a positive first step. The Northern Territory Electoral Commission report on the Daly by-election noted that where a polling place in the Wadeye community was open for 5 days, there was a nearly 40% increase in voter turnout from the previous by-election where the polling place was open for only 2 days. Giving people in remote communities the best chance to have their say is an investment we all need to make. There also needs to be a concerted effort to engage interpreters to assist voters at polling places to understand the voting process and make sure their vote can be counted. Again, the last election saw many communities without interpreters, and the AEC needs to be funded to ensure that that is not repeated. Finally, the Greens believe that constitutional reforms are generational changes that will affect the lives of all Australians. Young people, particularly First Nations young people, will be impacted by the outcome of the referendum and deserve to have a say. We estimate that an additional 32,000 First Nations people would be able to vote if the voting age was lowered to 16. Greens have a bill to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote, and we urge the government to support that. I will be moving a second reading amendment calling for measures to address voter participation, particularly among First Nations voters. The Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters has made similar recommendations, and the AEC has supported those calls. The government needs to act. Lastly, I want to briefly talk about the pamphlet. The Greens support some form of independent, objective information outlining the yes and no cases being made available to the voting public. However, we acknowledge that the many submitters who have questioned whether the pamphlet and the archaic way that it will be developed meets this objective. It is critical that all Australians are given access to resources to inform their decision. It is critical that those resources are accurate and clear, that they don't misrepresent the implications of a voice, that they don't fearmonger or sprout racist talking points, and that they don't undermine the democratic process. We will continue to call for measures that ensure publicly funded resources are clear and factual, developed in consultation with experts, and available in appropriate formats and languages to reach all voters. We will also continue to support calls for truth in political advertising campaigns. The Greens believe in democracy. We want to see referendums conducted fairly and openly with transparency and respect. This bill goes some way towards that, and we will keep the pressure on the government to go further on electoral reforms in this term of parliament.
Is the amendment seconded?
The amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has now moved an amendment to that amendment, adding words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to. And I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Acting Speaker. I rise to speak on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill. At least I think I rise to speak on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill, although, based on much of the debate we have heard from the other side and the crossbench today, You could be forgiven for thinking that we are discussing a bill to implement a referendum regarding an Indigenous voice to Parliament. That, of course, is not what this bill does. It changes the operation of referenda, not just for the forthcoming referendum on the voice, but presumably for all referenda which may follow. This bill goes to the public information campaign and the quality of informed debate regarding proposed questions and constitutional changes to be submitted to the Australian people for decision. The bill also makes some changes to transparency arrangements regarding expenditure on referendum campaigns and impose reporting requirements akin to the current laws and transparency obligations which apply to Australian elections. As currently drafted, the bill suspends the operation of the provisions for the Referendum Act that require the preparation and distribution of a pamphlet with yes and no cases to the referendum question. It also prevents any Australian government spending money on referendum campaigns. Early last month, the Prime Minister indicated that the government would, in fact, relent and provide yes and no pamphlets to all Australian voters. And yet, where is the government amendment to this bill to that effect, so we really know what will be provided? Aside from the pamphlet, the government remains resolute that it will not fund the campaigns for or against the change. I have heard many members get to their feet here today and talk about the 1999 referenda on two questions: an Australian head of state and the transition of Australia from a monarchy to a republic, and propose changes to the preamble of the Australian Constitution which would have, among other things, included the following phrase: "We, the Australian people, commit ourselves to this Constitution, honouring Aborigines and Torres Strait Islanders, the nation's first people, for their deep kinship with the lands and for their ancient and continuing cultures which enrich the life of our country." That would have been a first step towards proper constitutional recognition of Australia's First Peoples. Despite significant support on all sides of politics, the proposed preamble referendum was resoundingly defeated, and this was particularly the case in my electorate of Flinders, with 63% voting against. At the time, my electorate equally voted against the transition to a republic, with 58% voting against. Many in this place who have spoken before me have indicated they have only faint memories of the 1999 referendum. I, however, remember it well, and so do most of my constituents, because more than 50% of all residents are older than 40. I remember it particularly well because at that time I was a very young advisor in the Office of the Attorney-General, down on the blue carpet in the ministerial wing of this building. I had just joined the Office of the Attorney, then Darryl Williams QC, and I was tasked with the responsibility of constitutional law, an area I loved and had worked in for more than a decade by the time I made it there. I had a peripheral role in relation to the logistics of the referendum. I answered calls from the public about it, and I listened to their questions, and indeed I was witness to their marvellous curiosity about what the proposed changes would do and what they would not do. Those calls numbered in their hundreds, and they were accompanied by thousands of letters from interested Australians who took the changes to the Constitution very seriously indeed. We know from AEC research that almost half of the people who receive mailed material will use this documentation as a main source of information in casting their vote. I cannot help but wonder if the government feels we have moved beyond the information age, that is, the age in which you would give the public information, to the age of the vibe of the thing. I have heard so many, frankly, silly references to the Australian Constitution as some kind of mission statement, an exposé of our values, our history, our birth certificate, as I think the Prime Minister likes to call it. It is nothing of the sort. It is a pragmatic and practical document that brought together a bunch of errant colonies, and in particular the most mischievous of all the colonies, Western Australia, which for most of the time during the constitutional conventions, which ran between 1890 and 1898, wanted to go it alone. As the covering clauses state, the Constitution was designed to bring together and create one indissoluble federal commonwealth under the Crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. It spelled out the operation of this place and the powers of the Commonwealth Parliament, which, at the time, were largely focused on logistics, matters like quarantine, lighthouses and stamps, currency, telephony and railways. It provided for the courts and the appointment of an executive government. The 1999 referendum was, for many people, their first real examination of the Australian Constitution and its provisions. Copies of the Constitution were readily available and even more readily read. Our civic awareness and engagement was at an historical peak. It was a moment to be celebrated and indeed repeated, rather than condemned to history as old-fashioned, out of date or archaic. On the walls of this building, in the public areas at the moment, there is a mini exhibition of constitutional reform of times gone by. It describes circumstances which led to the 1942 Constitutional Convention, the first which occurred after Australia's federation in 1901. The convention, undertaken in wartime, considered a proposed new Section 60A of the Constitution to provide this Parliament with the power to undertake all measures which, in the declared option of the Parliament, will tend to achieve economic security and social justice. A general outrage was precipitated by this egregious catch-all provision, and it was later watered down. But the modest exhibition on the walls of the first floor of this building describes the 1942 process as follows. State and federal political leaders met to discuss the proposed new powers, the repatriation of service personnel, employment and unemployment, marketing of commodities, company legislation, trusts, combines and monopolies, profiteering and prices, production and distribution of goods, foreign exchange and investment, air transport, railways, national works, national health, family allowances and the power to make laws for Aboriginal people. It goes on upstairs. After extensive debate, the Premiers agreed that the states would voluntarily transfer the proposed powers to the Commonwealth for a period of 5 years after the armistice. However, some Premiers soon faced opposition from their respective parliaments and could not fulfil their agreements. On the 19th of August 1944, the Commonwealth Government held a constitutional referendum to ask the Australian people to approve the 14 powers listed. That proposed amendment did not pass. The Constitutional Convention and its aftermath had tested the Constitution's limits on Commonwealth power. In putting the question to the Australian people at that time, the then Prime Minister John Curtin used lofty terms equal to those we hear in the debate today about constitutional reform. On this occasion, leaders of His Majesty's Government and His Majesty's Opposition from all 7 parliaments of Australia are gathered to consider from a non-party and national point of view the course of action to be followed at one of the greatest turning points of our history. We shall be dealing with matters which profoundly affect the future welfare of Australia. And yet, the Australian people said no, as they have done 36 times before, having said yes only 8 times before. And so what does the Albanese government propose? Not to tell people what is proposed. Not to think through the potential consequences of any mooted changes. Instead, he proposes to keep the Australian people in the dark, with no funding for yes or no campaigns, and until recently, no pamphlet explaining in simple terms what the referendum choice is all about. The Voice is not a burning issue in my electorate. People are focused on the challenges which befall their days: how to find staff, how to meet the ever-increasing repayments on their mortgage, how to absorb hundreds of dollars more in increased energy bills, how to find affordable accommodation, how to buy a first home, how to save for their future without fear that their sacrifices will be wiped out by an ad hoc and retrospective change to superannuation, capital gains tax, negative gearing, or changes to franking credits. But when I raise the voice of my constituents, invariably the response comes back. What exactly is it? Much that I wish I could, I can't answer that question. And to be fair, nor can the Prime Minister. Some days it sounds like it's a voice to Parliament, other days it's a voice to the Executive Government, and other days still it's both. Either way, the Prime Minister is proposing to give people a say about the concept, but not the construction, and more importantly, the consequences of the referendum. This bill is, quite simply, an attack on fundamental pillars of Australian democracy and a shallow disregard of the Australian electorate. It comes from the heart of a government which has given up on its people as informed citizens, capable of thinking through constitutional choices for themselves. It is essential that we all, in this place, defend the rights of voters to be informed, not just for the imminent, but for all constitutional referenda, and for our constitutional reform to be pursued with integrity and accompanied by rigorous and respectful debate. We have done it before, and we can do it again.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Warringah be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Acting Speaker. This is a very complex bill, and it should be separated that this is changing some of the ways that referenda are to be run from here on in. That in itself is a cause of great concern to me and to many, because there doesn't appear to be a level playing field. That is a very important principle which needs to be addressed, because we need to know that when a referendum happens in this upcoming recognition of Indigenous in the Constitution, is not only a huge change to the Constitution, but the process will linger onto other referenda. And I don't think it is giving any solace to people with great concerns about the referenda that this bill is allowing huge amounts of disinformation, factual incorrections and other really serious issues that people are crying out for by not funding both sides of the arguments. It's a travesty as far as I'm concerned. We have to have a pamphlet available with accurate information for both the yes and the no case. We have to have the ability to establish official yes and no campaign organisations and appropriately fund them. It is very, very important. Now, the bill is responding to some inquiries that have been led by standing parliamentary committees, and some of the machinery things to put the referendum process in line with the Electoral Commission processes makes common sense, but the overall of this bill is very concerning. For the coalition to support this, we have to have no doubt that there will be equal support for the yes and the no case. The bill, as it stands, does remove the requirement to provide all households a pamphlet, and they have mentioned, separate to this bill, that they're going to restore the pamphlet, but there's no details and no funding. It's very wishy-washy, and we need certainty going into this critical piece of legislation. And I would like to say informed voters are of that opinion. I mean, I've taken Vox Pop polls around my own electorate. Most people are in the dark about, one, what is proposed, let alone how the machinery of referenda would be run. It's a very dangerous precedent to set that there's nothing defined apart from how foreign interference and donations can be restricted, and how any Australian citizens who are funding campaigns have to be clear. But all the referenda that I've been involved in my lifetime, there was plenty of information for both sides. There were only 3 referenda that didn't have a yes and no campaign. Exceptional circumstances, 1919 after the war, there wasn't sufficient time to produce them. There was no agreement on how to produce the yes argument in 1926, and a unique event in 1928, there was overwhelming agreement between the parties. But we know now that people are hungry for information, because lots of people in my electorate, dozens of people I incidentally meet, when you scratch the surface, they have grave concerns. If you want the Australian people to have trust and integrity in the process, we need a pamphlet. And that is meant to be a signature of this new government, that they are all for integrity and openness. So we are asking for equal funding, and it's a reasonable request. Now, I might just say a few words about the referenda. The referendum as proposed itself. It is a really important referendum. Every referendum is important, because the referendum result can allow changes to the Constitution. But from what I've seen, it gives a carte blanche for the government to then go and establish not just constitutional change, but yet another level of bureaucracy on top of the bureaucracy that's funded to the tune of over $30 billion every year, which hasn't delivered any significant tangible benefits pro rata with the amount of money spent across state and federal governments. And I object to the concept of the change in the Constitution to give special legal standing to a group of people based on race, even if it is Indigenous Australians. And there's no definition of what is Indigenous. You get lots of different definitions, and again, that's very vague and undefined. It will contribute. Many people have made their comments about it will just be a body of advice. But what we've learnt in subsequent announcements by ministers on that side, Mr Acting Speaker, and by eminent High Court lawyers is what is an opinion and an advisory comment could have standing as being obligatory when it's taken to the High Court. And it will be justiciable. There's a bank of High Court lawyers who agree with this, and High Court barristers. Like, the legal opinion is ringing loud and clear. This isn't what is advertised by the other side. And that is why the National Party, we have done our legal homework. We have sought opinions from highly qualified legal people. And I would like to also put on the record, I have 6% of my population is Indigenous. And I'm sure the vast majority of them would support it. But our role here, particularly with the constitutional change, is to establish the consequences of what a law will do to how this nation is run. And to have one body which, depending on the size of what population survey you go, 3% of the population, and to give them special standing either at a state level, a federal level, or in local government, because the local voice, the state voice or the federal voice has an opinion, will gum up the whole works of the nation. And the whole concept of Australia, we're full of people from all nations. And I acknowledge Indigenous have been here. There's been 3 waves of Indigenous civilisations in the 60,000 year. But since Australia has come into being, once we're Australian and you're a citizen, you get the same treatment. You get the same education, support, health. The law is applied without fear or favour the same. And this is, in the words of the former Prime Minister, creating a third chamber, a de facto third chamber, and a recent opinion in Australia's second most respected national paper even said, a former Labor minister said this will be a shadow government. It will have the ability to pass an opinion which can then be acknowledged, read, understood, but not agreed with, and then it'll be off to lawfare. And that will not be fair to the rest of the nation. There is also no legal impediment for any Indigenous member of Australia to run for local government, state government or federal government. And we have whole departments dedicated at state and federal level to Indigenous. We have Indigenous advancement strategies. We have health policies. We have Prime Minister and Cabinet committees. We have Prime Minister's committees taking advice from Indigenous groups. We have land councils. We have so many voices from Indigenous Australia. And this will just be another bureaucracy, but it will change the fundamental way that the making of laws and the way we decide to govern ourselves will be decided on by an unelected third chamber. That is the nuts and bolts of it. And the fact is, whether you're someone from Ethiopia who just got their citizenship, like the last ones in my electorate, or you're from the Biripi or from the Ngunnawal or the Ngambri people in the area that I was born and raised, here in the Monero, sure, Australians respect and honour the traditions of the Indigenous, but we are all the same. We are one country under one law, and we all have the right to stand for Parliament. But this particular bill isn't about that, but I take the opportunity to put my thoughts on the record. This machinery provisions bill is very vague and one-sided, and I won't be supporting the bill unless it's changed considerably. But by the sounds of it, Mr Acting Speaker, it's not going to happen.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022. As a parliamentarian, a lawyer and a constitutional conservative, and as someone who was a participant actively in the 1999 Republic referendum campaign, our last referendum, I think that the most important decision that we can make as citizens in a democracy is the decisions we make at a referendum. Elections all have a time frame, and for Australia it's 3 years. You can change your mind at an election, and we on this side of the House certainly hope that at the next federal election Australians do change their mind. But a vote at a referendum is for something that is permanent. It's the most serious decision a citizen can make at the ballot box. Australia is one of the few countries in the world that leaves the question of amending the Constitution to the citizens themselves, and I think that's a very good and powerful responsibility that we all have. My view is that trust is created when the process is fair to both sides. The government shouldn't be putting its fingers on the constitutional scales. There are 3 things that I think are needed to ensure a referendum in the modern era is fair. Firstly, as is our tradition, the distribution of a yes and no booklet so that all Australians can hear the arguments of both sides. Secondly, and this is important at this time, the formal establishment of a yes and no case to be the place to receive funding, donations and expend money. This is required because the environment in which the referendum is operating in is more complex due to foreign interference and more complex because of the difficulty of complying with electoral legislation more broadly. And thirdly, as was the case in 1999, equal funding for the yes and no side. Both sides in 1999 were able to put their cases so that Australians could hear the arguments. Sadly, the government seems to want to game this referendum. Now, unfortunately, the Prime Minister and the Attorney-General have form when it comes to interfering in referendum questions. In 2013, when the Prime Minister was the Minister for Local Government and the Attorney-General held the same role in the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government, they presided over an aborted attempt to recognise local government in the Constitution. The Prime Minister, as Minister, promised $10 million to the Yes case, with another $10 million from local government and millions more through various local honeypots, and the so-called neutral case, which was in effect a de facto yes case mechanism. So you had millions of dollars on the yes side, and on the other hand, the no case was offered $500,000. In other words, the no case was funded to the tune of about 5 cents per voter. This was an absolutely outrageous interference in the referendum process. I believe in equality of public funding because Australians deserve to hear the arguments, and I believe that is a very important matter of principle. It's not about the voice, it's not about recognition of local government, it's not about a republic, it's about the belief that regardless of the topic, Australians need to hear both arguments. Let me remind members opposite of the 1951 referendum. That was the referendum to ban the Communist Party, which was loathed by Labor. Some believed it was the thin edge of the wedge. That campaign was the shining moment in the political career of Dr H.V. Evatt. He travelled the country allowing Australians to hear the no case. The no case won, and it won because people got to hear it. Imagine if that process had been rigged. Imagine if Menzies had played it for partisan benefit. It wasn't. The 1951 referendum followed the normal rules. As democracy, good process matters. It always does. I believe we should always trust the Australian people. They get it right. The framers of the Constitution set up a mechanism whereby Australians could make an informed choice about changing our Constitution. The framers wanted Australians to hear the alternatives. In order to make an informed choice, you must have information. We've seen only 8 successful amendments to the Constitution in almost a century and a quarter. 3 of those 8 were delivered by the late Bob Ellicott when he was Attorney-General in 1977. He put 4 questions up, 3, as I mentioned, passed, and the 4th failed despite receiving 62% of the national vote. Ellicott's view on successful referendum questions was insightful. He said referendum success required broad support among Australians, and that's the result of broad consultation, and the provision of information as to its purpose and effect. Now, I come to this bill as someone who's a supporter of the principle of the voice and someone who's a supporter of a fair process. A democracy that seeks to manipulate electoral processes for partisan reasons is a democracy that is corroding the very foundation of the trust that underpins it. I believe that in elections, on referendum questions, in traditional media and on social media, Australians deserve to hear the arguments. Governments shouldn't censor by obstruction or by promoting one view over another. That's the cynic's approach.
Cynics believe we should manipulate processes to achieve outcomes. I should stress this bill is about the process around the referendum and not the referendum question itself. This bill is not even about the eventual question, it's literally the referendum machinery. There's much in this bill that's sensible, particularly around aligning many of the rules of the referendum for that which occurs in federal elections. We live in an age of foreign interference, and we support measures that seek to modernise referendum machinery to bring it into line with election machinery designed to safeguard Australia's institutions against foreign interference. It's right to modernise because we've also seen much change since the last referendum, including online campaigning and with it the emergence of malicious actors. So the machinery for a referendum should be in line with a federal election, and we support that. But we're opposed to the discarding of the formal and yes and no case prepared by members of parliament in a booklet. Giving Australians a formal case from each side that's been approved by the members who vote yes and the members who will vote no will add to this debate. I believe in free speech. I believe in Australians having access to all the arguments, and so I support the distribution of a formal yes and no case. I also support public funding for both cases because the Constitution should never be for sale. I welcome the decision of the government to reinstate the official yes and no case booklet. But why was the booklet ever withdrawn? It was withdrawn because the government thought it could manipulate the process. Formal yes and no cases should appear at every referendum. They should be sent to every elector. They should be publicly funded. No referendum campaign should be driven by money or who has access to the most billionaires. It should be driven by arguments which Australians can hear. The formal yes and no case means that every Australian can hear those arguments, and the government should provide funding to each side so that Australians can actually hear those. Now, I know some have said that funding a formal no case will simply mean the government is funding racist arguments. I don't accept that because I know the great majority of Australians are not racist. We're one of the great multicultural and multi-faith nations on earth. Australians hate racism, and we know a racist trope when we see it. Racist arguments will be a vote loser. And I can't imagine respected Australians of the calibre of the former Deputy Prime Minister John Anderson advocating arguments that would in any way denigrate First Australians. A formal yes case and no case will communicate the gravitas of a referendum, and an official yes and no campaign organisation would also create the structures by which both sides can respond to the important disclosure and regulatory regimes that exist in our electoral processes. And it means the debates from both sides will be driven by the mainstream and not by groups from the far edges or by vested interests with large pools of cash. I've said repeatedly we must approach this referendum with goodwill. Everyone has a responsibility in this debate, be they for the yes case, the no case or genuinely undecided. We all have a responsibility to listen to each other with respect. If you're a leader or an advocate of the yes case, you have a responsibility to listen to the legitimate questions of those who doubt. And if you're a leader or an advocate of the no case, then you have a responsibility to listen to the real concerns and the lived experience of Indigenous Australians. Both sides deserve to be heard, and we should create the space that Australians can engage with the questions asked. We saw recently in a news report in the Sydney Morning Herald about an event that the member for Sydney held advocating for the voice. It was a community forum and she was asked questions. The Herald described these questions as probing questions, and I think it's good. In fact, many of those probing questions were the same ones that Peter Dutton has been asking since early January. I'm glad that the member for Sydney held the forum. If the referendum goes ahead, there will be events like this all over the country, because a referendum is a decision of the Australian people, and I want Australians to hear the arguments. We must oppose any and every attempt to shut down debate. I want to be very clear to the global big tech companies who own the social media channels Australians rely upon. I say to them, don't censor this debate. Global big tech companies censoring debate in Australia is in itself a form of foreign interference and shouldn't be allowed. We're not Moscow, we're not Beijing, we're not Kabul, we're not Tehran. We're Australians, and in this country the citizens have a right to hear the arguments. When there are bad arguments, misinformation and unpalatable tropes, as there will be, let them rot in the public space as they should. Let Australians expose them and tear them down. But big tech companies don't have a right to determine what is a good or a bad argument. Australians don't need the censorship of big tech, nor do they need big corporates under the guise of corporate social responsibility directing Australians how to vote. I want to say to corporate Australia, if you want to be involved in this debate, that's a good thing, but make sure you really are a good corporate citizen. Make sure the planes are running on time. Make sure you've invested in fixing the mobile black spots. Make sure you're still not trading with Russia. Make sure you're not ripping off Indigenous consumers. Make sure you're not destroying the sacred places of Indigenous heritage. And make sure you're keeping price rises down, and if you're a bank, your interest rate down as well. I say this explicitly because this is a debate of citizens. It's the debate of Australians. I don't want the Constitution to be a plaything of big money, big tech or big corporates, whether those corporates are located overseas or whether they're located here in Collins Street, George Street or any other capital city in Australia. I make these points because I think we must all walk gently in this debate. We must respect good process. We must respect debate. We must make places to persuade rather than make people feel fearful to speak. We must understand this referendum will be the place where citizens decide, we the people. Deputy Speaker, as with the substantive matters in this move towards a referendum, I believe the government should move back towards a normal process. And part of that normal process of a referendum is those three things that we've talked about. A formal no case, equal public funding and a formal yes and no case booklet, which seems to now have been achieved. The normal formal processes, formal yes and no cases, were established, as was the case in 1999, funded equally so that all Australians can hear the arguments. And good process will mean the government listens in terms of the question and the amendment. I remember being on the National No Committee in 1999, and we looked at the way in which Australians were engaging with the yes and no booklet. And we saw that it was a very important document in terms of Australians thinking about this. I think we have to go back to some of the sort of basic ideas in this debate. Most Australians, unfortunately, don't know we've got a constitution, and those who do know that we have it have never read it. And yet we are asking them one Saturday to make an important decision about what that constitution looks like and what the future of important government structures under our federation are to look like. Australians will want to sit at home, they want to look at the amendment, they want to understand it, they want to read it, because what we found in 1999 was that Australians take decisions of this sort seriously. And we need to be able to ensure Australians are hearing the arguments for and against. As I say, Deputy Speaker, this doesn't matter whether we're talking about a referendum on voice, whether we're talking about a referendum on the Republic, whether we're talking about a referendum to ban the Communist Party. It doesn't matter what the topic is. It is the process that must be fair. It's the process that must inform Australians. It's the process that must allow both sides to get their arguments out. And that is the points that we on this side of the House have been making about changes to the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act. We believe that the government should adopt the orthodox process and take a leaf out of the 1999 Republic referendum, where there was a yes and no case booklet delivered to every elector in the mail. There was a publicly funded yes and no campaign, the members of which those campaigns were drawn from the Constitutional Convention that had convened in 1998. As I say, I had the privilege of being appointed to the National No Case Committee by John Howard for that referendum. And thirdly, given the environment which we are now conducting our politics, an environment where the level of foreign interference, according to the agencies, is at record highs, higher than it has ever been during the Cold War, where there are malicious state and non-state actors that would seek to disrupt our democracy, there needs to be formal cases recognised to make it easier to deal with that threat and to make it easier to deal with an increasing amount of bureaucracy, understandably because of the importance of preserving our electoral system and our referendum system, as it were, such that the compliance for small organisations around the country will be very difficult. The capacity for foreign interference through small organisations will be greater. Those are the reasons why we on this side of the House have been so trenchant in our views about this bill, and why we think those three things are very important preconditions to this. I think fundamentally, Deputy Speaker, what we need to see from the government here is a commitment to good process. Good process means the government will listen in terms of this bill. Good process means the government will listen in terms of the question and the amendment. Good process ultimately builds confidence, and I think sadly confidence is ebbing. But good process is the best pathway on this issue, as it is on so many others as well.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill, which proposes crucial amendments to one of the most important instruments available to the Australian people for change. Questions of national character and constitutional reform are some of the most serious questions we can ask of voters in this country. When we propose a change to the Constitution at a referendum, it is a change which goes to the foundation of the way which our nation operates, of how it's governed, of how it's protected, of how it does what the Australian people expect it to do. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Constitution empowers the Australian people to own their democracy, and when we change it, we must be cautious that we are not disempowering voters on one side or the other. Now, a lot's happened since the Referendum Act was last used. In fact, it hasn't been used since 1999. It was in 1999 that the Australian people rejected a politician's republic in favour of the status quo. They opted to retain the constitutional monarchy because, well, it worked, and the change would come at a price too high: uncertainty, instability and an increase of power to the elected, not the electors. As the Samuel Griffith Society pointed out in their submission to the inquiry, the fact that the nation has experienced the longest period in its history without a referendum should be seen as an indication of Australians' overall satisfaction with our existing constitutional arrangements. After nearly 25 years, however, the legislation which enables such a referendum has not kept pace with the modernisations we have made successively to the Electoral Act, amendments which have improved the efficiency, transparency and integrity of our electoral process. Since the last national referendum, we've seen some remarkable change. The iPod was invented and has since transformed into wearable mobile technology thanks to the Internet of Things. YouTube was invented, along with the social media platforms from which we now source so much of our information and news. Advances in cybersecurity, generational shifts in workforce participation and the working week, and social change at a scale unlike anything we've seen, at least in my lifetime, have taken place in the quarter of a century since the Referendum Act was last used. It is time for its modernisation. That's why, in 2021, as chair of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, I led an inquiry into constitutional reform and referenda, passing the baton on to the member for Moncrieff on my election as Speaker of the House of Representatives. That inquiry, which has contributed to this bill in debate today, showed me a number of things. The minister claims that this bill aims to ensure that referenda reflect contemporary federal election voting processes and extends transparency and integrity measures in the Electoral Act to support voter confidence in referenda. That may well be the aim, but in some respects it will not be the result. Australians are becoming more aware of the Constitution's role. Since the SPLA report was handed down, that's the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee report was handed down, Australians have become a little more aware of the real-life implications of our Constitution on democracy and government. And that is not unusual as we are approaching a referendum. Australians, given that there's been 25 years since our last one, Australians will take a more active role in, I believe, understanding what referenda are about, a lot more about our Constitution and how the Constitution should be changed, if at all. During the COVID-19 pandemic and in the aftermath of the COVID lockdowns, the nature of Australia's competitive federalism was laid bare before the Australian people. For some, the toing and froing between the states and the Commonwealth was proof that the system was strong, demanding cooperation across borders while protecting state electors' interests. For others, it was a point of concern and contention that governments disagreed at times and agreed on other issues. The question we are discussing now is not whether competitive federalism is the best system of governing our Commonwealth and its states. The question is whether the provisions proposed empower the people of this country to make such decisions for themselves if or when the time comes. Mr Deputy Speaker, this debate should be considered in light of the Indigenous Voice to Parliament debate. What we debate in relation to this bill will naturally be viewed as a reflection on the upcoming referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament. It will, after all, be the first national referenda held in nearly a quarter of a century. The changes we make now, however, will extend to the referenda which follow, crucial moments of significant and fundamental change to the way our nation operates. As such, it's important that we all take a critical and forward-thinking approach to these reforms, and that we undertake this debate with dignity, that we do it in a collegial spirit, but perhaps most importantly, that we do it with respect. And I am heartened by the tone of the debate in relation to this bill, because this bill is almost a bit of a precursor to the voice referenda itself. So how this debate is managed by this House over the next hours and days, if it comes to that, I think really does set the tone, and I think that that tone needs to be one of respect. Now, things that we've taken for granted in our typical election process, and I'm going to go through some of the things that we do agree with in relation to this bill. Things that we've taken for granted in our typical election process which have not been amended since the previous referendum nearly a quarter of a century ago. The Coalition supports some of those changes. We support allowing the early opening and sorting, but not counting, of pre-poll ordinary votes from 4 p.m. on voting day, along with the extraction of declaration votes during preliminary scrutiny. These changes will support the timely scrutiny of pre-poll votes on the night of voting day, consistent with federal election processes. And we support measures to combat foreign interference, particularly in relation to financial contributions. In a rare foray for Labor into actually improving integrity and accountability measures, this bill would see the financial disclosure procedures amended to protect referenda from foreign interference. It would prohibit foreign donations of more than $100 and prohibit foreign donors and actors from incurring referendum expenditure to a maximum of $1,000 per financial year. This includes aggregated smaller donations below the disclosure threshold. As the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights noted, the threat of foreign influence in democratic referendums can risk undermining democratic integrity and has the potential to erode democracy by compromising trust in voting results and trust in political participants. The limit on foreign campaigners and the restriction on their ability to fundraise or directly incur referendum expenditure is a mechanism to counteract the effects of foreign influence in Australia's democracy and maintain Australians' trust in their referenda. Genuine freedom to vote at referenda requires freedom from undue influence or interference. Donors will also be required to report to the AEC the details of donations for referendum campaigning valued above the disclosure threshold. If only those opposite would consider the same level of scrutiny with respect to Australian superannuation funds or union contributions to general elections. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, unfortunately this bill is one-sided, and that really touches on one of the key concerns with this bill. It's hypocritical. The bill as proposed does not include a commitment to provide equal information about and equal funding to both sides of the debate. This means that those with the most money and the greatest capacity to provide free information, that is, governments, have an extraordinary and unprecedented advantage. This is a heinous double standard. What has become clear is that the Australian people are losing faith in this Albanese Labor government. They're losing faith in the government's integrity, in their intentions, in their abilities. Now, it's not often I'll quote the current member for Warringah, but I will today, when she said, "The government knows it needs to protect truth, and it's failing to do that," when she talked about her Stop the Lies bill in December last year. Well, the Australian people know it to be true. To that end, the Coalition and Common Sense Australians are calling on the government to amend this bill and commit to restoring the pamphlet to outline the yes and no case, which they've now done, and establishing official yes and no campaign organisations, and appropriately funding both of those official organisations. Early on, we called Labor out with respect to the pamphlets. It may sound like a little thing, but the inequity and inaccessibility with relation to information for the opposing argument would be a grossly undemocratic stain on this critical referendum. Initially, as I said, Labor refused. It came as a shock. In their own words, in the 2021 SPLA report, they said, and I quote, "Awareness and understanding of our constitution, referenda, or referendums, it's contained in there, and constitutional matters is disturbingly low amongst Australian citizens." I was shocked because I had assumed that Labor meant what they said and said what they mean. Recommendation 6 of the SPLA inquiry I referenced before specifically called on the Electoral Commissioner to distribute the yes and no pamphlet to all electors using any additional methods that the Electoral Commissioner considers appropriate. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor agreed to this when they were in opposition, but once granted the reins of power, they have gone back on their word. Shock horror, I know. There have been 3 referenda without an official pamphlet: 1919, 1926 and 1928. In 1919, there was insufficient time to produce a pamphlet. In 1926, there was no agreement on how to produce the yes argument. In 1928, there was overwhelming agreement between the parties and government. Surely, a century on, we are past these kind of excuses. We've also called on Labor in relation to asking them to provide equal public funding for both sides of the campaign. A recommendation of the SPLA report in 2021 called for the Act to be amended to provide for the Australian government to fund referendum education and promotion of the arguments for and against the referendum proposal. This is the model applied across like-minded democratic parliaments. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, what the Coalition want to see is equal funding, equal access to information and equal standing for Australians who share a common love of country, but perhaps differing views on one particular issue. It's about being a mature government. It's about being a fair government, a responsible government. That's what Australians expect. With all that said, I cannot support this bill as it's currently written, and I want to support it because we need to modernise our approach to referenda. We will support a bill that allows for a referendum with informed voters and a process with integrity based on precedent. To that end, we're hopeful that the amendments that I've outlined today will be introduced in the Senate and accepted so that we can vote on what is an important reform to the way we amend and defend our Constitution.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise this evening to oppose this bill, along with my opposition colleagues, because I fear this establishes a process that undermines the very referendum that we're all going to participate in as Australians. A change to our constitution is a very momentous thing. It's a big thing, and it involves all Australians. And it's very, very important that we have the whole population informed about the change they're being asked to vote on, and that the information that they're given is accurate, correct, and that it's a level playing field and they get both sides of the argument. And I'm not confident that this bill does that. This is a really important question that the Australian people are being asked to answer. The question of whether we have a voice to Parliament or to the Executive established. And it's a debate that needs to be handled with care, with prudence and with respect. And I fear this bill alloys the debate by depriving it of the integrity and the process that it demands, it absolutely requires. Now, we have raised 3 points for the government to address our concerns on the referendum process. Number one, we made the case that the pamphlet to outline the yes and no case be restored, and that has been done. We also argued that there should be an official yes and no campaign organisations established, and finally that those organisations are funded appropriately. And those second and third points have not yet been agreed to by the government, which is why we're opposing this bill. So, Deputy Speaker, why are we advocating for the retention of a pamphlet? Well, without a pamphlet, this bill sets a very dangerous precedent, and there is no valid reason or precedent for deliberately not providing one. Setting a new standard for the conduct of referenda in this instance will create precedents for future referenda. And as I said, it's really important that the Australian population is fully apprised of what they're voting on. They understand both the yes and no arguments, and that they go into the ballot box understanding exactly what they're being asked to do. There's always been a requirement for a pamphlet. In fact, it was implemented back in 1912. And there have been 3 referenda without an official pamphlet, 1919, 1926 and 1928. In 1919, there was insufficient time to produce the pamphlet. In 1926, there was no agreement on how to produce the yes argument. And in 1928, there was overwhelming agreement between parties and governments on the question. Of those referenda, none of the circumstances apply. We know there's not complete agreement on this issue. We have the time to produce a pamphlet, and we can get agreement on how to argue the cases. So it's really, really important that we have this pamphlet, and I'm glad the government has agreed to provide it as part of this bill. Now, it's really important that people use official material. One of the things that I've noticed, and indeed I experienced myself going through school, was the decline of civics in this country. Of course, during our education we get taught about our system of government, about the parliament, about the judiciary, how our democracy works, all the constituent parts, how they come together. But I think over the last 20 years there has been a decline in civics, and that's why it's so important that we provide a pamphlet for Australians as they are being asked this important question. At the same time we've seen a decline in civics, we've also seen an increase in misinformation, which has been accelerated by social media. I recall a few years ago I went to a local high school in my electorate, and I asked a group of students, Year 10, I said, who do you trust more, Facebook or the government? And overwhelmingly they trusted the government over Facebook, largely because online people don't know what they can trust anymore. And so we've seen the decline in civics, the increase in misinformation out there, and people are digitally saturated as it is. A lot of the information that we get, whether it be bills, banking information, you name it, it comes to us via email. And a lot of those things get missed because of the saturation we all feel from the digital world on our individual devices. And so a pamphlet is a really good way to get people to pause, whether it be at the kitchen table or wherever it is in their home, sit down and consider the issues before them. In this case, the question on whether or not to establish a voice. And the one thing I will say about the online world, and the member for Fisher raised it just before is the increase of misinformation driven by state actors, non-state actors and other malign forces. In fact, we've heard ASIO over the last few years talk about the risk of foreign interference in our elections and how we are seeing levels of espionage and foreign interference being conducted in this country at levels unprecedented that far exceed, in fact, the Cold War. And so for people to receive a pamphlet from the Australian government with the coat of arms on it that says this is the question you're being asked to consider, this is the change to the Constitution, this is the yes case, this is the no case, I think in a world of uncertainty, in a world of digital saturation, such a pamphlet is an excellent idea, and I think it's great that the government has met us on that request. I am concerned as well about the role that big tech will play in this debate. We've seen how big tech has operated. We've seen how some of the companies do business, whether it be censorship, shadow banning. We've seen how the algorithms work. We've had plenty of testimony from people across the world who've worked for some of these big companies and have seen how they do business. And I've got to say, it alarms me that these foreign companies will have a say in the way that the question is shaped, the way people interpret the data and arguments coming at them. And again, that's another good reason why we need to have that pamphlet delivered to people in their homes so they can consider the arguments for themselves. The other thing I'll say about social media is that the algorithms are driven by outrage. It's almost as if social media is designed to push us to the extremes, to polarise us, to create outrage, to divide us and to separate us from each other. And I think for this question, it's very sensitive. It goes to a very central question around reconciliation in this country. It's got to be handled with care, and I have no faith in social media that the way it's done business in the past, that it will be able to conduct or assist Australians through this very, very sensitive debate over the next 6 to 8 months. So again, I'm very glad the pamphlet has been agreed to. Second question is, why are we advocating for an official yes and no campaign? Well, I think the main point here is that it will increase the trust and integrity in this process. Having an official yes and no campaign will make things simpler for the regulatory environment and for the proper conduct of the referendum. We've seen evidence from the AEC to parliamentary committees that the donation and disclosure regime remains the most complex part of the Electoral Act, and having two single points of contact for yes and no campaigns is vital, I think, particularly so that people know when they're receiving messages from those campaigns, they can at least have confidence that they're coming from an officially sanctioned campaign, and that it's not misinformation or disinformation. So it'll create order and simplicity in an otherwise very complex undertaking. And as I said, this is a very sensitive question. And so to have the pamphlet out there will assist with misinformation, and then to have an official yes and no campaign will also provide that order and simplicity for people, and again, increase the integrity of the process. Finally, why are we asking for equal funding? Well, it's really important that both these bodies, the yes and no campaigns, if they are established, and at the moment they won't be by this bill, which is why we're opposing it, but if they are established, it's really important that they have equal funding, as we saw in the last referendum in 1999 on the question of whether to become a republic or not. And that gives each side the opportunity to build their campaigns, get the arguments out there, and again it creates a level and equal playing field. As it stands, we've seen a lot of corporates already come out for one side of the campaign, and again I think there's going to be an unequal playing field if the yes-no campaigns are not funded equally. So, Deputy Speaker, we will oppose this bill. We hope the government comes to its senses and creates that level and playing field. They've restored the pamphlet for the yes and no case, but they're yet to establish an official yes and no campaign, and they're yet to appropriately fund those official campaigns. And so in closing, we will oppose this, and I call on them to implement those two amendments. Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to discuss the Referendum Amendment Bill 2022. And of the 44 referenda that have been put to the Australian people, only 8 have succeeded. Now, personally, this will be the first referendum that I have voted in, and it's worth remembering that this will be true for more than 6 million Australians. And it is vital that Australians have trust in any referendum and understand the process they are participating in. This bill is amending the Referendum Act in preparation for the referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament, and will apply these proposed changes to the conduct of this referendum and any others that follow. However, it is very important to note that this bill is not dealing with the issue of the Indigenous voice to Parliament, but rather the way in which any future referendum campaign is conducted in Australia. And this bill makes a number of non-controversial changes to the Act to bring the operation of referendum in line with the Commonwealth Electoral Act. The bill suspends the provisions in the Referendum Act of 1984 that requires the production and distribution of a yes and no case against a proposed constitutional change, and imposes restrictions on the government otherwise spending money on a referendum campaign. It will regulate donations and expenditure for referendum campaigns and impose reporting obligations. It will ban foreign donations of amounts of more than $100 from being used for a referendum campaign, and ban foreign campaigners authorising referendum material. The bill updates the Referendum Act to generally bring into line with the Commonwealth Electoral Act of 1918 that has been amended recently. But in the age of disinformation, it's so important that the government takes the lead and provides clear information to Australians about the referendum procedure and have a strong and robust referendum process. Now, we have raised 3 points, Deputy Speaker, with the government to address our concerns on this process. First, we've asked for a restoration of the pamphlet to outline the yes and no case. We've asked to establish the official yes and no campaign organisations and to appropriately fund these official organisations. And I'll now talk about why these changes are required. Because these measures are fundamental to having a referendum with informed voters and a process with integrity. It is also the basis on which other referenda have operated and will be consistent with this precedent. And it is the way we practice democracy in Australia. The government has stated that the purpose of removing this provision relates to the modernisation of the referendum process in the digital age. Other arguments have included the desire not to publish a significant amount of printed material that will not be read and will end up in landfill. However, Labor did not explain why the removal of the pamphlet in its entirety could not be replaced with a digital pamphlet, or that the AEC will continue to provide printed material to households as part of the referendum. In evidence, Deputy Speaker, to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, the AEC provided evidence that the pamphlet to all households would be expected to cost approximately $10 million, and that the AEC has noted that around 40% of Australians rely on the printed material that the Commission provides to households in conducting their vote at an election. It's an important number to repeat, Deputy Speaker. 40% of Australians rely on the printed material that the Commission provides when conducting an election. Because we need to remember that there is a large portion of Australians that are not digitally literate, and we have an obligation and responsibility to provide them with easily accessible information on this referendum and any referendum into the future. Now, I do understand the community are concerned about misinformation, and I share their concern. We know that, unfortunately, electoral events are increasingly influenced by misinformation. Now, the AECC has published data that has reported that 92% of the respondents to the AECC News survey had some concerns about the quality of news and journalism they were consuming, and that analysis has identified concerning consumer and competition harms across a range of digital platform services that are widespread, entrenched and systematic. And this is why printed booklets and official campaigns are so important. We now operate in a social media world which has changed the way we consume information. But we've seen through social media, through digital, through artificial intelligence and deepfake videos, the way we've adapted to getting news that we can no longer trust. And in many ways, we are losing the ability to trust our eyes and trust our ears. Now, sometimes this is innocent, but as members previous have spoken about, there are bad faith actors that are looking to use these new technologies and new platforms in social media to mislead and undermine campaigns. And that's why we need these official yes and no pamphlets to give greater certainty to all Australians. Now, freedom of speech and democracy ensures that we can express and seek differing points of view and make up our own minds, to form our own opinions and make our own decisions. And democracy depends on this. Now, Deputy Speaker, Labor has not made any provisions for an official yes and no campaign organisation to be established. And this is a concern in relation to the implementation of modern electoral regulations on donations and foreign interference. An official campaign structure will provide boundaries for the AEC to coordinate education on the responsibilities of organisations and individuals participating in the campaign. The regulatory auditing process to administer these regulatory schemes would be assisted by having official campaigns to provide a starting point for enforcement and education by the AEC. Now, we welcome the government's announcement that they will restore the pamphlet. However, having an official yes and no campaign will make things simpler for the regulatory environment and for the proper conduct of the referendum. It will go a long way to countering the misinformation that could be distributed through digital and social media. An official campaign structure is going to be the best way for our regulators to ensure appropriate education and enforcement of the electoral laws for this referendum and for future referendum. We know there will be a significant number of participants and organisations in this referendum who will not be associated with political parties or who do not regularly participate in electoral events. So having a single point of coordination to provide education and to commence any audit process for donations or foreign interference is the best way to ensure the integrity of this referendum. Now, Deputy Speaker, as I said previously, we have a whole generation of Australians who have never voted in a referendum. And here in Canberra, we're very engaged every day. It's literally our jobs and our staff's jobs to be engaged in the detail and the political process. But I think we all know that many Australians are not engaged in the political process. And that's not a criticism of them, it's a fact, it's an observation. They're focused on putting food on the table. They're focused on taking their kids to sport, being engaged with their community. So we can't forget that many people are not engaged in this process yet, will not become engaged in this process until much closer to this referendum or any future referendums. So having official campaigns is important to ensure that when they do seek information, they can go to a trusted source. And an official campaign structure, as I said, will go a long way to helping those Australians who have not voted in a referendum or are not engaged to understand the process they are undertaking and what exactly they've been asked to change. The bill makes fundamental changes for how referenda are conducted in Australia that go beyond what has been done in the past. In particular, removal of a requirement for the pamphlet to be provided outlining the case for and against the change. We will support a bill that allows for a referendum with informed voters and a process with integrity based on this precedent. This is what is expected in a strong, robust democracy. We cannot alter our electoral laws based on one referendum. A change to this document should not be undertaken lightly. Our Constitution has served our nation well and has resulted in our strong and stable democracy. Now, Deputy Speaker, as I said, we have called for three things: the restoration of the pamphlet to outline the yes and no case, and it appears this has been agreed to by the government. We've also called for the establishment of the official yes and no organisations and appropriate funding for these official organisations. And as it stands, the government has not agreed to these 2 points. I urge the government to reconsider. As I've outlined, official information, official campaigns are so important in a digital age, in a world of misinformation. It's also important to allow Australians to have an understanding of the process they are about to take. Almost 6 million Australians have not engaged in this process previously, and it's so important that we give them some confidence in this referendum. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Clay.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022. This bill symbolises the start of the process of holding a referendum to enshrine an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament in our Constitution. It's the vitally important first step. This is a historic moment for our country, and I would urge all Australians, whatever their political persuasion, to embrace it. Over the past few years, reconciliation in this country has come a long way, but the cold, hard truth is that it's far from complete. The upcoming referendum is a chance for all Australians to move reconciliation forward. This is our moment, our country's moment, and we need to seize it. Only 3 weeks ago, I attended the 15th anniversary of the National Apology to the Stolen Generations breakfast here at Parliament House. It was an event that marked just how far we've come, but also how much further we need to go. I thought about Auntie Mary Hooker, my friend and constituent, who was a proud Bundjalung woman. Auntie Mary sadly passed away in 2019. She was here for the apology to the Stolen Generations in 2008, and she returned in 2018 for the National Apology to victims and survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. After being forcibly removed from her family as a child, she suffered horrific abuse at the Parramatta Girls Training School and also Ormond Training School in Thornley in Sydney. She wanted her story to be told, which I have done in this parliament on a previous occasion, so that it's recorded in Hansard. Yet despite all she endured in her life, Auntie Mary refused to be consumed by hatred. She wanted justice, but she never carried that hatred in her heart. She was passionately committed to reconciliation and to bringing Australians together. She knew that we all had to continue walking down that road. The work that so many like Auntie Mary started needs to be completed. I spoke to her husband Rodney Hooker about this just this afternoon. I hope it is complete in my lifetime, although it may not be. However, the responsibility to move reconciliation forward currently rests with us, and a new generation is rising to lead. In our area, it's young people like Alicia Agland and Kashaya Delaney of the Uluru Youth Dialogue who are driving and guiding the Voice campaign. A couple of weeks ago, the Minister for Indigenous Australians visited our electorate of Calare and spoke to many young Australians who were keen to learn more about the Voice and what it would mean for our area. We went to Lake Canobolas and visited Narangu Yalbalinia, a partnership between Orange Aboriginal Land Council and Canobolas Rural Technology High School. It's an innovative, community-driven program that connects to culture and makes a real difference to the lives of the young men who learn there. We went to Canobolas High School, Wellington High School and Nanama Preschool just outside of Wellington. There we saw the future of Australia, which was appropriate because the voice is very much about the future of this nation. It will deliver long overdue recognition in Australia's founding document. It should already be there. It's hard to believe that it's not. The voice is also about tangible, practical results in communities around Australia. It's an acknowledgement that policies and approaches of the past have not worked and that change is needed. The voice won't be delivering programs, it won't be a third chamber of parliament, it won't have a veto. It's an advisory body. It will consult with Indigenous Australians on policies affecting them. And because it will be in the Constitution, it will be an enduring voice. The Indigenous groups that I have spoken to in our electorate are not looking to divide Australians. Through this voice, they are seeking better outcomes in fields like education, in health and housing. They are not seeking division. They want this to be a moment of unity. And that's the spirit in which we need to be having this national conversation. This referendum won't be decided by MPs. It will be decided by Australians in all corners of our nation. And I would ask the people of Calare and Australians everywhere to approach this referendum with an open heart and an open mind, a generosity of spirit. In the days, weeks and months ahead, there will be many local opportunities to find out more about the voice and have questions answered, to have those conversations. It doesn't matter how old you are or where you live or from what walk of life you come. We want everyone to engage in this pivotal moment in our history. This bill is set to modernise the legislation that will govern how the referendum will be conducted. As I have said, for this historic referendum, it's the starting point. I would urge all Australians to support giving our first Australians this long overdue recognition and voice. Together, we can do it, and I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution on the question before the House is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Hughes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Bill of 2022. Most of this bill is non-controversial and seeks to merely bring the operation of the proposed Voice to Parliament referendum into line with the Commonwealth Electoral Act. The stated purpose of the bill is to amend the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act to suspend the provisions of the Act that require the production and distribution of a yes and no case. The bill otherwise restricts government expenditure in relation to referendum campaigning. There are three parts of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, that trouble those on my side. First, the pamphlet, which we say needs to still be distributed to all Australian households. The second is that this bill does not establish yes and no organisations. And third, we say that those yes and no organisations should be properly funded by the government. Deputy Speaker, the upcoming Voice to Parliament referendum is very important to the future of race relations in Australia. It is important to Indigenous Australians and it is important to non-Indigenous Australians. It is important that Australians understand the content of what they are being asked to vote upon. The upcoming process on the Voice should not be the stuff of wedges. Those that support the Voice should be given the opportunity to fully explain their case for constitutional change. Similarly, those that oppose the voice should not be demonised as racists or bigots. This is an opportunity for our country to have an intellectual debate without descending into anger. It is an opportunity for Australians to consider both sides of an argument for constitutional change without hatred, without virtue signalling, without name-calling, without outrage. The government can assist by getting the process, the mechanics correct. That is why I advocate for proper funding of both the Yes and the No campaign. I also support the distribution of a pamphlet to each Australian household. In this way, regardless of the outcome of the vote, Australians will be capable of waking up the morning after the referendum satisfied that their fellow Australians had the opportunity to be fully informed, that there was integrity in the process. If we turn now to the history of referenda in our country, Australian governments have largely been reluctant to submit a proposal to alter the Constitution to the Australian people. Australians, when voting in referenda, have largely been reluctant to support changes to our Constitution. Since Federation in 1901, only 44 questions for altering the Constitution have been put to the Australian people. Of these 44, only 8 have been approved. The last constitutional referendum was in 1999 and included questions on a republic and a preamble to the Constitution, both of which failed to be carried by a majority of voters or a majority of states. Majorities of both are, of course, required to alter the Constitution. Deputy Speaker, the most recent successful referendum was in 1977, relating to voters in territories being allowed to vote in referenda, age limits for judges and the question of casual Senate vacancies. Having regard to the small number of successful referenda in our history, the way that we conduct referenda into the future is important and deserving, therefore, of a prudent approach. In his second reading speech on this bill, the minister said, "A decision to change our Constitution is a significant national event, and it has been more than 2 decades since a change has been proposed. It is therefore important that the government can fund civics education in relation to the upcoming referendum on the voice." I fully support the minister's sentiment on this. It is therefore beyond comprehension that he then stated the government has no intention of funding yes and no campaigns. If we are to give Australians a proper civics education, it only makes sense, Deputy Speaker, that there is a proper government funding of both the yes and the no campaigns. I was particularly concerned that the bill sought to remove the requirement to provide all households with a pamphlet outlining both the yes and no case for changing the Constitution. It is noted now, though, that the government has announced an intention to restore the pamphlet, and that announcement is welcomed. In an age of misinformation, it is extremely important that the government takes the lead on this and provides clear information to Australians and establishes a strong referendum process. If the government does want this referendum to pass, it must ensure that the process has integrity. And to that end, I call upon the government to establish official yes and no campaign organisations and to appropriately fund those organisations. This is the basis upon which most other referenda in our country have operated and will be consistent, therefore, with established precedent. Deputy Speaker, there are cogent reasons to provide written material to all Australian households. We have heard from the AEC that when they provide mailed material to voters during elections, 40% of recipients will use the documentation as a main source of information in casting their vote. We also know that electoral events are increasingly influenced by misinformation. The ACCC, for example, has published data that has reported that 92% of the respondents to a recent survey had some concern about the quality of news and journalism they were consuming. Proper equal government funding of both the yes and the no case will therefore increase the trust and integrity of the referendum process. Having an official yes and no campaign will make things simpler for the regulatory environment and for the proper conduct of the referendum. The AEC has given evidence to parliamentary inquiries that the donation and disclosure regimes remain the most complex part of the Electoral Act. An official campaign structure is therefore going to be the best way for our regulators to ensure appropriate education and enforcement of the electoral laws for the referendum. We know there will be a significant number of participants and organisations in this referendum who will not be associated with political parties or who do not regularly participate in electoral events. Having a single point of coordination to provide education and to commence any audit processes is the best way to ensure the integrity of the upcoming referendum. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, I conclude by reiterating the importance that careful consideration is given to changing our constitution. Australians must be given the opportunity to be fully informed of the arguments for and against change, the yes and the no campaign. The upcoming Voice to Parliament referendum is vitally important to the future of our country, to the future of both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. It is vital to the future of race relations in this country. It is therefore outrageous to suggest that a referendum of this magnitude does not deserve equal government funding of both positions. It must be concluded with respect, and for that to occur, we must consider the content of the debate. We must first ensure that the process, the mechanics are correct to enable a debate based on intellect and integrity. In all of those circumstances, Deputy Speaker, it is pleasing to note that the government has agreed to the distribution of pamphlets to all Australian households. If the government also agrees to establishing both the yes and the no organisations and agrees to proper equal funding of both of those organisations, this bill will be supported by those on my side. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his or her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the original question was that the amendment be moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ringa be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for summing up.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to those in this chamber who have contributed to the debate on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022. I also take this opportunity to recognise and thank the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for their review of this bill and for their continued consideration of matters relating to electoral laws and practices. Referendums are an integral part of our democracy, but the last referendum was held over 22 years ago. Since that time, the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act 1984, the Referendum Act, has not kept pace with changes to the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, the Electoral Act. The bill makes amendments to replicate current electoral machinery provisions into the referendum context to ensure the voting process and experience is similar to that of a federal election. The bill will also ensure that integrity and transparency measures that currently apply to federal elections will also apply to referendums. This includes the establishment of a financial disclosure framework for referendums to support transparency and accountability with respect to funding and expenditure. A decision to change our constitution is a significant national event, and it has been more than 2 decades since a change has been proposed. It's therefore important that the government can fund civics education in relation to the upcoming referendum on the voice. I can foreshadow that the government will be moving amendments to the bill in the other place to, among other things, respond to recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, JSCAM, inquiry into the bill. The most substantive amendment will be in relation to the pamphlet. The bill before the House would temporarily suspend the requirement for an official yes and no pamphlet. The Special Minister of State has considered arguments to reinstate the pamphlet, which would contain arguments authorised by a majority of parliamentarians who voted for and a majority of parliamentarians who voted against the proposed law, and be posted to all enrolled households in Australia. As an act of good faith, in our continued effort to work across the parliament, the government has agreed to reinstate the pamphlet. Amendments to that effect will be moved in the other place. This was a significant concession. I note recommendation 2 from JSCAM's advisory report recommends the government ensure appropriate structures and mechanisms are put in place to ensure clear, factual and impartial information is made accessible. The government will continue to consider that recommendation. I acknowledge that the opposition continues to argue that the government should be using taxpayers' money to fund official yes and no cases. The Referendum Machinery Provisions Act does not provide for public funding of yes or no campaigns, let alone establish official campaign vehicles. And this government does not intend to move amendments to change this. As the Prime Minister has said, taxpayers should not be funding yes or no campaigns. I note that a number of the members who have contributed to this debate have referred to the government's ambitious electoral reform agenda. It is true that our party is the party of electoral reform, and the Albanese government is committed to lowering the disclosure threshold to a fixed $1,000, reining it in from the current $15,200. The Special Minister of State is also committed to delivering a mechanism for pursuing truth in political advertising within Australia's electoral framework. Both these issues need careful consideration and are currently before the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. When the committee reports back on its review of the 2022 federal election, the Special Minister of State will consider how to implement broader electoral reforms most effectively. Now is not the time to rush these proposed reforms in the context of this bill and the Referendum Machinery Provisions Act. However, such changes to electoral laws should also be reflected in referendum machinery where appropriate. The amendments in this bill are important and necessary to deliver a modern referendum in which the voting process and experience are similar to that of a federal election. Once again, I thank my colleagues for their contribution and commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister for his contribution. And the original question was that the bill now be read a second time, to which the honourable member for Warringah moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has moved an amendment to that amendment, adding the words that. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith be disagreed to. And I put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. All that opinion say. You've written it wrong. Yeah. Disagreed to? I'll put that question again. The question is now that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to. All that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Is there a second voice on that no? I think the ayes have it. The question is, if agreed to, that the bill be now read a second time. All that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Noes have it. Call it for the ayes. Is there a second voice? There is, but you've got to say no, mate, for God's sake. You're killing me. All that opinion say aye. All that opinion say aye as I put the question. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. You've got to say no. Speaker, in accordance with the Standing Order of 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity of the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
All right. Call the clerk? No, or we're going straight? Yeah. Question is now that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 2021, when I started door knocking in Boothby, people talked to me about a lot of issues. Lack of action on climate change was high, as we watched 1 in 100-year floods happening month after month in the eastern states. The previous government's appalling treatment of women was high as well. But probably the #1 issue I heard from people as I door knocked and met with them at community events and spoke to them on the phone was integrity. People simply did not trust the Morrison government. They talked to me about sports rorts. They talked to me about car park rorts. They talked to me about the Leppington Triangle, as it's more commonly known in South Australia, the Sydney Airport land deal. They talked to me about a company based in a shack on Kangaroo Island getting some multi-million-dollar contract and a tiny not-for-profit being given $444 million they hadn't even asked for the Great Barrier Reef, with no process. They talked to me about regional jobs and investment rorts, and by that stage I thought we all needed therapy. They were all distressed at the waste of taxpayer funds. They were angry at the blatant flaunting of a lack of process, and they were exasperated at a government that, despite being caught out again and again and again, despite making headlines time after time after time, they just kept doing the same things, treating the public like idiots and mugs. Nothing to see here. But mostly the people of Boothby talked to me about why we didn't have a federal anti-corruption commission. And they held out hope that this anti-corruption commission might fix the terrible route that the former government was heading down, might restore respect, might restore our international standing so they could talk to their friends and families overseas without having to make excuses and being embarrassed for our government. Remember, this was the time when our standing on the International Anti-Corruption Index had dropped a precipitous 12 points to its lowest standing ever. It wasn't just the Australian public thinking things were going wrong. An objective international index was saying it on the world stage. How embarrassing. That was the regime that those opposite oversaw over the last decade, and the residents of Boothby were appalled. But of course, they didn't know the half of it. At that time that I was talking to them, when they were telling me about how much they wanted integrity reinstated in our government, none of us knew that the former Prime Minister Morrison had had the Governor-General secretly install him into 5 ministries: the Departments of Health, Finance, Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Treasury and finally Home Affairs, in addition to his appointment to administer the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Crucially, there was no public record of this having occurred. No one knew. No one in Parliament. So when Parliament has the role of holding ministers and government to account, they didn't know. And certainly the public were not told. The Australian public that we are all ultimately responsible to were kept in the dark. Not even the ministers that he was co-ministers with knew what he had done. What a team, where your leader holds you in such respect that he deceives you, even those said to be close friends. Imagine your boss trusts you so little that he installs himself in your position with your powers just in case he wants to overrule you at any stage. But apparently that's all okay with those opposite. The fact that the former Prime Minister deceived the public, deceived the Parliament, in fact deceived them, was okay. And so when the interesting conundrum is that the former Prime Minister obviously knew that it was wrong enough to keep it secret from everyone, but then the reason we found out about it was because he bragged about it. Bizarrely, the reason the Australian public and those opposite and all of us here actually found out about these secret ministries was because the former Prime Minister bragged about them to journalists writing a book about him. Did he think he was to be congratulated for his deception? Speaker, on the 30th of November in this place, a censure motion was debated, noting that the secret ministries undermined responsible government and eroded public trust in Australia's democracy. The former Prime Minister's response offered no real rationale, just the usual dissembling deflection that we've become so used to in recent years. And then those opposite got up to congratulate him. They shook his hand, they congratulated him, they hugged him. They didn't just vote against the censure motion, apparently it's all okay, they actually congratulated him. And I'm not sure that I've ever congratulated anyone for deceiving me. It was a sight to behold. Not everyone, I'll give you that, but a large number, and I'll particularly mention the member for Macpherson, one of those directly affected when the former Prime Minister had sworn himself into her then portfolio of Home Affairs, who has called out his behaviour and showed the integrity we would expect in this place and abstained from the vote, and the member for Bass, who voted to support the censure motion. But the rest voted against the censure motion. They voted to send a message to the former Prime Minister and, of course, to any future Prime Ministers that it was okay to deceive them. They voted to send a message to the Australian public that they didn't care that he had deceived them, the Australian public. But one thing that is plainly apparent to even the most casual observer of politics is that when politicians are seen to be deceiving the people they represent, democracy pays the price. It is a break in the social contract that enables democratic representation. Our society and our country relies on strong democratic institutions. These institutions must be accountable to the public. The ANU Australian Electoral Study released a report in 2019 that tracked the decline in satisfaction with our democracy. While satisfaction with how democracy was working in 2007 was a healthy 89% of respondents, by December 2019 it had fallen to only 59%. And this is the context upon which the former Prime Minister set about undermining our democratic conventions and norms. The previous government certainly had an accountability problem, and that's probably a bit of an understatement. However, we, the Albanese Labor government, say no. We say this isn't good enough. We take seriously our contract, our article of faith with the Australian public. And surprising as it is, we now need to actually legislate to stop such egregious abuses of power happening again in the future. And so we come to this bill. Deputy Speaker, this bill represents the bulk of the government's response to the Bell report, the report of the inquiry into the appointment of the former Prime Minister to administer multiple departments, led by former High Court Justice, the Honourable Virginia Bell AC. It provides for greater transparency and accountability in Commonwealth administration. It will ensure that the Australian people are able to access information related to the composition of the Federal Executive Council, those appointed to administer the government. As the Attorney-General said in introducing this bill, it demonstrates this government's readiness to act promptly to restore the Australian people's confidence in our federal system of government and to rebuild integrity in public institutions and democratic accountability. Deputy Speaker, as you well know, in Australia we operate under a responsible system of government. Basically, that means our ministers, including our Prime Minister, are accountable to this place and to the Parliament for their actions, and ultimately to the Australian people. And that's why we come in here in question time and ask questions of our ministerial colleagues. It's why we know which minister is responsible for what, so that we know to whom to ask the questions. It's an exercise in accountability. How can that accountability function if we don't know who is actually administering which department, which portfolio? When the government referred these matters to the Solicitor General, Stephen Donohue KC, Dr Donohue advised that the principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government. He continued, it is impossible for the Parliament to hold ministers to account for the administration of departments if it does not know which ministers are responsible for which departments. Fairly basic concept. Now, as many of my colleagues have said in this place already, there is something almost bizarrely ironic about the Prime Minister's repeated justifications for his actions. He claimed that no one could understand the position of Prime Minister in crisis. Perhaps we could go with him on that point for the First Ministry of Health. COVID certainly was a crisis different from that we've seen in living memory. But it doesn't explain why he would keep it secret. In fact, if it was an important step made to secure the country, surely the country would be pleased to hear it had been taken, comforted that such a step had been made. But no, he chose to keep it secret. Nor does it explain why over the next year and a half he took on a bit further 4 portfolios. What is the rationale for that? We don't know. We all know that a minister can be sworn in quickly to replace another, so the rationale that ministers might get unwell and he might need to be able to replace them very quickly makes no sense. After all, he seemed to be able to find it very easy and convenient to get himself sworn into ministries on a regular basis. And what if he got unwell? Should we have someone sworn in as a backup Prime Minister as well? What a nonsense. But what I think is so offensive to so many Australians about the former Prime Minister's typical refusal to take responsibility for his actions is at the same time he was misleading and hiding the truth from the Australian people, he was asking them to extend him an extraordinary amount of trust. He was asking Australians to forego their usual freedoms in the service of a greater good, to protect the most vulnerable amongst us during the pandemic. He was encouraging Australians, reassuring them by seemingly bringing us into his trust, his confidence. And he betrayed that trust. All along, he was playing us, the Australian public, as mugs, keeping vital information from us because he knew better than us, better than centuries of convention. Now, of course, he also betrayed the trust of his colleagues. It was not enough to undermine good, responsible government by failing to notify the public of his secret ministries. The former Prime Minister also failed to tell those whose jobs he secretly took. Deputy Speaker, it's a sad day in this country that this bill is required to make sure that future elected officials abide by long-standing and largely honoured conventions. And yet here we are. Along with the National Anti-Corruption Commission, this bill aims to start to fix the loss of trust of the Australian public has with elected officials and to fix the lack of accountability we saw in the last government. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. When the multiple ministry scandal involving the former Prime Minister detonated in August of last year, it left Australians reeling but also breathing a sigh of relief. They had dodged a bullet. They had kicked out a carcass of a government reeking of corruption from Rort's political stacking, a warped ideology intent on marching over the weak, notable also for its self-aggrandisement despite chronic underperformance on multiple fronts, ranging from climate, women's economic development, integrity and resilience building. The multiple ministries scandal has been scorched onto our national psyche. This assault on a democracy already resting on shaky pillars represented the former Prime Minister's plot to sow himself and his government into power for good. At the end of their term, they resembled a syndicate operating in a moral vacuum rather than a government working in the national interest, and the people of Higgins and elsewhere noticed. And whilst this saga may have eroded public confidence in government, it has been heartening to watch how swiftly the Albanese government acted to install more robust legislative safeguards to ensure this never happens again. The explanation proffered by the former PM was a convoluted word salad designed to obfuscate rather than enlighten. I was none the wiser at its conclusion, but can only speculate that he used the cloud cover of the pandemic to amass power. It was a violation of the Westminster system of government and an abrocation of cabinet process. It also exposed the Commonwealth to risk over any disputed contracts involving the then PM. It speaks volumes that today's modern Liberal Party boasts precious few who were prepared to stand up for accountability and sanction the former Prime Minister. Instead, they circle the wagons and double down, confecting moral outrage directed at the Parliament over this being a witch hunt. Despite their cabinet being completely undermined, hobbled even, they held fast to the party line, putting self above the national interest, with one exception. I commend the member for Bass for having the moral courage to cross the floor in the name of democracy. Why her colleagues acquiesced with the former Prime Minister is unfathomable, and history will judge them accordingly. If anything, this Parliament's historic censure of the former Prime Minister last November should instil some assurance that the basic democratic principles of responsible government, integrity, accountability and transparency remain alive in this House. The Albanese government is trying to starve corruption of oxygen. As a mark of this commitment, we wasted no time in establishing an inquiry into the legality of the former Prime Minister's actions. On the 26th of August last year, the Honourable Virginia Bell was appointed to lead an inquiry into the implications of the former Prime Minister's clandestine self-appointment to 5 additional ministerial portfolios. These included health, finance, industry and science, energy and resources, home affairs and treasury. Indeed, Bell's conclusions affirmed the blow this power grab struck to public trust in government. The Albanese government has responded with legislation to ensure the Australian people always know who their ministers are. Allowing no time to lapse after the release of Bell's report, we have started legislating its recommendations into the Ministers of State Act. These reforms will enshrine the checks and balances required to prevent further attacks on our democracy and expunge the possibility of Australians, the Parliament or executive government ever being ignorant of who is running the show. Specifically, this bill will require the official secretary of the Governor-General to publish a notifiable instrument registered on the Federal Register of Legislation that the Governor-General has chosen, summoned and sworn an Executive Councillor to the Federal Executive Council, appointed an officer to administer a Department of State or directed a Minister of State to hold an office. It will also require the notification of the revocation of any of these positions. Its importance cannot be understated. A defence against the slippery slope of autocracy. The Ministers of State Amendment Bill is this government's message to the Australian people that integrity and trust in government matter and that we will not delay or deny the need to restore either. It is important to reflect on the how rather than the why the multiple ministry scandal arose. Events of this magnitude do not occur de novo unless the scene has been set. Indeed, the ministry scandal was a low point in a pattern of poor behaviour of the former government that had become normalised because there were no consequences. Systems had been weakened, people silenced, or public institutions neutered. Hence, we have turned our eye to hardening the public sector against corruption with a suite of measures as part of our overarching integrity agenda. In the wake of the termination of the secret trial of Bernard Colliery, the Albanese government intends to strengthen public sector whistleblower protections. Specifically, this tranche of reforms will enforce a positive duty on public sector agencies to protect whistleblowers. It will include better education of officials, protections for witnesses, improve the oversight of roles of watchdogs like the Ombudsman and Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, who oversee our national security agencies, improve sharing of information and streamline investigative processes. These reforms could have been implemented sooner if not for the antics of the Greens in the Senate in December last year, who, with the coalition, scuppered release of the report from the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee on amendments to whistleblower protections. We intend to deliver these reforms, not delay them, and remain hopeful that they will be in place before the National Anti-Corruption Commission is established. Our bill will implement 21 recommendations of the 2016 Moss Review and other parliamentary committee reports that were parked by the previous Liberal government as part of a wasted decade of talk and not enough walk. We have also started a long overdue review of all secrecy provisions in Commonwealth legislation. We are particularly concerned about protecting press freedom, which is why the Attorney-General convened a roundtable with media organisations on February the 27th this year. Journalists should feel free to do their job without fear of going to jail. Like the NAC, press freedom is key to holding government to account. The reforms around protecting press freedom emerged from a joint committee on intelligence and security in 2020 and from the Senate Standing Committee in May 2021, but nothing was advanced. Again, a footnote in the wasted decade of Liberal rule. The omission of action by the Liberals threatened press freedom, which is perfect for a government with an aversion to scrutiny. While public trust in the judicial system is high, we recognise that it cannot be taken for granted. This is why the Albanese government has given in-principle support to establishment of a federal judicial commission in response to recommendations by the Australian Law Commission, an institution established by Gough Whitlam. Misconduct by judges is rare, but it can have devastating effects on ordinary people, amplified by the asymmetry of power. Hence, we want to ensure that complaints can be handled in a transparent and independent way so that trust in the judicial system is not eroded and Australians get that fair go. The fair go, like press freedom and human rights, are seeds that need cultivation in a thriving garden of democracy. Pour toxic killer on them in the form of a power-hungry, morally bereft government, and you get a fertile ground for corruption to gain a foothold.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution and my apologies. I give the call to the opposition chief whip.
Contribution. I've listened patiently, but I'd refer her to Standing Order 90 and reflections on members in her wording.
I have been listening. I've just cautioned the member and the member for Higgins has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. People like my constituents, Hayley and John, who are awaiting resolution of their son's NDIS case through the now-defunct Administrative Appeals Tribunal, intimately understand, like robo-debt victims, that corruption adversely affects lives. With a staggering 67,000 cases on foot at the end of 2022, the AAT was not living up to its mission statement of being accessible, fair, just, economical, informal and quick. This was confounding when once it was glowingly described by the then Attorney-General Philip Ruddock of the Howard era as an institution that led the world in administrative law, innovation and best practice. So what happened? Corruption took root and thrived. Successive Liberal governments appointed at least 85 former Liberal MPs, failed Liberal candidates, former Liberal staffers and other close associates, some individuals without the requisite expertise, while thumbing their nose at transparent merit-based selection. It was cronyism. This litany of mismanagement fatally compromised the independence and technical competency of the AAT. Looking under the hood revealed more problems: unsustainable finances, delays like a median of 77 weeks for FOI lodgements or 31 weeks for NDIS cases, and multiple legacy electronic systems from a poor amalgamation restructure, which drove up inefficiencies and costs. The decay of the AAT is a salutary lesson of how an ideological quest for small government can leave devastation in its wake.
Order. The members. It being 7:30, I interrupt the member and propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to the honourable member for Cowper.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to raise the issue of mental health and the government's supports in this area, with a particular focus on my own electorate of Cowper on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. And having been given the honour and the privilege on a second occasion to be in this place, and being given the role of Assistant Shadow Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence. And I acknowledge my friend across the table, the member for Richmond, the Assistant Minister for Prevention of Family Violence, and I commend her on the work that she is doing, because it should be bipartisan and it should be above politics. So, in this role, one of my first acts was to organise as many meetings and as many telephone calls and forums as I possibly could with local and national providers of services related to domestic violence. And both the member for Richmond and I were former police officers, and we have seen the devastation and the destruction and the ugliness of domestic violence. When I spoke to those agencies, it was very clear to me, it became very clear to me very early, that much of the funding was back-end loaded, and I'm not saying that that's not the right thing to do. We need to have funding for those services for people who experience domestic violence, and have places for them to go to escape, and ways for them to move on with their lives safely. And I think governments, successive governments, have worked towards that in terms of that back-end funding. But the service providers that I've seen locally and across the country, they've all noted that that problem of the back-end funding without an adequate focus of effective resourcing for mental health services in prevention and early intervention is a real issue. And many of them have described it as the perpetual ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and that we spend infinite time and resources rather than on the clean-up and helping people. And again, we need to do that until we solve the issue of domestic violence. So it's the clean-up and the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, rather than providing the fence to protect the potential victim from falling in the first place. At the same time I was collating these discussions, the National Party leaders commenced their listening tour around multiple electorates, including mine, focusing on regional youth and women. In my electorate we had a women's breakfast in Port Macquarie and Coffs Harbour, and also youth forums at Charles Sturt University. In all of these discussions, the issue of the scarcity of the mental health support providers and programs in the regions came to the forefront at every single one of them. And this single issue united each different group that you might not, on paper, think that they had the same concerns or priorities, but it certainly was the common thread. One of the greatest concerns that they held was the recent Strengthening Medicare Task Force report, and noting that not one mental health professional was on the task force, and that the subsequent report excluded mental health completely in its findings. Now, I don't wish to be critical, but mental health is probably the #1 issue in the country in terms of health. Reports have shown that over 70% of GPs listed mental health as one of these top 3 priority areas. And now that the Medicare subsidised sessions have gone from 20 down to 10, means that professionals who are seeing people with real issues such as disorder, bipolar or personality disorders, it takes more than 10 sessions to identify this. So I ask the Prime Minister to reconsider those 20 sessions down to 10, reinstate it, to ensure the mental health and wellbeing of people in our electorates.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Speaker, the Independent Reserve Bank Board, and I stress again independent, I know that some of those opposite have perhaps chosen to forget that that is a long-term independence, an institution of that particular organisation. They are set to meet again tomorrow, and I know that there are many in my community, in my electorate of Hawke, who will be waiting anxiously for that decision. We don't preempt the independence of that board and the decision that they'll make. However, it's quite clear that the markets are expecting another increase to interest rates, which will be the 10th in a row. We know that much of the inflationary pressure guiding these decisions is driven in large part by Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. This, combined with the COVID-19 pandemic, has placed immense pressure on global supply chains, preventing business from servicing demand, both here in Australia and abroad. In fact, the RBA noted in their most recent statement on monetary policy that supply-side factors likely account for between 50% and 75% of the inflationary pressure on our economy. Now, although the RBA recognised these supply-side drivers, monetary policy changes are entirely unable to address them. Instead, increasing interest rates primarily tightens the household budgets of mortgage holders. According to the RBA, this represents less than a third of the population nationally. However, it is almost half of households in my electorate of Hawke. Furthermore, these rate rises are disproportionately affecting lower income earners with less financial headroom in their household budgets. This was confirmed by RBA Governor Philip Lowe in a recent hearing of the House Standing Committee on Economics, in which he said, and I quote, "If you've got lower income and a smaller buffer and a mortgage, the tighter interest rates are affecting you more." Now, while this is not a difficult economic concept, it is nevertheless a very important one to highlight. It is communities like mine that are doing it very tough as a result of these interest rate rises. They are the families not taking their annual camping trip, and they are the people cutting back on their weekly supermarket shop. As a result of these rising interest rate rises, they are the ones making the most significant sacrifice. In the same hearing, Governor Lowe went on to say that low-income people with mortgages are bearing a disproportionate share of the burden here. This is something that all economic, fiscal and monetary policymakers must keep in mind. Interest rate increases are not the single tool to tackle the inflationary pressures affecting our economy. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is focusing on what we can do to address the inflation challenge. Our three-part strategy is about repair of our broken supply chains, relief for people doing it tough, and restraint in our budget process. The previous Liberal government oversaw a decade of wasted opportunities and warped priorities that left Australia with falling real wages, broken supply chains, which make inflation worse, and $1 trillion of debt without an economic dividend to show for it. After years of neglect under the Liberal government, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with revitalising Australian manufacturing and strengthening our supply chain resilience. The National Reconstruction Fund will provide finance, including loans, guarantees and equity, to drive investments in 7 priority areas of the Australian economy. These leverage Australia's natural and competitive strengths, support the development of strategically important industries and shore up supply chains. The Albanese Labor government has also introduced legislation that will drive investment in cleaner and cheaper energy, putting downward pressure on power prices, as well as investing in more affordable housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund. Unfortunately, the structural challenges that come from the decade of neglect cannot be repaired overnight. And that's why our government is also providing responsible and direct cost of living relief, where it delivers an economic dividend and does not add to inflation. Almost 7,000 families in Hawke will receive cheaper childcare as the maximum subsidy is lifted to 90%. Commonwealth paid parental leave is being expanded to provide a full 26 weeks of leave, and the cost of medicines at our local pharmacies has come down, slashed by $12.50 a script. These are a handful of measures, amongst others, that the Albanese Labor government is taking to ease the cost of living for people in my electorate of Hawke. those people who are bearing a disproportionate share of the burden as we address the inflation challenge.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Tonight I rise to condemn the Andrews Labor government of Victoria for its failure to apply the $75 million in Commonwealth funds provided by the former coalition government to build an overpass at the intersection of Jetty Road and the Mornington Peninsula Freeway in Rosebud. The Jetty Road overpass has been a major point of focus for both my predecessor Greg Hunt, who secured the much-needed funds to get the project on the move, myself since before the election of May 2022, and indeed more recently for our state member for Nepean, the mighty Sam Groth, who committed the necessary state funds for a future coalition government of Victoria to make that overpass a reality. The intersection, as it currently stands, bifurcates the Rosebud Industrial Estate from the primary residential area of Rosebud. The industrial area includes the Rosebud campus of Chisholm TAFE, where hundreds of students undertake study in critical trades like building, electrical and plumbing, and the Advanced Community College, which teaches tens of local teenagers in the vocational VCE and other introductory vocational courses, as well as a Good Start learning centre for local families. The previous coalition government committed $75 million towards the completion of an overpass and sound mitigation along the Mornington Peninsula Freeway 3 years ago. At that time, the then member for Flinders Greg Hunt said, "When you talk to locals on the peninsula, the intersection of the Mornington Peninsula Freeway and Jetty Road is one of the major issues facing the community. Whether it's locals travelling to and from work on weekdays or visitors to the peninsula on the weekend, the intersection of the Mornington Peninsula Freeway and Jetty Road has been a traffic nightmare for locals for far too long," Mr Hunt said. "This is one of the top issues in our local community, and I recently ran a petition in our local area collecting over 500 signatures. 3 years on, no progress has been made, despite the funds remaining available over all of that time. Oh no, sorry, I stand corrected. Last year there was some progress. The Victorian Coalition announced an additional $100 million in the lead-up to the 2022 state election. And then we waited. And we waited, and we waited some more. Waited for the Andrews government to do something, anything, for one of the highest-ranking priorities in one of its most marginally held seats in Victoria. And we heard nothing. And sensibly, because now the people of Nepean know that they will not be heard by a Labor government in Spring Street, Sam Groth won back the seat for the Liberal Party with a mighty Flinders-matching margin of 6.7%. Because Sam listens, Sam acts and Sam serves. But with the Labor government now returned to power, the funds needed for Jetty Road remain uncommitted by the Andrews government. As it stands, a mere $5 million of the $75 million provided by the former coalition government has been invested in pedestrian safety improvements at Jetty Road. In glacial progress, the Victorian Government Department of Transport has completed their planning and development work, and a business case has been submitted to the Albanese government for consideration. I do thank the Minister for Infrastructure, member for Ballarat, Catherine King, for the number of conversations she has had with me regarding the funding and the need for this critical infrastructure. But I was nevertheless sorely disappointed to learn that the remaining $66.5 million in unspent Commonwealth funds have been deferred until 2026-27, and I fear an even greater postponement in the forthcoming May budget. Given that these funds were committed back in 2019, local residents from Rosebud, across to Fingal, Rye, St Andrews, Tutkarook, Blairgowrie and beyond are rightly disappointed, and that is putting it mildly, at the length of time it has taken to get this meagre stage of implementation. Together with Sam Groth, I am asking the state and Commonwealth governments to ensure that the next steps are prioritised to get construction underway. The residents of the Mornington Peninsula have dealt with the traffic congestion and safety issues at Jetty Road for far too long. Over summer, that intersection is pure gridlock. You can't blame the Prime Minister for coming to Portsea by helicopter, skipping the January bottleneck, which can add up to an hour to travel to Victoria's best beaches. A similar version of which is experienced every morning and every afternoon as locals leave the southern Mornington Peninsula for work or to do their shopping or just to collect their kids from school across the road. I will continue to fight for this much-needed upgrade on behalf of my Mornington Peninsula community, and look forward to eventually seeing it done.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it's no secret that regional areas like my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast face a number of challenges when it comes to accessing quality health services close to home. I'm a passionate believer that local people should not have to travel hours to receive the same quality of care as those in the city. That's why I've been a strong advocate for many improvements to our local health infrastructure. Speaker, when it comes to alcohol and drug addiction, particularly for young people, we know that accessing support close to home can make a big difference to health outcomes. That's why, just last week, I was really delighted to represent the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, to officially open the Wallawani Youth-Specific Detoxification and Rehabilitation Facility near Batemans Bay. Run by Mission Australia, this facility received $8 million from the Australian Government's Community Health and Hospitals program. It is well known that alcohol and drug misuse doesn't just affect the one person. It can be disastrous to families and communities. Wallawani will provide a safe place for younger people to overcome addiction in a state-of-the-art centre with youth-specific alcohol and drug case management, counselling and community aftercare. There's also residential living skills, education and sport and recreation programs offering a holistic approach to care. Having facilities like this on the South Coast near Batemans Bay allows vulnerable younger people to receive treatment and support for alcohol and drug misuse closer to their homes, their families and in their communities. Even the name Wallawani has very special meaning. It's a local Indigenous word which means we hope you have a safe journey. Mission Australia worked with the Aboriginal community in the Batemans Bay area, including with Durga linguists. The name has also received the blessing of the Walbunja elders. How special is that? Local health care for local people, and I am proud to be delivering that. Last week, there was more good news for the Batemans Bay region when we opened the expression of interest for the new Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. People in regional areas like ours should be able to access good quality, affordable local health care, and our bulk-billed urgent care clinics will provide just that. Non-life-threatening emergencies make up over 50% of total presentations to hospitals in New South Wales. These emergencies can often be time-consuming for patients as they wait for treatment, and they add pressure to our already overstretched hospital emergency departments. Urgent care clinics will significantly reduce the pressure on our local hospitals by treating patients with urgent but non-life-threatening emergencies, operating extended hours 7 days a week, ensuring that local people receive the high-quality, affordable health care they need when they need it. Another promise we made that I am delighted to be delivering on. Speaker, last week was a busy one for health in the Batemans Bay region. It also saw the first sod turned on the new Eurobodalla Hospital. The community has waited a long time for this, and it should have been a proud community moment. But I think the New South Wales Liberal government forgot to check their Rolodex, because, whoops, they forgot to invite the local state and federal members. That's right, neither I nor member for Bega, Dr Michael Holland, were invited along to this pivotal local moment. Unfortunately, as is too often the case, the Liberals just saw it as another politicking moment in the lead-up to the election. Perhaps they were worried that we might have asked them to match New South Wales Labor's commitment to open this hospital at level 4 status, something the community has been asking for years and years. Before being elected as the Bega MP, Dr Holland was a pivotal member of that movement. He is one of the key people responsible for the fact the Liberals even agreed to build a new hospital in the first place. Leaving him out of this event is just shameful. But the shame doesn't stop there. The Liberals are also trying to distract from the fact they refuse to build the much-needed radiation therapy centre. Thanks to people like Kathy Hurst bravely sharing her story, we know the impact this is having. The Albanese government has delivered on our promise of $8 million to fund it, but the New South Wales Liberals are standing in the way. No one should have to go through what Kathy Hurst has gone through to receive her cancer treatment ever again. It is shameful, and I won't stop until the community gets the health services they deserve.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Precisely 2 weeks ago, the Treasurer gave a speech saying that he wanted to start a conversation about superannuation. Well, what was that code for? It soon became clear that it was code for three things that the Treasurer wanted to do. The first was that he wants superannuation funds to invest in ill-defined nation-building projects. This is a bad idea. It will put at risk the returns Australians receive and, in turn, the amount they receive to support them in retirement. The second thing was that he wants to legislate an objective for superannuation, and indeed he shared the wording of that objective in that speech. It all sounds very high-minded, Mr Speaker, but there is a simple political reality behind what Labor is doing. The big industry super funds, some of them with funds under management exceeding $200 billion, are dead set opposed to any measures which would see that money go anywhere else. It's a very comfortable arrangement for the union-appointed directors on the boards of the big superannuation funds. Just think how enormous the management fee on $200 billion is. The industry super funds hate the idea that Australians might be able to withdraw some of their own money and use it, for example, towards a deposit to buy their first home. This was Liberal policy at the last election, and it will be at the next election. It is a very good idea, and it is absolutely consistent with the notion that superannuation savings are there to help you save for your retirement, because there is nothing more important to a secure retirement than owning your own home. For all of Labor's talk about a dignified retirement, the simple fact is that what Labor really cares about is looking after the big union-linked industry super funds. The third thing that the Treasurer's speech was code for when he said, quotes, starting a conversation, close quotes, is that he wants to increase taxes on superannuation. And that conversation, Mr Speaker, crystallised very quickly within a week and a half. We got to the end of the conversation, and there he was, with the Prime Minister announcing a new tax on superannuation. Why is this a problem? It's only 80,000 people affected, the Treasurer tells us, and they're all rich, so who cares? Well, it is a big problem, Mr Speaker. Labor told us repeatedly that they had no plans to increase taxes on super. On Melbourne Radio, 31 January 2022, the Prime Minister said, quotes, "We have not planned for any changes on superannuation," close quotes. On Insiders, 27 March, the Treasurer said, quotes, "Australians shouldn't expect major changes to superannuation if the government changes hands," close quotes. On 2nd of May 2022, the Prime Minister said, quotes, "We have no intention to make any super changes." Do not think it stops here. This is a government that is desperate to raise taxes. If they feel they can get away with this one, just look out for what else they might do. I've seen some commentary over the last few days along the lines of, "Phew, well, that's okay, it could have been much worse," close quotes. With respect, that commentary is a little bit naive, because with each passing day more details have come out, revealing that the number affected will be vastly greater than the 80,000 figure which glibly rolls off the Treasurer's tongue. Mr Speaker, ultimately this goes to principles and values. The Treasurer was asked to rule out a capital gains tax on the family home and failed to do so. The Prime Minister rushed out a few minutes later to deny any such plans, but given his clear and brazen broken promise on superannuation, who can believe him? The simple fact is that a Labor government always wants to impose higher taxes. We saw soothing words from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer before this election. We were promised, quotes, "safe change," close quotes, safe change. We are getting something very different. We've seen the details of the measures as they've become announced, a lot of the details clearly being made up on the run. We saw the argument from the Treasurer that this only cuts in at a big dollar amount, so most people shouldn't be concerned. But the simple fact is that threshold is not indexed, so over time more and more people will be captured. This has been a very sneaky way to do this, very sneaky and tricky. A very sneaky and tricky Prime Minister. They denied before the election they had any plans to do this, and of course after the election they did exactly what they had denied they were going to do. The superannuation tax changes announced last week are troubling. They're a clear and unambiguous example of a broken promise, and I'm sorry to predict that this will not be the only new tax measure we'll see from this government.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 25th of March, New South Wales residents will have the opportunity of voting in a Labor government after a decade of Liberal privatisation, mismanagement and infighting. For too long, New South Wales has had a government that's been obsessed with the privatisation of public assets that have chronically underfunded our public schools, public transport, local infrastructure and hospital system, and kept the wages of public servants like nurses, ambulance paramedics, teachers and police low. And the consequences have been disastrous for many communities in south-west Sydney. Our communities are experiencing rapid growth, but it's not been met with adequate roads, schools, public transports or sewerage. The Coalition Government in New South Wales has had 12 years to deliver, and our communities are examples of their failure. So many projects have run over time and over budget. Ferries that can't allow passengers on the top deck because they might lose their heads and if they go under a bridge, and trains and trams cracking after limited use, or worse, that won't even fit on tracks at all. New South Wales Labor has a plan to provide a fair share and a fresh start for the people of New South Wales. Schools in Werriwa are overcrowded, with new suburbs waiting years and children needing to travel to get to their closest public school. Labor in New South Wales has promised to rebuild our education system with a comprehensive plan that includes $400 million Education Future Fund, building public schools and shifting 10,000 temporary teaching positions to permanent ones. And I want to commend the commitment to build a new high school in Leppington to cater for the fast-growing suburbs of Leppington, Denham Court and Austral. Tolls disproportionately target our communities in Werriwa. Over the last 5 years, rising tolls and new toll roads have added thousands of dollars to already stretched household budgets. Labor will also cap tolls to ease the cost of living pressures, whilst reviewing the toll network to untangle the mess that is made by the current New South Wales Coalition Government. New South Wales Labor have presented a fresh start and a positive vision for the people of New South Wales, and I look forward to seeing a Labor government after March 25. But a new parliament, of course, means that many serving parliamentarians are retiring after serving their communities for many years. I'm privileged to have worked with these local members both as a councillor and a member for Werriwa, and would like to put on the record my thanks for their services to our community. Melanie Gibbons has been the member for Menai since 2011, and while we come from different sides of the political fence, I'd like to wish her and her family all the best for the future. Nick Lalich has represented the area as the member for Cabramatta since 2008, having served on Fairfield Council as a councillor since 1987. Guy Zamgari has been the member for Fairfield since 2011 and is a powerhouse in his representations in the area. He is often at multiple functions and community events every weekend. I hope he enjoys the next stage of his life with Melissa and his children. He deserves more time with them, and I'm told the fish should watch out. Paul Lynch, the member for Liverpool, is also retiring after 36 years of representing our community. Paul was elected to Liverpool Council in 1987 and to State Parliament in 1995. He has worked hard to represent the needs of the community, and he has so many people who admire his work and will be sad to see him go. He has worked so much since the time that he's been in Parliament. Paul has also been a friend, supporter and mentor to me, and I will very much miss our collaboration over this time. But he and Deb deserve the best retirement. I thank him for everything he has done for our community, for me and my family. I wish the candidates in the election all the best, with a shout-out to Anilak Chanthvon, member for Macquarie Fields, Charisma Caliander for Liverpool, Nathan Haggerty in Leppington and Mick Moroney in Holsworthy. I look forward to working with whomever is voted in by the people of New South Wales and all the new members in my area, but I really do hope they are Labor members.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.